Chapter 6: The Shadow of the Lotus. The aftermath of the projectile incident left Li Ming and his companions in a state of heightened alert. The pristine glass of his lab door, now a jagged testament to the intrusion, served as a stark reminder that their research, and indeed their very lives, were under threat. While the immediate danger had been averted by Li Ming's nascent abilities, the knowledge that the Black Lotus sect was actively probing their defenses was a chilling revelation. Their focus, however, had to remain on their training and their research, especially now that Professor Yu had confirmed their suspicions. The sect was not merely launching sporadic attacks, but actively seeking to infiltrate the university itself. The notion of infiltration was, in itself, a disturbing one. Zhejiang University, a bastion of academic pursuit and a place of supposed sanctuary, was now a potential battleground. The Black Lotus sect, notorious for its ruthless pursuit of power and its mastery of insidious cultivation techniques, would not operate with brute force alone. Their strength lay in subtlety, in weaving their influence through the fabric of society. And what better place to start than a bustling academic institution filled with unsuspecting minds and, more importantly, potential sources of spiritual energy? Li Ming, Zhao Jingjing, and Chen Lili found themselves more dedicated than ever to their training. The dual cultivation sessions, once a subject of academic curiosity and personal growth, had taken on a desperate urgency. Li Ming's ability to channel and manipulate qi, already accelerating, now felt like a race against time. He pushed himself harder, his senses sharpening, his awareness of the ambient energy expanding with each passing day. He could feel the subtle currents of qi flowing through the campus, the latent energy within the ancient trees, the concentrated intellectual fervor within the libraries, and the vibrant life force of thousands of students. This heightened awareness, however, also made him acutely aware of potential anomalies, of energies that felt out of place. Zhao Jingjing, with her scientific rigor, meticulously refined their energy detection methods. She adapted existing university sensor technology, integrating it with the principles of qi sensing that Professor Yu had taught them. Her goal was to create a network, however rudimentary, that could flag unusual energy fluctuations. She spent countless hours in the university's network infrastructure, her fingers dancing across keyboards, her mind a whirlwind of algorithms and energy signatures. She was not just looking for raw power, she was looking for the signature of the Black Lotus sect, a distinct dissonance that spoke of their corrupted techniques. Chen Lili, ever the pragmatist, focused on enhancing their physical and spiritual resilience. She developed targeted training regimens designed to improve their stamina, their reflexes, and their ability to withstand spiritual pressure. Her understanding of acupuncture points and meridians, initially learned for healing purposes, was now being applied to boost their internal qi flow and strengthen their defenses against mental intrusion. She would often guide Li Ming and Zhao Jingjing through rigorous physical drills, her calm but firm instructions a constant encouragement. The university, oblivious to the unseen war brewing within its grounds, continued its daily rhythm. Students attended lectures, conducted research, and socialized. Yet, beneath this veneer of normalcy, the tendrils of the Black Lotus sect were beginning to spread. Their operatives, carefully chosen and meticulously trained, were now walking among them. Some posed as transfer students, their innocence a carefully constructed facade. They enrolled in various departments, their primary objective being to observe and report. Others, posing as visiting scholars or guest lecturers, moved with an air of academic authority, their true intentions masked by scholarly discourse. Their reconnaissance was multifaceted. They weren't just looking for powerful cultivators or hidden spiritual hotspots. They were studying the university's energy grid, its ley lines, and any nascent spiritual phenomena that might be developing as a result of the concentrated intellectual and spiritual energy of its inhabitants. They were particularly interested in areas where strong emotions or significant intellectual breakthroughs occurred, as these could inadvertently create localized energy surges that could be exploited or manipulated. Li Ming, despite his heightened awareness, found it difficult to distinguish the true students from the infiltrators. The sect operatives were masters of disguise and deception. They blended seamlessly into the student body, their chi signatures cleverly masked or suppressed. Some even employed minor illusionary techniques, subtle shifts in their appearance or aura that made them appear unremarkable, thus avoiding detection by the untrained eye. There were instances, however, that piqued Li Ming's suspicion. He'd notice individuals lingering in areas known for their strong ambient qi. The ancient banyan tree in the central courtyard, the contemplative gardens behind the philosophy department, or even the quiet, dusty corners of the rare book section in the library. These individuals would exhibit an almost unnerving stillness, their gazes seemingly fixed on nothing in particular. Yet Li Ming sensed a subtle probing, a silent scanning of the environment. One afternoon, while walking through the campus's botanical gardens, Li Ming felt a peculiar sensation. It wasn't the vibrant, life-affirming qi of the exotic plants that drew his attention, but a faint, discordant ripple. He subtly shifted his focus, his inner eye scanning the area. He spotted a young woman, seemingly engrossed in sketching a rare orchid. Her movements were graceful, her demeanor that of an arts student. However, Li Ming detected a faint, almost imperceptible pulse emanating from her, a subtle manipulation of the surrounding qi, as if she were trying to draw it into herself, not to cultivate it, but to analyze it. Her sketching was merely a cover. Her true focus was on the orchid's unique energetic signature. He subtly steered his path closer, feigning an interest in the same variety of orchid. As he approached, he felt a sudden, almost imperceptible tightening in the air, a subtle dampening of the natural qi. It was as if she were actively suppressing its flow around her, creating a small zone of energetic neutrality. This was not the behavior of a curious student. It was the calculated action of someone trying to conceal their presence and their true purpose. He caught her eye for a fleeting moment, and in that instant, he saw not the innocent gaze of an art student, but a flicker of cold calculation, a detached appraisal that sent a shiver down his spine. She offered a polite, almost rehearsed smile, and Li Ming returned it, his mind racing. This was the enemy, walking amongst them, cloaked in anonymity. Later that week, Zhao Jingjing reported a similar anomaly. While monitoring the energy readings from the university's main research complex, she detected a series of fleeting, high-frequency energy pulses originating from the astrophysics department. These pulses were too brief and too precisely timed to be natural phenomena or standard experimental noise. She cross-referenced the timestamps with the university's visitor logs and discovered that a new visiting scholar, a Dr. Jian Li, had been granted access to the department during the times the anomalies occurred. Dr. Li's research specialty, according to his brief profile, was an advanced stellar energy projection, a field that sounded eerily similar to the sect's alleged interest in harnessing potent energy sources. His chi signature is incredibly well concealed, Li Ming, Zhao Jingjing explained, her voice laced with frustration as she displayed the spectral analysis on her tablet. It's like a carefully constructed wall, but there are tiny cracks, tiny fluctuations that suggest a deep, controlled reservoir of energy. He's not just a physicist, he's a cultivator, and a powerful one at that. Chun Lily, meanwhile, had been observing the interactions of the student body. She noticed a subtle but growing network of individuals who seemed to communicate with an unspoken understanding. They often gravitated towards each other, their conversations hushed, their gestures discreet. She recalled seeing a few of them gathered near the old bell tower, an area known for its concentration of spiritual energy due to its age and its historical significance. They weren't performing any overt acts, but their hushed discussions and the furtive glances they exchanged suggested a clandestine purpose. One of them, a lanky young man with sharp features, had an unsettling intensity in his eyes that seemed to bore through the mundane. Chen Lily felt a faint, unpleasant resonance when he passed by, a subtle disharmony that prickled her senses. The stakes had undeniably escalated. The Black Lotus sect wasn't content with external threats. They were actively embedding themselves within the very heart of Zhejiang University. They were students, scholars, and researchers, their faces indistinguishable from the thousands of others on campus. Their goal was clear: to identify and exploit any sources of spiritual energy, whether they be natural phenomena, powerful individuals, or the collective energy of the student body. They were looking for weaknesses, for vulnerabilities that they could exploit to further their own dark agenda. Li Ming understood the gravity of the situation. His training, once an academic pursuit, was now a vital component of protecting his university. He couldn't simply confront every suspicious individual. That would lead to chaos and expose their own clandestine efforts. He had to learn to identify them not just by their chi signatures, but by their subtle behaviors, their unnatural calmness, their probing gazes, and the discordant energy they brought with them. He began to walk the campus with a new purpose. He still attended his lectures, still engaged in his research, but his senses were constantly on high alert. He observed the subtle interactions, the fleeting glances, the individuals who seemed to linger a moment too long in areas of spiritual significance. He noted the patterns of movement, the hushed conversations that ceased abruptly when he approached, the way certain individuals seemed to deliberately avoid areas of strong qi. One evening, while studying in a secluded corner of the main library, Li Ming felt a familiar prickle of unease. A group of 3 students had taken a table nearby. They were engaged in what appeared to be a lively discussion about a historical text, but Li Ming sensed a subtle undercurrent of something far more sinister. Their laughter was too forced, their gestures too precise. He focused his inner energy, extending his perception. He detected faint, residual energy traces on their hands, remnants of some kind of chi manipulation, a technique that felt subtly parasitic. They weren't just studying history. They were using the intellectual energy of the library, the concentrated focus of hundreds of minds, as a subtle conduit for their own purposes, perhaps to refine their reconnaissance techniques or to strengthen their disguised chi signatures. He discreetly activated a miniature energy scanner that Zhao Jingjing had devised, a small device disguised as a pen. The readings confirmed his suspicions. The subtle chi manipulation was present, a faint but distinct signature of the Black Lotus sect's techniques. They were not only observing, but actively drawing from the ambient energy, a subtle form of energy vampirism disguised as academic discourse. He knew he had to relay this information to Zhao Jingjing and Chen Lili. Their combined efforts were their only hope of identifying and neutralizing these infiltrators before they could achieve their objectives. The university, in its vibrant, unsuspecting glory, was a fertile ground for the sect's machinations, and the shadow of the Black Lotus was growing longer with each passing day. The infiltration tactics were insidious, the operatives subtle, and the stakes higher than Li Ming had ever imagined. The fight for Zhejiang University had truly begun, not with open warfare, but with a silent, invisible struggle waged in the halls of academia and the quiet corners of contemplation. The cacophony of a bustling university campus, once a symphony of youthful exuberance and intellectual pursuit, had begun to subtly shift for Li Ming. His qi, once a gentle hum beneath his skin, now throbbed with an almost alarming sensitivity. It was as if his very being had become a finely tuned instrument, capable of detecting vibrations far beyond the normal spectrum of human perception. This newfound sensitivity, a direct byproduct of his accelerated cultivation, was both a blessing and a curse. It granted him a glimpse into a world previously hidden, but also exposed him to a chilling undercurrent of darkness that threatened to engulf the sanctuary of Zhejiang University. He'd first noticed it as a vague sense of unease, a prickling on the back of his neck that had no discernible cause. It would manifest during lectures, causing his focus to waver as a sudden coldness would sweep through the lecture hall, an anomaly in the otherwise warm, energetic atmosphere. He'd dismiss it at first, attributing it to fatigue or the lingering effects of a particularly strenuous dual cultivation session with Zhao Jingjing. Yet, the occurrences grew more frequent, more pronounced. He began to feel it in crowded hallways, amidst the cheerful chatter of students, pockets of stagnant air, a subtle dissonance that felt like a discordant note in a harmonious melody. The scientific mind, ingrained in him through years of rigorous academic training, struggled to reconcile these sensations. Logic dictated that these feelings were mere psychosomatic responses, figments of an overactive imagination fueled by the fantastical stories he'd been exposed to. Yet, the intensity of the sensation, the almost physical manifestation of dread it evoked, could not be easily dismissed. It was more than just a feeling. It was an energetic imprint, a signature that resonated with a disturbing hollowness. He found himself observing people more closely, not just their words or actions, but the subtle energies they exuded. Most students pulsed with a vibrant, youthful chi, a chaotic yet invigorating blend of ambition, curiosity, and the occasional pang of youthful angst. But then there were others, individuals whose chi felt muted, deliberately so. It was like trying to listen to a whisper in a hurricane. The usual vibrant hum was there, but it was being forcibly suppressed, masked behind a carefully constructed facade. He'd see them in the library, their noses buried in ancient tomes, their expressions earnest. Yet, Li Ming would feel a faint, metallic tang in the air around them, a subtle disturbance that spoke of a deeper, more controlled energy. One afternoon, while walking through the university's meticulously manicured botanical gardens, a place usually teeming with the life-affirming chi of exotic flora, Li Ming felt it again. This time, it was more distinct. He paused near a cluster of vibrant crimson lilies, their fragrance intoxicating. But beneath the sweet perfume, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible ripple, like a pebble dropped into a still pond, disturbing the serene flow of natural energy. His gaze drifted to a young man leaning against a weathered stone bench, seemingly engrossed in his phone. His posture was relaxed, his expression vacant. However, as Li Ming focused his inner senses, he detected a subtle constriction around the man, a localized dampening of the ambient chi. It was as if the man were wearing an invisible cloak of energetic neutrality, designed to absorb and deflect any inquisitive probes. Li Ming subtly shifted his trajectory, feigning an interest in the very lilies the young man was ostensibly ignoring. As he drew closer, the feeling intensified, morphing from a vague unease into a more tangible sensation of being watched. He could feel the man's gaze, not through his eyes, but through the subtle shift in the energetic field, a focused point of awareness that wasn't quite natural. He risked a quick glance. The young man's eyes, when they briefly met his, were not the vacant gaze of someone lost in their phone. They were sharp, unervingly intelligent, and held a flicker of something ancient and cold. It was a look that spoke of calculation, of assessment, a fleeting glimpse into a predatory mind that was entirely out of place amidst the youthful innocence of the campus. The man offered a polite, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture that felt more like a claim of territory than a greeting. Li Ming returned it, his heart thudding a little faster. This was not a fellow student. This was an anomaly. Later that week, during a particularly challenging Qigong session with Chun Lily, Li Ming found himself struggling to maintain his focus. A wave of cold, heavy qi seemed to wash over the training grounds, momentarily disrupting his flow. He faltered, his movements becoming clumsy. Chun Lily, ever perceptive, immediately halted their practice. "What is it, Li Ming?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "Your qi is unstable. Something is disturbing you." Li Ming hesitated, unsure how to articulate the intangible. "It's a presence," he finally admitted, struggling to find the words. A heavy, cold presence. It felt wrong, like a void in the natural flow of qi. Chun Lily's expression turned serious. She knew what he meant. Their training had opened their senses to more than just the ambient energy of the world. "Did you see anything?" "No." Li Ming confessed, frustration gnawing at him. Nothing concrete, just a feeling, a disturbance. He remembered the unnerving sensation in the botanical gardens, the feeling of being assessed by something ancient and cold. It's like trying to detect a shadow in broad daylight. It's there, you know it's there, but you can't quite grasp it. It was Yu Siener who provided a sliver of guidance, a beacon in the fog of his growing apprehension. He recounted his experiences to her during one of their clandestine meetings, the subtle unease, the unsettling energies, the unnerving gazes. He spoke of his scientific mind rebelling against these supernatural detections, demanding empirical evidence that he simply couldn't provide. Yu Siener listened patiently, her eyes, like pools of deep indigo, never leaving his. When he finished, she smiled, a gentle, knowing smile that always managed to soothe his anxieties. Your cultivation is progressing remarkably, Li Ming, she said, her voice a soft balm. Your qi sensitivity is blossoming. What you are experiencing is not your imagination. It is the awakening of your spiritual senses. She then explained that the Black Lotus sect, masters of deception and misdirection, employed techniques that were designed to be insidious, to slip past the defenses of the uninitiated. Their operatives were trained not just in combat and cultivation, but in the art of mental obfuscation and energetic masking. They can suppress their chi signatures to a remarkable degree, she explained, making them appear as ordinary mortals. They can weave illusions, not just of appearance, but of aura, making themselves seem unremarkable, even forgettable. But how can I detect them, then? Li Ming asked, the frustration evident in his voice. My senses pick up anomalies, but I can't pinpoint them. It's like chasing ghosts. Yu Sienna reached out and gently placed a hand on his. A subtle warmth, infused with pure spiritual energy, flowed into him. Your scientific mind is a powerful tool, Li Ming, but must learn to work in harmony with your burgeoning spiritual intuition. Logic can analyze, but intuition can perceive. The Black Lotus sect operates on a plane beyond mere physical detection. You must learn to feel their presence, not just see it. She continued, think of it like this. A skilled musician can tell if a single instrument is out of tune in a symphony orchestra, even if the overall sound remains pleasant. They sense the subtle dissonance, the off-key note. Your chi sensitivity is that of a musician. You are sensing the discordant notes in the natural harmony of the university's energy. These individuals carry a resonance of the Black Lotus sect's cultivation, a corrupted energy that, while suppressed, still leaves a faint stain, a whisper of its true nature. Focus on the discrepancies, she advised. The unnatural stillness in a place that should be vibrant. The fleeting coldness in a warm environment. The feeling of being observed by something that projects an aura of casual indifference. These are the whispers. They are subtle, yes, but they are the truth. Do not dismiss them simply because your logical mind cannot quantify them. Trust your instincts, Li Ming. Your intuition, guided by your cultivation, is becoming your most potent weapon. Her words resonated deeply with Li Ming. He realized that he had been trying too hard to fit these new perceptions into his old framework of understanding. He needed to embrace the blend, to allow his analytical mind to process the information provided by his increasingly sensitive qi. He began to actively seek out these subtle anomalies to train his intuition. He would walk through campus, not just observing but feeling. He'd linger in areas where he'd sensed anomalies, trying to discern the specific nature of the energetic disturbance. He started noticing patterns, individuals who seemed to possess an unnerving calm, even in the midst of chaos. Those who exhibited an almost predatory stillness, their gazes sweeping over their surroundings with an intensity that belied their outward composure. He began to recognize the subtle suppression of qi, the way some individuals seem to create small pockets of energetic neutrality around themselves, a deliberate effort to avoid detection. It was like a constant, low-level hum of wrongness, a persistent whisper of malice that he was slowly learning to decipher. One evening, as he was leaving the physics building, he felt a familiar prickle of unease. Two students were walking ahead of him, their conversation hushed. They moved with a peculiar synchronicity, their steps falling in perfect rhythm. As they passed beneath a lamppost, the light momentarily caught their faces. Li Ming saw not the casual expressions of students discussing their day, but a fleeting intensity, a sharpness in their eyes that was startling. He felt a distinct coldness emanate from them, a subtle, energetic pressure that seemed to push against his own chi. It wasn't the overt hostility of an attacker, but the calculated, observational chill of a scout. They were not discussing physics. They were likely exchanging information, their masked chi signatures working in tandem to maintain their cover. He saw it again later that week, near the administrative building. A woman, dressed in the uniform of a university staff member, was seemingly directing new students. Her smile was bright, her demeanor helpful. Yet, Li Ming sensed it. A subtle dissonance in her chi, a deliberate attempt to project an aura of normalcy that felt jarringly artificial. It was as if she were wearing a mask of service, her true nature obscured by a carefully cultivated persona. He felt a faint, lingering trace of something metallic and sharp on her energetic signature, a faint echo of the Black Lotus sect's corrupting influence. He started to correlate these sensations with specific individuals, building a mental profile of the anomalies. He noticed that these individuals often gravitated towards areas of concentrated spiritual energy, the ancient banyan tree in the central courtyard, the contemplative gardens, the quiet, often overlooked corners of the library. They weren't overtly disruptive, but their presence introduced a subtle discord, a chilling stillness that contrasted sharply with the vibrant energy of the campus. Li Ming understood that this was just the beginning. The Black Lotus sect was embedding itself within the university, their operatives cloaked in anonymity. His heightened sensitivity, once a source of wonder, was now a vital tool in a silent, unseen war. He couldn't simply confront every person who gave him an unsettling feeling. That would be reckless and would expose their own efforts prematurely. He had to learn to identify them, to understand their methods, and to gather evidence, however subtle, before they could achieve their insidious goals. He was no longer just a student. He was becoming a sentinel, his senses attuned to the shadows lurking within the heart of academia. The scientific method, once his sole guide, was now interwoven with the ancient wisdom of cultivation, forcing him to trust the whispers of his soul as much as the data on his screens. The late afternoon sun cast long, languid shadows across the Zhejiang University campus, painting the familiar brickwork and manicured lawns in hues of amber and rose. For Li Ming, however, the beauty of the setting was overshadowed by a persistent, gnawing unease. His chi, now a far more sensitive instrument than it had ever been, buzzed with a low-frequency tension, a subtle tremor that spoke of an approaching storm. Yu Xian'er's words echoed in his mind. Focus on the discrepancies, the unnatural stillness, the fleeting coldness. He had been actively seeking these anomalies, training his nascent spiritual senses to decipher the whispers of malice that now seemed to permeate the vibrant energy of the campus. He was on his way to meet Zhao Jingjing, a rendezvous arranged at a less frequented corner of the campus, a small, overgrown grove of bamboo behind the old observatory. Their dual cultivation sessions had become a refuge, a space where their energies intertwined and amplified, but also a place where Li Ming felt he could better shield Jingjing from the encroaching shadows he sensed. He rounded a bend in the path. The rustling of bamboo leaves a soft, percussive backdrop to his thoughts. The air here was cooler, thicker with the scent of damp earth and decaying foliage, a natural tranquility that he had come to associate with pockets of potent spiritual energy. Suddenly, his senses flared. Not a subtle prickle this time, but a sharp, discordant jolt. It was a sudden drop in temperature, a palpable wave of cold that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath his feet. He stopped, his hand instinctively going to the small, smooth jade pendant he wore beneath his shirt, a gift from Yu Xiener, designed to offer a rudimentary layer of protection. The bamboo grove, usually alive with the gentle rustling of leaves and the chirping of unseen insects, felt eerily silent. The usual hum of natural energy was muted, replaced by a suffocating stillness. His eyes scanned the dense grove. There was no one visible, no obvious source of the disturbance. Yet, the feeling of being watched was intense, a pressure against his spiritual awareness that was both invasive and calculating. It was a predatory stillness, the kind that precedes a sudden, brutal strike. He could feel the subtle suppression of qi, a deliberate effort to mask the presence of individuals who were clearly not here for a casual stroll. This was no accidental encounter. It was a trap. "Show yourselves," Li Ming called out, his voice calm, betraying none of the alarm that was beginning to stir within him. He subtly channeled a trickle of qi, allowing it to ripple outwards, a silent probe into the unnerving silence. A low chuckle, devoid of any warmth, echoed from the depths of the bamboo. It was a sound that seemed to scrape against his very soul. Then, two figures emerged from the dense foliage, stepping into the dappled sunlight as if they had materialized from the shadows themselves. They were both men, dressed in nondescript dark clothing, their faces obscured by the deepening twilight and the angle of their hoods. Their qi was heavily suppressed, almost undetectable to a casual observer. But to Li Ming, it was like a brand, a faint, metallic tang, a signature of the Black Lotus sect. The one on the left, taller and broader, took a step forward. His movements were fluid, unerringly precise, like a predator assessing its prey. "Well," the voice rumbled a low, guttural sound. "It seems the little prodigy is quite sensitive. We were hoping for a more secluded meeting, perhaps with your little girlfriend." Li Ming's jaw tightened. The mention of Jingjing ignited a cold fury within him. He glanced back in the direction he'd come from, a quick mental scan confirming that no one else was in immediate earshot. The trap was well laid, designed to isolate him. "You chose the wrong place to play games," Li Ming replied, his hand now resting on the concealed hilt of the dagger he carried, a small but potent artifact. The second man, smaller and wirier, let out a soft, sibilant hiss. "Games? This is no game, cultivator. This is business. Your interference has not gone unnoticed. The elders are displeased." He extended a hand, and from his palm, a faint, sickly green mist began to coil and writhe. It shimmered with an unnatural luminescence, and Li Ming felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a subtle attempt to disrupt his qi flow. "Interference?" Li Ming scoffed, a risky gambit to feign ignorance. "I'm just a student. I don't know what you're talking about." He subtly amplified his own qi, creating a protective aura that pushed back against the encroaching mist. He could feel its insidious nature, designed to seep into the cracks of his defenses to sow discord and confusion. It was a subtle attack, one that relied on overwhelming the target's senses rather than brute force. The taller man chuckled again, a harsh, grating sound. "Don't play coy. We know who you are. We know about your little excursions. You've been poking your nose where it doesn't belong." He took another step, closing the distance between them. "And your partner, Zhao Jingjing. Such a vibrant qi. A shame it has to be extinguished." The implied threat sent a jolt of adrenaline through Li Ming. He could feel the deliberate manipulation of the environment, the way the bamboo seemed to close in around them, creating a natural cage. They were not just relying on their cultivation. They were using the very terrain to their advantage. "You'll regret threatening her," Li Ming said, his voice low and dangerous. He could feel the raw power of his own qi surging, a coiled serpent ready to strike. He was not as experienced as these seasoned operatives, but his raw power, combined with his unique cultivation path, gave him an edge. The wiry man flicked his wrist, and the green mist intensified, swirling faster. "Regret is a luxury we don't offer. We offer obliteration." Li Ming didn't wait for him to finish. With a burst of speed that belied his earlier composure, he lunged forward, not directly at the man with the mist, but at the taller one, using his bulk as a shield. He channeled his chi into a focused palm strike, aiming to disrupt the man's balance and create an opening. The taller man reacted with surprising speed, deflecting the strike with a hardened forearm. The impact sent a jolt up Li Ming's arm, but he pressed his advantage, twisting his body and unleashing a swift kick towards the man's ribs. The operative grunted, stumbling back a step but managed to keep his footing. Meanwhile, the wiry man continued to assail Li Ming with his green mist. It was cloying, suffocating, and Li Ming could feel its corrosive tendrils trying to find purchase on his chi. He countered by creating a focused vortex of his own chi, a shield of pure energy that repelled the mist, causing it to dissipate harmlessly against the invisible barrier. Impressive control, the wiry man hissed, his voice laced with a grudging respect. But can you maintain it against a sustained assault? He gestured, and a volley of small, dart-like projectiles shot from his sleeve, whistling through the air. Li Ming reacted instantly, his dagger appearing in his hand, deflecting the darts with a series of sharp, precise movements. They clanged against the steel, scattering into the undergrowth. These were not ordinary projectiles. He could feel a faint, venomous aura clinging to them, designed to paralyze or incapacitate. The taller man, recovering from Li Ming's initial assault, lunged again, his movements honed by years of combat. He wielded a short, wicked-looking blade, its edge glinting menacingly. Li Ming parried the thrust, the clang of steel echoing through the silent grove. He could feel the raw, unadulterated power behind the strike, a testament to his opponent's training. "You're good," the taller man grunted, his eyes narrowed. "But you're still just a child playing with powers you don't understand. And you're old men clinging to outdated methods," Li Ming retorted, dodging a sweeping attack. He wasn't just defending. He was observing, looking for weaknesses for openings. He noticed that the wiry man's attacks were less about direct damage and more about distraction and disruption, while the taller man was the primary offensive force. They were a coordinated pair, their skills complementary. He needed to separate them. With a sudden shift in momentum, Li Ming feigned a retreat, drawing the taller man deeper into the grove. As the operative pressed his advantage, Li Ming spun, channeling a surge of qi into his left hand. A concussive blast of energy erupted, slamming into the operative's chest and sending him staggering backwards. It wasn't enough to incapacitate him, but it created a crucial moment of disorientation. In that same instant, Li Ming turned his attention to the wiry man. The green mist had begun to coalesce again, thicker and more potent. Li Ming knew he couldn't let it reach him. He drew upon the insights from his dual cultivation with Jingjing, focusing on the harmonious flow of energy, but amplifying it with his own intent. He extended his right hand, not to attack, but to absorb. He opened a small conduit in his chi, drawing the insidious mist towards him, not to be consumed, but to be analyzed, understood, and ultimately neutralized. The mist, drawn by the unexpected opening, swirled towards Li Ming's outstretched hand. He felt its corrosive nature, its attempt to break down his defenses from within. But his chi, tempered by his unique cultivation, was resilient. He could feel the core of the mist's power, a specific type of spiritual corruption. He began to channel his own pure chi, weaving it into the mist, diluting its corrupting influence and twisting its energetic signature. The wiry man's eyes widened in surprise. He had expected resistance or a desperate attempt to evade. He had not anticipated Li Ming attempting to absorb his technique. "What is this?" he shrieked, his composure cracking. As Li Ming worked, he felt the corrupted energy within the mist begin to unravel, its potency diminishing. He then abruptly sealed the conduit, expelling the now harmless, dissipating vapor. The effort had drained him slightly, but he had succeeded in neutralizing the immediate threat. The taller operative, recovering from the concussive blast, roared in frustration and charged again, his blade a blur of steel. Li Ming met him head-on, their blades clashing in a furious exchange. The grove echoed with the sharp ring of metal on metal, the air thick with the tension of their struggle. Li Ming's dagger, though smaller, was infused with his qi, making each parry and block carry significant force. "You're a nuisance, boy," the taller man snarled, pressing his attack. He was strong, relentless, but Li Ming's agility and his ability to channel qi directly into his movements gave him an advantage. He dodged a brutal overhead chop, the blade whistling past his ear, and countered with a quick jab to the operative's exposed side. Suddenly, a new element entered the fray. The wiry man, recovering from his surprise, began to chant in a low, guttural tone. The bamboo grove around them seemed to deepen, the shadows coalescing and twisting. Li Ming felt a surge of primal fear. This was not merely about physical combat. This was about psychological warfare. He could feel the operative's intent to break his spirit, to sow doubt and fear, making him an easier target. The shadows began to writhe, taking on vaguely humanoid shapes, their forms indistinct but menacing. They whispered insidious doubts, amplifying Li Ming's deepest anxieties. "You are not strong enough. You will fail, Jingjing. You are alone." Li Ming grit his teeth, his spiritual senses screaming in protest. He could feel the illusionary nature of the shadows, but their emotional impact was all too real. He remembered Yu Xiener's words, "Trust your intuition, guided by your cultivation." His scientific mind rebelled against the fear, demanding logical explanations, but his cultivated spirit recognized the source of the manipulation. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, centering himself. He focused on the feeling of Jingjing's qi, the warmth and strength they shared, the purpose that drove him. He then channeled that feeling, that connection, outwards. A soft, golden light began to emanate from him, pushing back the encroaching shadows. The illusory forms recoiled, their whispers fading into a pathetic whimper. "Impossible!" the wiry man cried out, his chanting faltering. "The Black Lotus's influence is absolute, not against true harmony," Li Ming stated, his voice resonating with newfound power. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The shadows had receded, but the operatives were far from defeated. They were, however, visibly shaken. The taller man, seeing his partner falter, let out a frustrated roar and lunged again, abandoning all pretense of finesse, aiming for a killing blow. Li Ming, still channeling the golden light, met the charge with a decisive move. He didn't block, he redirected. As the blade came down, Li Ming shifted his weight, guiding the operative's own momentum against him. With a powerful twist, he disarmed the man, sending the blade skittering across the ground. Before the operative could recover, Li Ming drove his elbow into the man's solar plexus, a sharp, precise strike that made the man gasp for air. As the taller man doubled over, Li Ming followed up with a swift kick to his knee, forcing him to his knees. The wiry man, seeing his partner subdued, made a desperate attempt to flee. He raised his hand, intending to unleash another wave of his mist, but Li Ming was faster. He flicked his wrist, sending a small, concentrated burst of qi that struck the operative's hand. The man cried out in pain, dropping whatever he had been holding. Li Ming approached them, his qi radiating a calm but firm authority. "You came here to threaten Jingjing. You tried to use illusions and poison. You underestimated me." He looked at the taller man, still gasping for breath on his knees. "Now, you will tell me who sent you, and what your objective is here at the university." The taller man spat on the ground, his eyes burning with hatred. "You think you've won? This is merely a setback. The Black Lotus sect does not forget. And I don't forget threats made against those I care about," Li Ming replied evenly. He then turned to the wiry operative, who was clutching his injured hand. "I will ask you again. Who sent you?" The wiry man looked at his partner, then back at Li Ming, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He knew they were defeated, at least for now. He was a man of the Black Lotus sect, trained in the arts of deception and infiltration, not in honorable combat. Facing a cultivator who could not only defend against their specialized techniques, but also counter them, was a scenario they had not prepared for. The, the crimson blossom branch, the wiry man stammered, his voice barely a whisper. They ordered us to assess your strength and to eliminate any potential threats to their operation. Eliminate? Li Ming's brow furrowed. You mean Jingjing? The wiry man nodded, his gaze darting nervously. Her chi is unusually potent. They believe she might interfere with their plans to establish a new nexus point within the university grounds. They wanted her gone before she could fully awaken her potential. Li Ming felt a surge of protective anger. A nexus point? He had heard of such things from Yuxiener, places where spiritual energy converged, making them ideal for cultivating dark arts or for launching large-scale attacks. The Black Lotus sect was planning something significant, and Jingjing, with her natural talent, was seen as a direct obstacle. And this nexus point? Li Ming pressed. Where is it? The taller man, having recovered somewhat, grunted. You won't find it. It's well hidden. Perhaps. Li Ming conceded, his gaze hardening. But you will tell me everything you know, and then you will leave this university and never return. If I ever sense your presence here again, or if you cause trouble for anyone I care about, your assessment will be far more permanent. He channeled a sliver of his chi, not to harm, but to instill a deep, primal fear, a lingering sense of dread that would serve as a potent reminder of his warning. The two operatives flinched, their eyes widening in terror. They had faced many cultivators, many martial artists, but none had wielded their power with such controlled fury and unsettling intuition. With a final, piercing look, Li Ming released them. He watched as they scrambled to their feet, casting furtive glances back at him, and then disappeared into the darkening woods. He knew they would likely report back, that this would not be the end of their conflict. But for now, he had protected Jingjing, neutralized immediate threat, and gathered vital intelligence. He took a deep breath, the cool, damp air of the bamboo grove, now feeling less oppressive, more like a sanctuary. The lingering unease had subsided, replaced by a steely resolve. The Black Lotus sect was indeed a shadow, but he was learning to see in the dark. And he would not let their corrupting influence take root in the vibrant soil of Zhujiang University. He still had to meet Jingjing, to reassure her, and to ensure she was safe. The confrontation had been calculated, contained, and ultimately a victory. But he knew, with absolute certainty, that it was only the beginning of a much larger struggle. The shadow of the lotus had stretched, and he had just pushed it back, but the darkness was far from vanquished. The air in the bamboo grove, moments before thick with the cloying scent of suppressed chi and the metallic tang of imminent violence, abruptly shifted. The suffocating stillness that had settled upon Li Ming, a premonition of the ambush, was shattered not by the clash of weapons, but by a whisper, a silken thread of sound that seemed to unravel the very fabric of the Black Lotus operative's concentration. It was a sound that caressed the senses, yet held an underlying power that could crack stone. Li Ming, locked in a desperate dance with the taller operative, his dagger a blur of defensive strikes against a relentless blade, felt an almost imperceptible tremor ripple through the chi he was carefully managing. His eyes, flicking to the wiry man who was beginning to chant, caught a fleeting, almost ethereal luminescence, a shimmer of emerald light that seemed to emanate from behind the operatives, from the deeper shadows of the grove, where the bamboo grew thickest and darkest. It was a light that pulsed with an ancient, untamed energy, a stark contrast to the sickly green mist the wiry man wielded. The wiry operative's chant, which had been steadily growing in intensity, faltered. His sibilant voice, usually so menacing, hitched, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. The shadowy illusions he had begun to conjure, coalescing from the very darkness of the grove, flickered and dissolved like smoke in a strong wind. His eyes, wide with disbelief and a dawning terror, darted past Li Ming, past his downed opponent, towards an unseen source. What is this?" he stammered, his carefully cultivated composure shattering like fragile glass. The emerald light intensified, bathing the immediate vicinity in its otherworldly glow. It was not a blinding light, but one that seemed to penetrate, to illuminate the hidden, to expose the corrupt. The taller operative, moments before a whirlwind of aggressive intent, suddenly recoiled. His blade, which had been aimed for Li Ming's throat, wavered. He turned, his masked face betraying no emotion, but his stance shifted, a subtle, instinctive movement of a seasoned fighter assessing a new, far more dangerous threat. He too seemed to feel the immense pressure emanating from the unseen source, a pressure that spoke of a power vastly superior to their own, a power that was ancient and laced with an unnerving chill, yet strangely familiar. Then, as if the shadows themselves had coalesced into form, a figure emerged. It was Yu Xiener. She moved with an unnerving grace, not like a physical being traversing space, but like a ripple of emerald energy flowing from one point to another. She was cloaked in the same subtle, pulsing light that had disrupted the operative's assault, her form indistinct at the edges, as if she were only partially tethered to the physical realm. Her attire, when visible through the ethereal glow, was simple, yet seemed to shimmer with an inherent spiritual resonance, the same emerald hue clinging to her as if it were an extension of her very being. She was not overtly aggressive, nor did she make any grand pronouncements. Her intervention was a symphony of subtle, yet devastatingly effective actions. Her gaze, when it finally settled on the two Black Lotus operatives, was not one of anger or fury, but of a profound, almost weary disappointment, mixed with a chillingly calm resolve. "You presume too much." Her voice was a melody, a harmonious blend of 1,000 whispers, yet it carried the weight of eons. It echoed, not just in the grove, but seemingly within the minds of the operatives, bypassing their ears and striking directly at their spiritual core. Before Li Ming could fully comprehend her arrival, Sienna raised a hand, her fingers splayed. From the tips of her fingers, tendrils of the same emerald energy began to unfurl, not as destructive blasts, but as silken threads that weaved through the air. These threads, though seemingly delicate, possessed an incredible potency. They flowed towards the wiry operative, not to strike him, but to encase him. The wiry man cried out, a choked, gurgling sound as the tendrils wrapped around his limbs, his torso, his head. It was not a physical restraint, but a spiritual one. The emerald energy seemed to seep into his chi, calming its turbulent flow, then gently, inexorably, drawing out the corrupted essence he wielded. The sickly green mist that had been his weapon dissipated instantly upon contact with Sienner's aura, not violently, but as if it were being absorbed and purified. Li Ming watched, transfixed. He could feel the insidious nature of the mist being drawn out of the operative, an unnatural corruption being extracted like a poisonous barb. It was a process that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a demonstration of a power that defied his understanding of cultivation. He felt the distinct signature of the Black Lotus sect's techniques being unraveled, their dark influence being purged. The taller operative, witnessing his partner's incapacitation, let out a roar of desperation and lunged towards Sienner, his blade held high for a fatal strike. He was driven by a primal instinct for survival, fueled by the training of the Black Lotus, which emphasized ruthless efficiency and the elimination of all threats. But Sienner did not turn to face him directly. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips. From her eyes, twin beams of emerald light, no thicker than a needle, shot forth. They moved with impossible speed, not aimed at the operative's body, but the blade he wielded. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The obsidian-like metal of the Black Lotus blade, imbued with dark energies, seemed to recoil from the light. It vibrated violently, then shattered, not into pieces, but into a fine, shimmering dust that quickly evaporated into the air. The operative's momentum carried him forward, his hands now empty, his attack blunted before it could even begin. He stumbled, gaping at his now bare hands, his expression one of utter shock. Demonic energy is anathema to pure cultivation. Siener's voice resonated, calm and steady, cutting through the operative's shock. It can be suppressed, contained, and ultimately cleansed. Your sex methods are crude, built upon suffering and subjugation. Li Ming felt a wave of relief, followed by a surge of confusion. Sienna was here. She had neutralized the threat with astonishing ease, protecting him without him even needing to fully engage. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something crucial. Her power, while undeniably potent, felt muted as if she were holding back significantly. The emerald glow was brilliant, but there was a sense of restraint of a far greater power being held in check. The two Black Lotus operatives were now utterly subdued. The wiry man was suspended in midair, encased in shimmering emerald tendrils, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and a dawning comprehension of the power he had inadvertently unleashed. The taller operative stood frozen, his shattered weapon a testament to Siener's ability to nullify even the most potent artifacts. Siener then turned her gaze towards Li Ming. The ethereal glow around her softened slightly, her form becoming more defined, though the emerald luminescence still clung to her like a second skin. Her expression, though still serious, softened into something akin to concern. "You were reckless, Li Ming," she said, her voice now holding a gentler, more familiar tone. "To walk into a trap alone, especially when you sense danger. While your courage is commendable, your judgment is still developing." Li Ming felt a flush of embarrassment mixed with gratitude. He had been so focused on protecting Jingjing, on facing the threat head-on, that he had indeed allowed his emotions to cloud his tactical thinking. I thought I could handle it," he admitted, his voice a little hoarse. "And I didn't want Jingjing to be anywhere near this." Sienna nodded slowly, her gaze thoughtful. "Your intentions are pure, but purity does not always equate to preparedness. The Black Lotus sect is cunning. They prey on emotions, on isolation. They seek to break the spirit before they break the body." She gestured towards the incapacitated operatives. "Their techniques are designed to corrupt and control. You showed resilience and a surprising capacity to understand and counter their mist, but their coordinated assault, particularly the illusionary tactics, could have overwhelmed you." Li Ming felt a pang of regret. He had managed to fend off the direct attacks, but he knew, deep down, that the psychological warfare had been the most dangerous aspect. He had overcome it, but only through a desperate act of self-centering, a reliance on his connection with Jingjing. If he had been alone, truly alone, he wasn't sure he would have succeeded. Sienna then focused her attention back on the operatives. She extended her hand again, and the emerald tendrils pulsed, tightening their hold. "You will tell us who sent you, and you will explain the purpose of your presence here." Her voice, though calm, held an undeniable authority, a promise of retribution should they refuse. The wiry operative, his face pale and drawn, spoke first, his voice trembling. "The Crimson Blossom branch of the Black Lotus sect, they dispatched us to assess the potential of this place." He gestured vaguely around the grove. "They spoke of a nexus, a point of convergence for spiritual energy. They believed it was here or nearby, and they wanted to secure it." "A nexus point?" Li Ming repeated, recalling Yu Xiener's previous hushed warnings about the dangers of such locations. They were amplifiers, points where cultivators could draw immense power, often for nefarious purposes. They also mentioned a specific individual, the taller operative added, his voice rougher, less fearful now that the immediate threat of physical harm seemed to have lessened, replaced by the unsettling aura of Siener's purifying power. "A young woman, Zhao Jingjing. They believe her chi's signature was unusual, potentially disruptive to their plans, or perhaps even a key to unlocking the Nexus's full potential. They ordered us to neutralize her if necessary." Li Ming's blood ran cold. Jingjing. They had targeted Jingjing. His initial assumption had been correct, but the cold, calculating intent behind it sent a shiver down his spine. His protective instincts flared, a fierce, unwavering resolve solidifying within him. Sienna's expression darkened slightly, the emerald glow around her intensifying for a brief moment. So, you were here to sow discord, to extinguish a nascent light, and to seize a place of power for your dark master. She looked at Li Ming. The Black Lotus sect seeks to corrupt this university, to turn its vibrant spiritual energy into a source for their malevolent practices. They see it as fertile ground, a place where they can operate unseen, protected by the mundane. This university is not theirs to claim, Li Ming stated, his voice firm. The fear he had felt earlier had been replaced by a cold, determined anger. He looked at the operatives, no longer seeing them as insurmountable threats, but as pawns in a much larger, darker game. Indeed, Sienna agreed. In your presence here, attempting to fulfill such a task is a grave miscalculation. She turned her full attention back to the operatives, her power radiating outwards like a benevolent sun, yet with an edge that promised swift and utter judgment. You will tell us everything you know about this Crimson Blossom branch, about your mission, and about the location of this nexus point. And then you will leave. You will leave this place and never return. If your sect dares to set foot here again, or to harm anyone associated with this university, the consequences will be far more permanent than mere incapacitation. The words were spoken with a finality that left no room for doubt. The operatives, stripped of their weapons and their confidence, felt the sheer, unadulterated power radiating from Sienna. It was a power that did not threaten or intimidate through brute force, but through an absolute, undeniable spiritual authority. It was the power of purity, of balance, a force that the corrupted energies of the Black Lotus sect could not hope to withstand. The wiry operative, his face a mask of terror, began to spill information, detailing the limited intelligence they possessed about the Crimson Blossom branch's operations, their suspected rendezvous points within the city, and the rudimentary maps they carried, hinting at the general vicinity of the nexus. The taller operative, his bravado completely shattered, added his knowledge of their sect's internal hierarchies and the rumored ambitions of their higher-ranking elders. Li Ming listened intently, absorbing every word, filing away the information with a newfound urgency. This was not just about defending himself or Jingjing anymore. This was about protecting the entire university, a place that, despite its mundane facade, was clearly a focal point for a brewing spiritual conflict. As the operatives finally finished their confession, Sienna let out a soft sigh. The emerald light around her began to recede, her form solidifying into the more familiar, human silhouette Li Ming had come to know. She was still radiating a faint aura, a subtle luminescence that spoke of her extraordinary nature, but the overwhelming intensity had subsided. "They have spoken," she said, her gaze now steady and direct, meeting Li Ming's. "Their information is limited, but it is a start. The Crimson Blossom branch is a dangerous faction, one that thrives on secrecy and manipulation. They will not abandon their pursuit of this nexus, nor their interest in Zhao Jingjing." She then turned to the two operatives, who were now slumped on the ground, their faces etched with the lingering fear of her power. "Go," she commanded, her voice carrying an echo of its former authority. "Leave this place and do not look back. Carry the message of your failure and the warning of your sect's impending doom if they dare to tread here again." With a shared look of terrified understanding, the two operatives scrambled to their feet. They did not spare Li Ming a second glance, their eyes fixed on the receding form of Sienna, their every movement driven by a desperate need for escape. They vanished into the darkening shadows of the bamboo grove, leaving behind only the scent of damp earth and a lingering sense of dread. Li Ming watched them go, his mind racing. He had encountered the Black Lotus sect, and he had survived thanks to Sienna's timely intervention. But the knowledge that they were actively targeting Jingjing and that they sought to exploit the university's spiritual energy weighed heavily on him. He turned to Sienna, his heart filled with a mixture of relief and a profound sense of gratitude. "Sienna," he began, his voice filled with emotion, "thank you. You saved us. Sienna offered him a faint smile, one that held a hint of sadness. It is my duty, Li Ming, and yours, to be more cautious. You possess great potential, but it is a flame that must be carefully tended, lest it be extinguished by the darkness. She paused, her gaze drifting towards the direction the operatives had fled. The Black Lotus sect will not forget this encounter. They will return, and they will be more prepared. You must be too. She then looked at him, her expression earnest. Your dual cultivation with Zhao Jingjing is vital. It strengthens you both, harmonizes your energies, and provides a shield against the corrupting influences you will undoubtedly face. Continue your training. Understand the ebb and flow of qi, not just as a source of power, but as a tapestry of interconnected energies. Your understanding of its scientific principles will be a unique advantage. Li Ming nodded, absorbing her words. He knew she was right. This was not a victory, but a reprieve. The shadows of the Black Lotus had been pushed back, but they were still there, lurking, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. And he, with his nascent cultivation, his unique blend of scientific logic and spiritual insight, and the invaluable guidance of Sienna, would be ready. He had a responsibility to protect Jingjing, and now, to protect the entire university from the encroaching darkness. The late afternoon sun, now dipping below the horizon, cast long, melancholic shadows, a reminder that the brightest light casts the deepest shade, and that the fight for balance was far from over. The threat was real, and it was growing. The lingering chill of the encounter, even as Sienna's luminous presence faded, settled deep within Li Ming's bones. The bamboo grove, now bathed in the soft, diffused light of the setting sun, seemed to mock his earlier vulnerability. He had faced the Black Lotus sect, a genuine, tangible threat that had sought to harm Jingjing, to corrupt the very essence of the university. He had survived, yes, but the taste of survival was bitter, laced with the stark realization of his own inadequacy. Sienna's intervention had been a godsend, a display of power so overwhelming it had rendered his own desperate struggles almost insignificant. He had been a pawn, a piece on a board, and only her intervention had prevented his capture or worse. He replayed the moments in his mind. The wiry operative's insidious mist, the taller one's relentless blade, the chilling efficiency with which they had pursued their objective. He had reacted. He had fought. He had even managed to disrupt their initial assault to a degree, but it was a testament to their underestimation, or perhaps Sienna's presence subtly interfering even before she revealed herself. His instincts, honed by a lifetime of logical problem-solving and a burgeoning understanding of qi, had served him well, but they were not enough. Not against this. The Black Lotus was not some street gang or rival student group. They were an organized, ruthless force, steeped in dark arts, with aims that stretched far beyond petty campus disputes. And Jingjing, the thought of her, innocent and unaware of the shadows that now stretched towards her, sent a fresh wave of alarm through him. They had specifically targeted her, seeing her unique qi signature not as a blessing, but as a potential weapon or a prize to be claimed. He had sworn to protect her, to shield her from any harm, and this incident had underscored just how precarious that promise was. His limited understanding of cultivation, his fumbling attempts to balance scientific principles with spiritual energy, felt laughably insufficient against the honed malevolence of the Black Lotus sect. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers. They were the hands of a student, a researcher, a budding cultivator. But they had also been the hands of someone who had faced true danger, who had felt the cold edge of death brush against him. The experience had stripped away any lingering illusions he might have harbored about his own capabilities. He was not a prodigy, not a born genius. He was a hard worker, a logical thinker, and a man with a deep, abiding desire to protect the woman he cared for and the community they belonged to. That had to be enough. It had to become enough. Reckless, Sienna had called him, and she was right. He had felt the danger, sensed the trap, yet he had plunged ahead, driven by a mix of courage and perhaps a foolish overconfidence born from his recent successes. He had relied on his immediate connection with Jingjing, a crutch he knew he couldn't always depend on, especially if they were ever separated. True strength, he was beginning to understand, wasn't just about raw power, but about foresight, about calculated risk, and about having the tools to overcome any obstacle. The cost of this power, he realized with a chilling certainty, was not merely the effort of cultivation, the depletion of one's chi, or the esoteric meditations. The true cost was the weight of responsibility it imposed. Every surge of energy he cultivated, every breakthrough he achieved, was a step further into a world of danger he could no longer ignore. It meant facing threats like the Black Lotus head-on, not just hoping for rescue. It meant bearing the burden of knowledge that others were blissfully unaware of. It meant that his future, and Jingjing's future, was now intrinsically linked to the ongoing struggle between light and shadow, a struggle that had, until now, existed only in the fictional realms he had so often indulged in. He clenched his fists, the knuckles white. He had always approached cultivation with a methodical, almost scientific mindset, seeking to understand the underlying principles, the mechanisms. And that approach had served him well in understanding the basics, in deciphering the properties of qi and its interaction with the physical world. But this encounter had shown him that logic and science alone were not enough. There was a spiritual dimension, an emotional core, to cultivation that he had only begun to scratch the surface of. The Black Lotus sect thrived on corrupting these very aspects, on twisting fear, anger, and desperation into potent weapons. His dual cultivation with Jingjing, a path he had initially pursued with a mix of curiosity and a desire for mutual benefit, now felt like an absolute necessity, a lifeline. Their shared energy, their harmonized chi, was not just a source of increased power. It was a shield, a beacon of purity in a world increasingly threatened by darkness. He had to nurture that connection, to deepen it, to ensure it was as strong and as resilient as possible. It was more than just romance. It was a strategic alliance, forged in the crucible of shared spiritual growth. He recalled Siener's words, "Your dual cultivation with Zhao Jingjing is vital. It strengthens you both, harmonizes your energies, and provides a shield against the corrupting influences you will undoubtedly face." He had heard her, but now, the gravity of her statement resonated with a newfound urgency. It wasn't just about unlocking their potential. It was about survival. The Black Lotus sect had demonstrated their willingness to exploit any weakness, any avenue for corruption. Their reliance on each other, their synchronized chi, was a potent defense against that. He needed to accelerate his progress, not just for himself, but for Jingjing, for the university, for everyone who was unknowingly caught in the crosshairs of this clandestine war. He couldn't afford to be complacent, to take things slow. The Black Lotus sect was actively seeking to exploit this place, this nexus of spiritual energy, and they viewed the students and faculty as either tools or obstacles. He couldn't allow them to succeed. This meant pushing himself, enduring the discomfort, the occasional headaches, the draining fatigue that came with pushing his chi reserves to their limits. It meant delving deeper into the ancient texts, seeking out knowledge that went beyond the introductory lessons. It meant learning to control his emotions, to channel his anger and frustration not into impulsive actions, but into focused, potent energy. He had to become more than just a student dabbling in cultivation. He had to become a guardian. The price of this power was steep. It demanded a commitment that bordered on obsession. It meant sacrificing mundane comforts, dedicating his free time not to leisure, but to rigorous training and study. It meant constantly being on guard, acutely aware of the subtle shifts in spiritual energy around him, of the potential threats lurking in the shadows. It meant accepting that his life, once dedicated to the predictable world of academics, had irrevocably changed. He was now part of something much larger, much more dangerous, and infinitely more important. He looked back towards the direction Sienna had disappeared. Her power was immense, her knowledge vast, and her guidance invaluable. But he couldn't rely on her to always be there. He had to build his own strength, his own resilience. He had to learn to stand on his own 2 feet, or rather, on his own cultivated chi. The Black Lotus sect would not be deterred by a single setback. They would regroup, strategize, and return, perhaps with greater force, perhaps with more insidious tactics. He had to be ready for that. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the campus in hues of orange and purple. It was a beautiful, peaceful scene, a stark contrast to the violent encounter he had just experienced. But beneath the veneer of tranquility, he knew, lay a hidden battlefield. He could feel it now, a faint hum of spiritual energy coursing through the very earth beneath his feet, a subtle resonance that hinted at the nexus point the Black Lotus operatives had spoken of. It was a source of power, yes, but also a potential point of immense vulnerability. If it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. He took a deep breath, the cool evening air filling his lungs. The fear was still there, a low thrumming beneath his resolve, but it was no longer paralyzing. It was a healthy caution, a reminder of the stakes involved. He had glimpsed the true nature of the cultivation world, its wonders and its horrors, and he could not unsee it. He was determined to master its intricacies, not for personal glory, but for the protection of what he held dear. The path ahead was long and arduous, filled with unknown challenges and perhaps greater dangers. But he was no longer a naive beginner stumbling in the dark. It was a cultivator, and he was ready to pay the price for the power that would allow him to defend his world. His journey had just truly begun. He would push himself harder than ever before, dedicate every spare moment to honing his skills, to deepening his understanding. He would not let Jingjing down, and he would not let the Black Lotus sect win. The fight was on, and he was ready to embrace the cost. Chapter 7: Seeds of Doubt and Desire. The quiet hum of the campus, usually a comforting backdrop to his research, now felt like a discordant symphony to Li Ming's frayed nerves. The encounter with the Black Lotus sect, while a stark reminder of the dangers lurking beneath the surface of their seemingly ordinary university, had also inadvertently amplified the complex emotional currents swirling within him. He found himself caught in a delicate dance, navigating relationships that were becoming increasingly intricate, each step fraught with unspoken expectations and burgeoning affections. His dual cultivation sessions with Zhao Jingjing had always been rooted in a pragmatic approach. He'd seen it as a scientific endeavor, a means to understand the synergistic effects of harmonized qi, a way to accelerate their progress and bolster their defenses. Yet, as their energies intertwined, as their breaths synchronized and their minds brushed against each other in the ethereal space of cultivation, something profound had begun to shift. The logical framework he had meticulously constructed was starting to crumble, eroded by the sheer intimacy of their shared practice. Jingjing, with her innate purity and unwavering sincerity, had a way of melting his carefully erected defenses. Her trust, freely given, was a powerful force, and the act of nurturing her chi, of feeling her life force intertwine with his, was no longer just an academic pursuit. It was becoming something akin to a deep, resonant affection, a protective instinct that went beyond mere obligation. He recalled the sessions after the Black Lotus incident. The lingering tension from the danger they had faced seemed to weave itself into the fabric of their cultivation. Jingjing's vulnerability, her reliance on him, had amplified his own desire to shield her. During their practice, as their chi flowed, he felt a warmth spread through him, a feeling that transcended the mere transference of energy. It was the comfort of shared experience, the quiet understanding that passed between them without words. He found himself looking forward to these sessions not just for the cultivation benefits, but for the simple, profound solace of being close to her, of sharing that sacred space. Her gentle touch, the way her eyes would soften when she looked at him after a particularly potent exchange of qi, these were the small details that were chipping away at his resolve to maintain emotional detachment. He was a scientist trained to observe, to analyze, to remain objective. But the heart, he was discovering, operated on a different set of principles altogether. Principles that defied logical explanation and yielded to the undeniable pull of human connection. Then there was Chun Lily. Her involvement in his cultivation journey had been a more recent and perhaps more bewildering development. Initially, she had approached him with a mix of curiosity and a desire to explore the boundaries of her own spiritual path, a path that seemed to be diverging from the more traditional routes her family might have envisioned. Her raw, untamed energy, a stark contrast to Jingjing's serene flow, had presented a unique challenge and an equally unique opportunity. Their cultivation sessions were often more volatile, more intense. Lily's chi was like a tempest, powerful and unpredictable, and learning to harmonize with it required a different kind of finesse, a willingness to embrace chaos. He remembered one session where her chi, fueled by a recent frustration with her studies and a veiled complaint about her family's expectations, had surged erratically. He had to exert a significant amount of control, not to suppress her energy, but to guide it, to weave it back into a cohesive flow without stifling its inherent power. It was a delicate balance, akin to taming a wild stallion. And in that struggle, in the sheer intensity of their synchronized effort, he had felt a different kind of connection bloom. It wasn't the gentle warmth he felt with Jingjing, but a spark, a thrilling jolt of shared power that was both exhilarating and, he had to admit, a little addictive. Lily's directness, her unapologetic embrace of her own desires, was a stark contrast to Jingjing's gentle nature, and it drew a different facet of his personality out. He found himself responding to her fiery spirit, to her bold curiosity. He enjoyed the intellectual sparring that often accompanied their cultivation, the way she would challenge his assumptions and push him to think outside his established parameters. This created a rather awkward predicament. He had always prided himself on his ability to compartmentalize, to separate his professional life from his personal life, his scientific pursuits from his emotional entanglements. But the lines were blurring, smudged by the intimate nature of dual cultivation. With Jingjing, the emotional resonance was undeniable, a growing tenderness that felt both natural and deeply compelling. With Lily, there was a different kind of pull, an attraction born from shared challenges and a mutual appreciation for pushing boundaries. He found himself thinking about them separately, analyzing the distinct feelings each encounter evoked, yet increasingly struggling to reconcile these feelings with his desire for objectivity. He would spend hours reviewing his cultivation logs, dissecting the energy readings, the chi flow patterns, trying to find a purely scientific explanation for the emotional responses that accompanied these sessions. He'd note the slight increase in his heart rate when Jingjing's hand rested on his, the surge of exhilaration when Lily's chi seamlessly merged with his in a particularly powerful surge. These were quantifiable data points, yet they felt profoundly subjective. He'd tell himself it was merely a physiological response to the heightened spiritual energy, a byproduct of the intense focus required for dual cultivation. But deep down, he knew it was more than that. He was forming genuine attachments, a tapestry of emotions woven from shared experiences and intimate connections. The conflict arose not from a lack of feeling, but from a surplus of it, and the uncertainty of how to navigate these burgeoning emotions without causing hurt or misunderstanding. He felt a deep sense of responsibility towards both women. Jingjing, his longtime friend, the anchor of his emotional world, deserved his honesty and his unwavering devotion. Lily, a woman of passion and fierce independence, also deserved a genuine connection, not one based on his internal turmoil or a flawed pursuit of scientific exploration. He was caught between the quiet comfort of a familiar love and the thrilling allure of a new, dynamic passion, both intertwined with his cultivation practice. He began to consciously try and create distance, to reassert the boundaries he felt were necessary. During cultivation with Jingjing, he tried to focus solely on the energy exchange, to avoid lingering eye contact, to keep his thoughts strictly on the mechanics of chi harmonization. But then, she'd offer a small, encouraging smile, or her hand would brush his as their energies aligned, and his resolve would waver. The sheer ease and naturalness of their connection made such artificial barriers feel increasingly hollow. He found himself responding to her warmth, her gentle presence, with an involuntary softening of his own guarded demeanor. With Lily, the challenge was different. Her intensity was a constant invitation to engage, to explore. He tried to keep their conversations focused on cultivation techniques, on the scientific principles at play, but she had a way of veering into personal territory, her questions probing and insightful. He'd deflect, offering vague answers, but it felt increasingly dishonest. He found himself drawn to her sharp wit and her unapologetic zest for life, qualities that were both invigorating and, he suspected, potentially dangerous to his carefully constructed emotional equilibrium. He'd recall her laughter, the way her eyes would sparkle when she spoke of her ambitions, and a sense of camaraderie, perhaps even something more, would stir within him. This internal struggle manifested in subtle ways. He'd find himself spending more time poring over ancient cultivation texts, seeking answers not about chi mechanics, but about the philosophical and emotional aspects of spiritual growth. He was looking for guidance, for a framework that could help him understand and manage these complex feelings. He'd read about cultivators who had navigated similar situations, about the balance between desire and detachment, between personal growth and commitment. But the ancient texts, while offering wisdom, rarely provided simple answers. They spoke of the importance of inner harmony, of understanding one's own heart, and that was precisely where his difficulty lay. He even found himself analyzing his dreams. Were they reflections of his subconscious desires, his hidden affections? He'd dream of walking hand in hand with Jingjing through sun-dappled meadows, a feeling of serene contentment washing over him. Then, he'd dream of sparring with Lily, their chi clashing in a dazzling display of light and energy, a thrill of exhilaration coursing through him. He'd wake up feeling a confusing mix of peace and excitement, the residue of these dream encounters lingering long after he'd dismissed them as mere nocturnal fantasies. The pressure to maintain a semblance of normalcy on the surface, while his inner world churned with such intensity, was becoming a significant drain. He'd find himself distracted during lectures, his mind wandering to recent cultivation sessions, replaying conversations, analyzing glances. He'd feel a pang of guilt when he realized he hadn't been fully present during conversation with Jingjing, his thoughts momentarily occupied by the lingering exhilaration of a cultivation session with Lily. Conversely, he'd feel a pang of unease when he found himself contemplating the quiet sincerity of Jingjing's affection, wondering if his burgeoning feelings for Lily were somehow betraying the depth of his connection with her. He understood that dual cultivation was a path that demanded immense discipline, not just in managing chi, but in managing the heart. It was a journey that required self-awareness, honesty, and a clear understanding of one's own motivations. And he was finding himself increasingly unsure of where he stood, not just in relation to Jingjing and Lily, but within himself. The scientific curiosity that had initially drawn him to dual cultivation was still present, a driving force behind his pursuit of knowledge. But it was now inextricably intertwined with genuine emotional bonds, with affections that were developing organically, defying his attempts to keep them contained within sterile laboratory conditions. He was no longer just a researcher observing phenomena. He was a participant, deeply immersed in the emotional landscape of his own cultivation journey, a landscape that was becoming more complex, more alluring, and more challenging with each passing day. The seed of desire, planted alongside the seed of doubt, was beginning to sprout, and he was only just starting to grapple with the implications of what might bloom. He knew that to truly advance, to become the cultivator and protector he needed to be, he couldn't simply analyze these feelings from a distance. He would have to confront them, to understand them, and ultimately, to make choices that would shape not only his own future, but the futures of those he had come to care for. The gentle glow of the setting sun painted the ancient campus in hues of amber and rose, casting long shadows that danced with the whispering leaves of the willow trees. For Zhao Jingjing, this familiar scene was usually a source of quiet contentment, a predictable rhythm in her otherwise demanding life. Yet, lately, the tranquility of twilight felt imbued with a restless energy, a subtle tremor that mirrored the unfamiliar stirrings in her own heart. Her gaze often found its way to Li Ming, not with the casual observation of a childhood friend, but with a burgeoning curiosity that bordered on fascination. Their dual cultivation sessions, once a straightforward extension of their shared past, had become something far more intricate. What began as a pragmatic approach to strengthening their qi, a necessary step in their shared journey, had slowly, almost imperceptibly, transformed. It wasn't just the synchronized breaths, the shared flow of spiritual energy, or the tangible increase in their power that occupied her thoughts. It was Li Ming himself. The way his brow furrowed in concentration, the subtle flicker of his eyes when he achieved a breakthrough, the warmth that radiated from him, not just from the channeling of qi, but from something deeper, something intrinsic to his being. She found herself analyzing the aftereffects of their practice with an intensity that surprised even herself. The lingering warmth that settled deep within her, the subtle hum of his energy still resonating within her own meridians, felt like a delicate echo of his presence. It was a sensation that transcended the physical, a resonance that spoke of a profound connection, a bond far deeper than mere friendship. She would find herself replaying moments from their sessions, the accidental brush of his hand against hers as their chi converged, the quiet intensity of his gaze when he checked her progress, the rare, genuine smile that would flash across his lips when she demonstrated improvement. Each memory was a small ember, fanning the flames of an emotion she was only just beginning to understand. This new awareness brought with it a delicious confusion. She'd always known Li Ming, had grown up alongside him, shared countless childhood secrets and dreams. He was as familiar to her as her own reflection. But this was different. The comfort of their shared history was now tinged with a thrilling uncertainty. Was this simply the amplified effect of their shared cultivation, a byproduct of intense spiritual energy? Or was it something more, something that had been dormant within her, waiting for the right catalyst to awaken? She found herself eagerly anticipating their training sessions, her usual dedication to martial arts now fueled by a dual purpose. She'd practice the forms, hone her techniques, not just for the sake of self-improvement, but with an unspoken hope of impressing him, of showcasing her progress in a way that would capture his attention, not just as a fellow cultivator, but as something more. The discipline and focus required for martial arts, which had once been a solitary pursuit, now felt like a stage upon which she could subtly demonstrate her strengths, her resilience, her burgeoning power. She'd notice his eyes linger a moment longer when she executed a particularly difficult maneuver, a fleeting glance that she would seize upon, dissecting its meaning for hours afterward. Her internal dialogue was a constant, often bewildering conversation. "It's just training," she'd tell herself, trying to anchor herself to the familiar reality of their shared past. "We've always trained together. This is natural." But the thumping of her heart when he praised her, the involuntary blush that would creep onto her cheeks when he offered a reassuring touch, the way her breath would catch when their eyes met across the training ground. These were not the reactions of mere friends. She'd observe him during their quiet moments, when the intensity of cultivation subsided, and he'd revert to the more reserved demeanor she'd always known. Yet, even in his quietude, she saw subtle shifts, a new depth in his contemplation, a certain vulnerability that had perhaps been masked before. And she wondered, with a flicker of hopeful speculation, if the changes she felt within herself were mirrored, however faintly, in him. One afternoon, during a particularly rigorous session, their chi had become so entwined that it felt like a single, vibrant current flowing between them. Li Ming had paused, his hand still resting on her shoulder as he monitored the harmonization. In that suspended moment, their breaths sinking, their minds touching in the silent language of cultivators, she felt an overwhelming sense of intimacy. It wasn't just the sharing of energy, it was a sharing of souls, a profound recognition that transcended words. His eyes, when they met hers, held a depth she hadn't seen before, a gentle warmth that made her own heart ache with an unnamed yearning. "You're doing exceptionally well, Jing," he'd said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to resonate deep within her. "Your control is remarkable." The praise was expected, but the way he said it, the sincerity in his tone, the subtle pressure of his hand, it was more than just an acknowledgement of her skill. It felt like an acknowledgement of her, in a way that went beyond the battlefield or the training hall. A wave of emotion, potent and unfamiliar, washed over her. She wanted to say something, anything, to acknowledge the profound feeling that had just bloomed within her. But the words caught in her throat, choked by a sudden shyness she hadn't felt since childhood. She simply nodded, her cheeks flushing, and felt the connection between them deepen, not just in she, but in the unspoken understanding that now existed between their hearts. Later that evening, while tending to her own cultivation, she found herself replaying the encounter, the memory of his touch, the warmth of his gaze. It wasn't just about increasing her power or mastering new techniques anymore. It was about the connection, the shared journey, the possibility of something beautiful unfolding between them. She realized, with a dawning clarity, that her desire for him extended beyond the realm of cultivation. She craved his companionship, his understanding, his affection. The childhood bond was evolving, transforming into something more complex, more demanding, and infinitely more precious. She began to notice the small details that had always been there, but had previously gone unexamined. The way Li Ming instinctively reached out to steady her when she stumbled during a complex movement, the gentle concern in his eyes when he sensed her fatigue, the quiet encouragement he offered when she struggled. These weren't the actions of a detached mentor. They were the gestures of someone who cared deeply and genuinely. This realization brought a new layer of complexity to her feelings. She was no longer just a student, nor he just a friend. The boundaries they had unconsciously maintained for years were blurring, dissolving in the crucible of shared spiritual practice. She found herself wanting to be closer to him, not just in chi, but in spirit. She wanted to share her thoughts, her dreams, her fears with him, to experience the world not just as an individual, but as part of a united front, a team, a pair. However, a seed of doubt began to sprout amidst this burgeoning affection. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril, and the cultivation partnership, she knew, was an intimate dance that required absolute trust and unwavering loyalty. Could she truly offer him that? Was her burgeoning affection merely a fleeting emotion or a genuine foundation for something lasting? The intensity of their shared cultivation, the way their energies intertwined so seamlessly, could it be a sign of true compatibility or simply a fortunate coincidence? She worried that her own feelings might be clouding her judgment, leading her to misinterpret signals, to see what she wished to see rather than what was truly there. She found herself observing Li Ming more closely, trying to discern any reciprocal feelings, any sign that he saw her as more than just a training partner. She'd note the subtle ways he seemed to anticipate her needs, the moments he would pause their practice to simply talk, to inquire about her day, her well-being. Were these the actions of a considerate friend, or something more? The uncertainty was a constant hum beneath the surface of her daily life, a low-level anxiety that sometimes threatened to overshadow the joy she found in their shared path. One evening, as they sat by the tranquil pond, the moonlight shimmering on the water's surface, a comfortable silence settled between them. Li Ming was lost in contemplation, his gaze fixed on the distant stars. Jing, emboldened by the serene atmosphere and the quiet intimacy of the moment, found the courage to speak. "Li Ming," she began, her voice soft, almost hesitant. Do you ever think about what this means?" Us cultivating together, I mean. He turned his head, his expression thoughtful. It means progress, Jingjing. It means we are strengthening ourselves, preparing for whatever challenges lie ahead. His answer was pragmatic, grounded in the realities of their world. Yet, there was a gentleness in his tone, a reluctance to dismiss her question entirely. She pressed on, her heart pounding a nervous rhythm against her ribs. Yes, I know that. But beyond that, beyond the techniques and the chi, does it does it mean anything to you? On a personal level, Li Ming met her gaze, and for a fleeting moment, she saw a flicker of something akin to confusion, or perhaps surprise, in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if gathering his thoughts. Jingjing, our bond is significant. Our shared history, our mutual reliance. That is valuable. It is something I cherish. His words were kind, reassuring, and yet they didn't quite address the unspoken question burning in her heart. He spoke of value and cherished history, but not of the blossoming affection, the yearning for something deeper that had taken root within her. She longed for him to acknowledge the unique energy that flowed between them, not just as a cultivator, but as a man. A small sigh escaped her lips, a barely audible sound of disappointment. She understood his reservations, his focus on practicality. He was a scientist, after all, analytical and rational. But she was a woman, and her heart, it seemed, was less concerned with logic and more with feeling. I understand, she said, her voice tinged with a subtle melancholy. I suppose I was just hoping for something more. She looked away, her gaze returning to the moonlit water, the reflection of her own conflicted emotions rippling on its surface. The path ahead, she realized, was not just about mastering cultivation techniques. It was about navigating the intricate landscape of the heart, a journey that promised to be as challenging and as rewarding as any spiritual endeavor. The seeds of desire had been sown, and though doubt lingered, the undeniable warmth of affection continued to nurture them, promising a growth she could no longer ignore. Chun Lily adjusted the spectacles perched on her nose, her gaze unwavering as she meticulously observed the ethereal luminescence now faintly clinging to Li Ming's hands. It wasn't the kind of residual energy she was accustomed to seeing after a particularly intense session. This was different. It hummed with a subtle, almost musical resonance, a subtle discordance in the symphony of qi that she had spent years studying. Her scientific mind, honed by countless hours of rigorous academic pursuit and practical experimentation, buzzed with a potent blend of professional curiosity and something far more personal. She had always approached cultivation as a grand, complex puzzle, a vast landscape of interconnected principles waiting to be charted and understood. Her ambition was to unravel its deepest secrets, to categorize and explain the inexplicable. Li Ming, however, was proving to be an anomaly, a walking, breathing enigma that defied her carefully constructed theoretical frameworks. His methods, often appearing unorthodox, even bordering on reckless from a traditional perspective, were yielding results that were, to put it mildly, astonishing. The phenomena they were witnessing, the subtle shifts in ambient energy, the faint echoes of resonance, the inexplicable warmth that permeated the very air after their sessions, were beyond anything documented in even the most obscure cultivation texts she had access to. Her fascination wasn't merely academic, it was deeply intellectual. She found herself captivated by the sheer novelty of it all. This wasn't just about refining existing techniques or pushing known boundaries. Li Ming, with his seemingly intuitive grasp of energies he couldn't quite articulate, was inadvertently pushing the very definition of what cultivation entailed. He approached their shared practice not as a rigid discipline, but as a fluid, almost artistic endeavor. His earnestness, the way he'd furrow his brow in concentration, the genuine surprise and excitement that would light up his eyes when a particularly unusual effect manifested, these were all elements that chipped away at her professional detachment. She found herself spending an inordinate amount of time poring over ancient scrolls, cross-referencing obscure theories, searching for any mention of energies that behaved in such a peculiar manner. It was as if Li Ming was a living embodiment of a forgotten branch of cultivation, a path that had been lost to the sands of time, or perhaps deliberately suppressed. This intellectual pursuit, this quest to understand the how and why of Li Ming's unique cultivation, was consuming her. She would lie awake at night, her mind racing, sketching diagrams, hypothesizing about the confluence of energies, the potential interactions between Li Ming's specific chi signature and the ambient environmental energies. Her usual meticulous note-taking had taken on a new urgency. No longer were her observations purely objective. She began to document Li Ming's expressions, his subtle reactions, the cadence of his voice when he described a sensation. These were details that, in her previous research, would have been relegated to the footnotes, deemed irrelevant to the core scientific inquiry. Now, they felt crucial. Were these reactions merely the physical manifestations of qi flow, or were they indicators of something more profound, something tied to his emotional state, his very being? The conflict within her was palpable. On one hand, she was the rational scientist, the meticulous researcher. Her reputation, her future in academia, depended on her objectivity. She couldn't afford to be swayed by, well, by what? By a growing, inexplicable admiration for her research partner, by the sheer charisma of his earnest pursuit of knowledge. Even if that knowledge was of a nature that defied conventional explanation. On the other hand, there was an undeniable pull, a magnetic force that drew her to Li Ming's side, not just for the sake of their shared research, but for the sheer intellectual thrill of being in his presence. He was a living, breathing experiment, a walking testament to the idea that the universe of cultivation held far more mysteries than she had ever imagined. His unconventional approach wasn't just a deviation from a norm. It was a potential paradigm shift, and she, Chen Lily, was in a prime position to witness and document it. She found herself strategizing their sessions, not just to maximize the observable phenomena, but to facilitate Li Ming's comfort and focus. She would ensure he had adequate rest, that his environment was conducive to his unique brand of cultivation. These were not the actions of a detached observer. They were the actions of someone who was becoming invested, deeply invested, in the well-being and progress of her subject. The residual luminescence, she mused aloud one evening, adjusting a sensitive monitoring device. It appears to be a byproduct of the resonant harmonic convergence, but the specific spectral analysis is unlike anything I've encountered. It suggests a waveform that's not purely qi-based. There's an admixture of something else. She glanced at Li Ming, who was methodically cleaning his instruments, his brow furrowed in thought. Have you noticed any recurring patterns in your subjective experience when this particular glow manifests? Li Ming looked up, a slight smile touching his lips. It feels warmer, he said simply, running a hand through his already tousled hair. More vibrant, like the air itself is singing, but only I can hear it properly. Singing, Chun Lily repeated, her pen hovering over her datapad. She made a note. Subjective report. Auditory hallucination or metaphorical description of heightened sensory perception. Possible bioacoustic resonance? And the convergence, it felt particularly stable today, wouldn't you agree? The qi flow was remarkably coherent, despite the unusual energetic output. It did, Li Ming confirmed, his gaze meeting hers. There was a shared understanding in that moment, a silent acknowledgement of the progress they were making. But for Chun Lily, it was more than just progress in their research. It was the shared experience, the collaboration, the intellectual sparring that had become the highlight of her week, perhaps even her month. She was beginning to anticipate their sessions with an eagerness that felt entirely unprofessional. She found herself analyzing his every word, his every gesture, searching for clues, not just to the mysteries of cultivation, but to the man himself. His earnestness was disarming. He wasn't driven by a desire for power or recognition in the traditional sense. He was driven by a genuine thirst for understanding, a desire to unravel the intricate tapestry of existence. This pure, unadulterated curiosity resonated deeply with her own scientific drive. "The question remains," she said, tapping her stylus thoughtfully against her chin. "Is this phenomenon unique to your cultivation method, or is it a latent property of qi that has simply remained undiscovered due to conventional approaches? If it's the latter, then our findings could revolutionize the field." Her eyes sparkled with the thrill of the intellectual chase. "Imagine, Li Ming, a new classification of energetic manifestations. It would be groundbreaking." Li Ming nodded, his expression serious. "I just want to understand it, Lily. To know why it happens and what it means." His straightforward sincerity was, in its own way, as captivating as the phenomena they were studying. He wasn't a showman. He was a seeker. And she, Chun Lily, was finding herself increasingly drawn to his quest, not just as a scientist, but as a companion on this intellectual journey. The line between professional curiosity and personal interest was becoming dangerously blurred, and for the first time in her meticulously ordered life, she found herself embracing the delightful chaos of the unknown. She was intellectually fascinated, yes, but more than that, she was utterly intrigued by the mystery that was Li Ming, a mystery that promised to unlock not just the secrets of cultivation, but perhaps something far more personal and profound. The rational scientist was beginning to concede ground to a nascent, yet potent, personal fascination, a delicate dance between the analytical mind and the stirring heart. Yu Xian'er watched them from her secluded perch, a silent observer of the fleeting dance of mortal hearts. The air around Li Ming thrummed not just with the echoes of his unique cultivation, but with the subtle currents of affection that swirled between him and his companions. It was a phenomenon as ancient as the stars, and yet, in its current manifestation, it was a symphony of nascent emotions that both intrigued and, if she were to be entirely honest, slightly amused her. She saw the way Chun Lily's gaze lingered a moment too long when Li Ming's brow furrowed in concentration, the almost imperceptible softening of her features when he offered a genuine, unstudied smile. It was the look of a scholar captivated by a rare specimen. Yes, but beneath the veneer of scientific inquiry, Yu Xian'er detected a deeper resonance, a burgeoning warmth that transcended mere intellectual curiosity. Chun Lily, with her sharp mind and meticulous nature, was charting uncharted territories within herself, drawn by the inexplicable allure of a man who defied her most carefully constructed theories. It was a fascinating paradox, the rational mind wrestling with the undeniable pull of the heart. Yu Xian'er found herself recalling similar instances from her own long and varied existence. Moments when the logical pathways of the world had been irrevocably altered by the simple, yet profound, force of attraction. And then there was Mei Ling. Her interactions with Li Ming were of a different hue, a brighter, more effervescent shade. There was a playful banter between them, a comfortable ease that spoke of shared laughter and unspoken understanding. Mei Ling, for all her outwardly cheerful demeanor, possessed a keen intuition. She sensed the shifts in Li Ming's aura, the subtle changes in his energy, not with the analytical precision of Chun Lily, but with an instinctual grace. Yu Xian'er observed how Mei Ling's touch, when it brushed against Li Ming's arm, sent a ripple of something akin to delight through him, a reaction that was not solely a product of their cultivation practices. It was the subtle spark of connection, the quiet affirmation of mutual regard. Mei Ling's youthful exuberance was a potent counterpoint to Chun Lily's measured thoughtfulness, creating a dynamic that was as delicate as it was potentially volatile. From her vantage point, an observer detached by centuries of experience and a nature that transcended the typical concerns of human relationships, Yu Xian'er could see the threads of desire weaving themselves, fine and almost invisible, through the fabric of their interactions. Li Ming, bless his earnest heart, seemed largely oblivious to the subtle currents, his focus ostensibly on the intricacies of their cultivation. Yet, even he was not entirely immune. There were moments, fleeting and unconscious, when his eyes would meet Chun Lily's, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, or when his laughter with Mei Ling would hold a particular resonance, a hint of something more than mere camaraderie. Yu Xian'er often mused on the peculiar nature of mortal affections. They were such ephemeral things, yet they possessed a power that could shake the foundations of worlds, inspire acts of profound sacrifice, and forge bonds that even the most potent spiritual energies struggled to break. For someone of her lineage and experience, the intricacies of human emotion could sometimes appear as bewildering as a complex cultivation technique, a tangled knot of desires, fears, and aspirations. Yet, there was an undeniable beauty in their raw, unvarnished honesty, a purity that was often lost in the more refined and controlled expressions of energy that governed the cultivation world. She remembered her own youth, a time when the world was a kaleidoscope of new sensations and overwhelming emotions. The path of cultivation had offered her a sanctuary, a place of order and discipline amidst the chaos of her burgeoning spirit. But she had never entirely shed the fundamental understanding of what it meant to be connected to another, to feel the pull of an affinity that transcended mere spiritual resonance. It was a fundamental aspect of existence, a truth that even the most powerful immortals could not entirely escape. Observing Li Ming and his companions, Yu Xian'er felt a pang of something akin to nostalgia, a distant echo of her own mortal past. She saw in their interactions the nascent stages of something that, if left unchecked, could lead to complications. The cultivation world, with its inherent dangers and the often unforeseen consequences of manipulating spiritual energies, was not a forgiving arena for the unchecked blossoming of romantic entanglement. It was a delicate balance, a dance on the precipice of potential disaster. She considered intervening, offering a word of caution, a veiled warning. Her ancient perspective, honed by millennia of observation, allowed her to perceive the potential pitfalls that lay hidden beneath the surface of their burgeoning affections. A love triangle, especially one involving individuals whose paths were so intimately intertwined with potent spiritual cultivation, could be a recipe for disaster. The raw emotions, amplified by their cultivation, could lead to unpredictable outbursts, rivalries that spilled over into their practice, and ultimately, a fracturing of the very bonds they were forging. The heart, she murmured to herself, the sound barely a whisper in the quiet of her sanctuary, is a capricious cultivation technique in itself. It requires a mastery far more elusive than any scripture can teach. She understood that Li Ming, in his earnest pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement, was also navigating a landscape of emotional complexities that were perhaps more challenging than any spiritual meridian he sought to open. She watched as Chun Lily, after a particularly intense session, found herself unable to tear her gaze away from Li Ming as he documented their progress. There was a vulnerability in that prolonged stare, a silent question that hung in the air. Yu Xian'er recognized it. It was the look of someone on the cusp of acknowledging a truth they had long tried to suppress, the dawning realization that the intellectual fascination had deepened into something more profound. And Mei Ling, with her intuitive understanding, would often find herself caught between her playful teasing and a quiet longing. Her laughter, while genuine, sometimes held a melancholic undertone, a subtle hint of uncertainty about her place in Li Ming's life, especially in the presence of the ever-analytical Chen Lily. Yu Xian'er could feel the unspoken anxieties, the subtle competition that lay beneath the surface of their interactions. The desire to offer guidance was strong, a natural impulse born of her long existence. But she also understood the sanctity of individual journeys. Each of them was on a path of self-discovery, and their encounters with each other were integral to that process. To interfere too directly would be to rob them of the lessons they needed to learn. Instead, she chose to offer subtle nudges, moments of cryptic insight that might, perhaps, prompt them to consider the deeper implications of their emotional connections. The most potent energies, she might say, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible resonance that caught Li Ming's attention during one of their more reflective moments, are often born not of calculated intent, but of the spontaneous confluence of hearts. Yet, such energies, when uncontrolled, can lead to the most catastrophic imbalances. She watched his reaction, the thoughtful frown that creased his brow. He would ponder her words, perhaps interpret them through the lens of cultivation, but the seed of doubt, or perhaps of awareness, would be planted. Or, when observing the subtle tension between Chun Lily and Mei Ling, she might offer a seemingly innocuous observation to Mei Ling. The brightest flames often cast the deepest shadows, child. Be mindful of what lies hidden in the darkness. Mei Ling, with her quick wit, would likely dismiss it as poetic fancy, but the words would linger, a subtle reminder of the complexities that lay beneath the surface of their seemingly harmonious interactions. Yu Xian'er understood that the path of cultivation was not solely about mastering external forces, but also about understanding and controlling the internal landscape. The heart, with its volatile emotions and unpredictable desires, was perhaps the most challenging terrain of all. Li Ming, in his unique journey, was inadvertently fostering not only his spiritual growth, but also his emotional maturity. And in doing so, he was drawing others into his orbit, compelling them to confront their own inner worlds. She saw the potential for both great strength and profound weakness in their entwined fates. If they could navigate these emotional currents with wisdom and understanding, their combined energies could reach unprecedented heights. But if they succumbed to jealousy, possessiveness, or misunderstanding, the consequences could be devastating, not only to their personal cultivation, but to the delicate balance of the spiritual world around them. The seeds of desire, she reflected, her gaze distant, fixed on the swirling energies that seemed to emanate from the very air around Li Ming and his companions, are sown in the fertile ground of shared experience. But whether they blossom into enduring blossoms or wither into bitter thorns depends entirely on the gardener's hand. She knew her role was not to be the gardener, but perhaps to be the gentle breeze that guided the falling seeds, or the watchful eye that warned of impending storms. Her observations were a constant, a quiet hum beneath the surface of their daily interactions. She saw the tentative steps, the unspoken desires, the moments of pure, unadulterated connection, and the subtle undercurrents of apprehension. It was a rich tapestry, woven with the threads of youthful exuberance, intellectual curiosity, and the ancient, enduring power of human affection. And from her timeless perspective, Yu Xian'er understood that this intricate dance of emotions was as vital a part of Li Ming's cultivation journey as any technique he mastered, a testament to the enduring truth that even in the pursuit of immortality, the human heart remained the most potent and unpredictable force of all. She would continue to watch, to learn, and perhaps to offer the occasional cryptic word of wisdom, allowing them to navigate their own complex destinies, armed with the knowledge that the path of the heart was as perilous and as rewarding as any spiritual endeavor. The emotions they were beginning to stir within themselves were potent forces, capable of both great creation and devastating destruction. And Yu Xian'er, with her ancient wisdom, recognized their significance with a clarity that transcended the immediate concerns of cultivation. They were, in essence, learning a different and perhaps more profound form of spiritual mastery, the mastery of the self. The air around Li Ming crackled, not just with the familiar hum of his spiritual energy, but with a new, vibrant intensity. Each time he shared a moment of genuine connection with Chun Lily or Mei Ling, a tangible surge flowed through him, like a river breaking its banks. It wasn't just a slight enhancement, it was a profound augmentation of his cultivation base. His meridians, once clear pathways, now felt like conduits thrumming with an almost overwhelming torrent of power. He found himself effortlessly pushing through bottlenecks that had previously seemed insurmountable, his spiritual sense expanding with an unprecedented breadth. Yet, this exhilarating ascent was shadowed by a growing disquiet. The very forces that propelled his progress were also the source of an internal dissonance, a jarring discord that threatened to unravel the carefully constructed order of his mind. He had always approached cultivation as a science, a meticulous study of cause and effect, of quantifiable inputs and predictable outputs. His early understanding, shaped by the logical frameworks of his academic life, dictated that power was a product of rigorous training, disciplined focus, and the precise application of techniques. Emotions, in this schema, were merely distractions, volatile variables that introduced an unacceptable degree of uncertainty into the equation. They were the static in the signal, the unreliable data points that corrupted the purity of the scientific method. But now, the undeniable evidence of his own experience was challenging these deeply ingrained beliefs. The warmth of Mei Ling's laughter, the quiet intensity of Chun Lily's gaze when she looked at him. These intangible moments, these flickers of human connection, were undeniably fueling his spiritual advancement. It was a paradox that gnawed at him, a contradiction his rational mind struggled to reconcile. The dissonance was most acutely felt when he was alone, trying to decipher the surge of power within him. He would meditate, attempting to trace the flow of energy, to categorize its origin, but it always led back to those moments of shared experience. The memory of Mei Ling's hand brushing his as they discussed a cultivation theory, the quiet solidarity he felt when Chun Lily offered a reassuring smile after a particularly difficult practice. These were the catalysts. But the memory itself wasn't the source. It was the feeling associated with those memories, the complex tapestry of emotions they evoked. He felt a flicker of guilt, a sense of unease, that his progress was inextricably linked to something he had always viewed with suspicion. Was he compromising his principles by allowing these feelings to influence his cultivation? Was this surge of power genuine, or was it a fleeting, unstable phenomenon that would eventually crumble, leaving him weaker than before? He remembered the rigorous texts he had studied, the emphasis on absolute control, on severing attachments that could cloud judgment or incite irrational behavior. The cultivation world, as he understood it, was a place where one shed the burdens of the mundane, transcended the limitations of mortal desires, and achieved a state of detached enlightenment. Yet, here he was, his spiritual power directly correlated with the very emotions he had been taught to suppress. It was as if the universe was playing a cosmic joke, presenting him with a profound truth that ran counter to everything he had learned. The efficiency of his cultivation was undeniable, a fact that both thrilled and terrified him. He could feel the potential for growth, for reaching heights he had only dreamed of, but the path there was paved with an emotional landscape he was ill-equipped to navigate. His scientific mind, ever seeking to categorize and understand, struggled to find a framework for this burgeoning reality. He tried to dissect the emotional resonance, to break it down into quantifiable components. Was it the shared intention, the mutual trust, the subtle hormonal responses? He attempted to apply logic to feelings, to find the underlying formula that explained how a shared moment of vulnerability could manifest as an increase in spiritual energy. But the more he analyzed, the more elusive the answer became. The essence of these connections defied logical dissection. They were more than the sum of their parts, a synergistic force that operated on principles beyond his current comprehension. This internal conflict was a constant companion. During training sessions, he would feel the power surge, and a wave of exhilaration would wash over him, quickly followed by a tremor of apprehension. He would catch Chun Lily's analytical gaze, noticing her subtle observations, and wonder if she, too, was sensing this strange correlation. He would meet Mei Ling's bright, expressive eyes and feel a warmth that both soothed and unsettled him, a warmth that seemed to amplify his spiritual capacity. He found himself analyzing their interactions not just for their cultivation implications, but for their emotional undercurrents, a habit he found both fascinating and deeply disturbing. He began to question the very nature of strength in cultivation. Was it truly about mastering external forces, about honing techniques to their absolute peak? Or was there a deeper, more fundamental strength to be found in understanding and harmonizing the internal world, in embracing the messy, unpredictable complexities of human emotion? His scientific upbringing had instilled in him the belief that emotions were a weakness, a deviation from the path of pure logic and discipline. But his recent experiences suggested otherwise. Perhaps true mastery lay not in suppressing these feelings, but in understanding them, in learning to channel their potent energy without being consumed by them. It was a daunting prospect, a path that required a complete reevaluation of his core beliefs. He found himself drawn to the subtle nuances of their interactions, not just as a cultivator observing a phenomenon, but as a person grappling with a newfound awareness. He noticed the way Chan Lily's brow would furrow slightly when she was trying to reconcile his unexpected advancements with her scientific understanding, a subtle conflict playing out on her face. He saw the way Mei Ling's laughter, while always genuine, sometimes held a wistful undertone when she looked at him, a silent question in her eyes. These observations, which once would have been dismissed as irrelevant distractions, now held a profound significance. They were not just fleeting expressions of human behavior. They were integral components of the energy that was transforming him. The paradox of progress was becoming increasingly central to his cultivation journey. The more he embraced these emotional connections, the stronger he became. Yet, the more he embraced them, the more he felt like an imposter, a scientist dabbling in forces he didn't truly understand. He longed for the clarity of his previous life, for the predictable outcomes of empirical research. But he also felt an undeniable pull towards this new, uncharted territory. The prospect of achieving true enlightenment, of reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, seemed to lie not in the sterile pursuit of knowledge, but in the messy, vibrant realm of human connection. He was caught in a perpetual internal debate. Part of him yearned to revert to his old ways, to focus solely on techniques and spiritual energy, to distance himself from the emotional entanglements that were both his salvation and his torment. But another part of him, a part that was growing with every surge of power, recognized the truth in these experiences. He was beginning to understand that the most profound cultivation might not be about transcending humanity, but about understanding it more deeply, about embracing the full spectrum of human experience, including the emotions he had once so readily dismissed. This realization was both liberating and terrifying, a testament to the paradoxical nature of his cultivation and the uncharted territory he was now exploring. The path forward was unclear, but one thing was certain. His understanding of strength, power, and indeed, himself, was undergoing a radical and irreversible transformation. Chapter 8. The Martial Arts Exchange. The serene hum of cultivation that had become Li Ming's constant companion was abruptly shattered by a different kind of notification. It wasn't the familiar buzz of his phone or the polite chime of his dormitory room's intercom. Instead, a crisp, official-sounding announcement echoed from the university's Central Plaza speakers, its amplified voice cutting through the midday academic bustle. Li Ming, who had been engrossed in a clandestine meditation session on a secluded campus bench, his spiritual energy swirling with the residual warmth of a recent, emotionally charged interaction with Mei Ling, found himself jolted back to his surroundings. Chun Lily, who had been reviewing some advanced cultivation theory notes nearby, also looked up, her brow furrowed in mild surprise. "Attention, all students," the voice boomed, carrying an air of importance that demanded attention. "This is an announcement from the Office of Student Affairs. We are pleased to inform you that Zhejiang University has received an official invitation to participate in the inaugural Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange Tournament." Li Ming blinked, the words slowly filtering through his heightened senses. A martial arts exchange tournament? His mind, still reeling from the paradoxes of his cultivation, immediately tried to frame it within his scientific understanding. An exchange, implying a measured, academic comparison of techniques and methodologies. But the tournament aspect hinted at something more, a competitive edge that his rational mind found both intriguing and slightly concerning. He glanced at Chun Lily, whose expression had shifted from surprise to a keen, analytical focus. She clearly recognized the implications. The announcement continued, detailing the event's prestige. The Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange Tournament is a prestigious gathering of the nation's most promising young cultivators and martial artists, hosted by the esteemed Pan-Asian Martial Arts Association. This event aims to foster camaraderie and showcase the pinnacle of traditional and modern martial disciplines across various academies and institutions. Li Ming mused internally. The Pan-Asian Martial Arts Association. He vaguely recalled it being a venerable institution, steeped in history and influence, a body that held significant sway in the cultivation world. An invitation from them was not to be taken lightly. It suggested a level of recognition for Zhejiang University's cultivation program, a program that, until recently, Li Ming had considered a rather conventional, albeit rigorous, academic pursuit. He wondered if this invitation was a testament to the university's traditional strengths, or if there were other factors at play. Zhejiang University, renowned for its diverse and dedicated student body, has been granted the honor of fielding a delegation to represent our institution. This is an unparalleled opportunity for our students to gain invaluable experience, test their skills against peers from across the country, and potentially discover new avenues of cultivation and self-improvement. The announcer's tone became more enthusiastic, painting a picture of grand stages and cheering crowds. The tournament will commence in 2 weeks' time at the Grand National Arena in the capital city. Further details regarding selection criteria, training protocols, and travel arrangements will be disseminated by the respective department heads and student representatives. We encourage all eligible and interested students to prepare themselves for this momentous occasion. The broadcast concluded with a flourish, and the plaza gradually returned to its usual, less amplified, cacophony of student life. Li Ming remained on the bench, his mind a whirlwind. He had been so focused on the internal battles of his cultivation, the perplexing duality of emotional influence on his spiritual energy, that the external world of competitive martial arts had faded into the background. Now, a public arena was being thrust upon him, a stage where his unusual progress and the emotional undercurrents that fueled it might be put on very public display. Chun Lily turned to him, her eyes, sharp and discerning, meeting his. An exchange tournament, she stated, her voice thoughtful. This is significant. The Pan-Asian Martial Arts Association doesn't extend invitations lightly. This suggests they recognize Zhejiang University's cultivation program as a serious contender. She paused, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Or perhaps they're aware of certain anomalies within our student body. Li Ming felt a prickle of unease at her subtle implication. Anomalies? Was she referring to his own peculiar cultivation trajectory? He certainly hoped not. His progress was still a closely guarded secret, a phenomenon he was struggling to understand himself, let alone explain to others. The thought of having to publicly demonstrate his power that was inextricably linked to his burgeoning emotional spectrum, was daunting. It's an opportunity, undoubtedly, Li Ming replied, choosing his words carefully. A chance to gauge our progress against external standards. But exchange sounds rather diplomatic. Tournament implies a more direct confrontation. He remembered the underlying current in the announcer's voice, the subtle emphasis on testing their mettle. This wasn't just a friendly spar. This was a competition, and competitions, by their very nature, had winners and losers. Precisely, Chun Lily agreed, tapping a finger against her chin. And these tournaments, especially those organized by the association, are rarely purely about friendly exchange. While the official narrative will focus on sportsmanship and learning, the underlying reality is a testing ground, a place where sects, schools, and individuals scout for talent, gauge strengths and weaknesses, and establish reputations. For us, it's a chance to prove the efficacy of our university's cultivation methods, and for individuals, It's a platform. A platform. The word resonated with Li Ming. He had been so focused on his internal journey, on deciphering the complex interplay of his emotions and his cultivation. But now, an external stage was being offered, a place where he could perhaps gain a clearer perspective, not just on his own abilities, but on the wider cultivation world. He thought of the subtle dissonance within him, the feeling of being a scientist dabbling in uncharted emotional territory. Perhaps this tournament could provide the empirical data he so desperately craved. Mei Ling approached them, her expression a mixture of excitement and curiosity, having clearly overheard the announcement. A tournament? How thrilling! I always wanted to see a real martial arts competition. Her eyes sparkled, reflecting the thrill of the news. Then, she noticed the more pensive expressions on Li Ming and Chun Lily's faces. What's wrong? Isn't this good news? It is, Li Ming assured her, offering a reassuring smile, though a part of him still felt a tremor of apprehension. It's just a bit unexpected and significant. Chun Lily elaborated, this isn't just any tournament, Mei Ling. The Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange Tournament is a highly prestigious event. Participation is a great honor, and the competition will be fierce. It's a chance to see how our training stacks up against other top cultivators from across the country. Mei Ling's excitement didn't wane. It seemed to deepen, tinged with a new sense of purpose. Wow, so it's like a big test for all of us. Will there be a selection process? Likely, Chun Lily confirmed. The university will probably select its best representatives. It's a chance to gain experience, but also to make a name for oneself. She looked at Li Ming again, a knowing glint in her eyes, and perhaps to discover new dimensions of one's own cultivation. Li Ming felt a familiar warmth bloom in his chest as Mei Ling beamed at him, her enthusiasm infectious. Imagine, Li Ming, we could all be participating. It sounds like an adventure. An adventure. The word, uttered by Mei Ling, seemed to reframe the entire situation. His initial reaction had been one of scientific analysis, of apprehension about exposure and potential judgment. But Mei Ling's unadulterated joy, her simple embrace of the unknown, was a powerful counterpoint. He found himself drawn to her perspective, to the idea that this might not be a test to be feared, but an experience to be embraced. He pictured the Grand National Arena, a vast expanse where the echoes of countless martial contests had surely resonated. He imagined the diverse array of cultivators, each with their unique styles and spiritual signatures. It was a world away from the quiet introspection of his meditation sessions, a world of action and reaction, of displayed power and tested resilience. It will certainly be an experience, Li Ming conceded, a flicker of anticipation beginning to replace his apprehension. He thought about the techniques he had been practicing, the spiritual energy that now flowed through him with such unprecedented vigor. He wondered how his current level of power, enhanced by those inexplicable emotional surges, would fare against opponents who likely relied on more conventional, purely disciplined training. Chun Lily, ever the pragmatist, shifted the focus. We need to understand the selection criteria. The university will undoubtedly want to send its strongest and most representative students. This means rigorous training and preparation will be paramount. She looked at Li Ming. Your progress has been exceptional, Li Ming. You'll undoubtedly be a strong contender for selection. Li Ming felt a flush creep up his neck. Her directness, coupled with the unspoken acknowledgement of his rapid advancement, always put him on edge. He was still grappling with the how of his progress, and the idea of having to prove it, to justify it, on a public stage was daunting. I'm still refining my techniques, he mumbled, a safe, non-committal answer. Mei Ling, however, was already caught up in the logistics. We should practice together even more. We can spar and help each other identify any weaknesses. And maybe we can research the Pan-Asian Martial Arts Association and past tournaments. Knowing your opponents, or at least the general styles, could be helpful. Her eagerness was a welcome distraction from his internal turmoil. That's a good idea, Mei Ling, Li Ming said, his voice gaining a little more confidence. Understanding the framework of the competition will be important. Chen Lily nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the official announcement is broad, these events often have specific categories or emphases. The association might be looking for displays of traditional styles, innovative techniques, or perhaps even those who demonstrate exceptional discipline and control. She paused, her gaze sweeping over them. Given Li Ming's unique approach and my own focus on theoretical applications, we might find ourselves representing different facets of cultivation. Mei Ling, your agility and intuitive understanding of movement could also be a significant asset. The conversation continued, a blend of practical planning and underlying speculation about the tournament's true nature. Li Ming found himself drawn into the discussion, his scientific mind already beginning to analyze potential strategies, opponent types, and the subtle art of performance. Yet, beneath the surface of logical assessment, the familiar questions lingered. Would his emotionally amplified power be controllable under pressure? Could he maintain his composure when faced with direct, aggressive opposition? And what if his unique cultivation method, so tied to his personal connections, was perceived not as strength, but as a deviation, a flaw? He envisioned the arena, the roar of the crowd, the intense scrutiny of judges and fellow cultivators. He saw himself standing on a raised platform, his spiritual energy humming with a power that felt both alien and intimately his own. He saw Chun Lily in the audience, her analytical gaze dissecting every move, and Mei Ling, her bright eyes filled with unwavering support. It was a prospect that simultaneously thrilled and terrified him. The tournament was no longer just an abstract announcement. It was a tangible challenge, a crucible that would undoubtedly forge him, for better or for worse. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep within his core, that his journey into the complexities of cultivation had just taken a significant and very public turn. The quiet pursuit of knowledge was about to collide with the boisterous arena of competition, and Li Ming, the reluctant scientist of emotions, would have to navigate the storm. Yu Xiener, her gaze sharp and assessing, listened intently to the university-wide announcement. The words Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange Tournament and Pan-Asian Martial Arts Association echoed in her mind, not as mere pronouncements of an academic event, but as potent signals in the intricate game of cultivation politics. While others might have heard a call to friendly competition, Yu Xiener heard the rustle of hidden currents, the subtle shifts in power dynamics that such an event invariably heralded. She recognized immediately that this was far more than just an opportunity for Li Ming to test his skills. It was a double-edged sword, capable of bestowing great advantage or inflicting grievous harm. The tournament, hosted by an organization as influential as the Pan-Asian Martial Arts Association, was a magnet. It would draw cultivators from across the nation, yes, but it would also draw the attention of those who operated in the shadows, those who saw such gatherings not as stages for honor, but as hunting grounds. Her thoughts immediately turned to the Black Lotus sect, a name that sent a shiver down the spine of any reputable cultivator. They were known for their ruthlessness, their insatiable hunger for power, and their willingness to exploit any weakness. An event of this magnitude, with so many promising young talents gathered in one place, would be an irresistible lure for them. They would be watching, observing, and no doubt, scheming. Yu Xiener knew that Li Ming, with his unique and frankly baffling cultivation methods, would be a particularly attractive target for their scrutiny. His rapid, seemingly unconventional advancements would undoubtedly pique their interest, and potentially their predatory instincts. However, Yu Xiener was not one to dwell solely on the negatives. Her mind, as always, was already dissecting the situation, searching for the angles, the opportunities that lay hidden beneath the surface of danger. This tournament, despite the inherent risks, was precisely the kind of crucible Li Ming needed. He had been progressing at an astonishing rate, his power surging in unpredictable waves, his understanding of cultivation expanding in leaps and bounds. But this growth had occurred in a vacuum, largely untested against external, significant opposition. The controlled environment of Zhejiang University, while beneficial for his initial development, could no longer fully serve his needs. He needed to be pushed, to be challenged, to have his limits tested by opponents who were not his friends, who would not hold back. The tournament offered this vital opportunity on a grand scale. It was a chance for Li Ming to gauge the true extent of his newfound strength. How did his current power level, amplified by his fluctuating emotional states, truly compare to the more established, disciplined cultivators from other prestigious institutions? Could he maintain his composure and control under the intense pressure of a public competition? Or would his emotions, the very wellspring of his recent power surge, become his undoing? These were questions that could only be answered in the heat of battle, in the roar of the crowd, under the unwavering gaze of skilled opponents. Furthermore, Yu Xin'er suspected that the tournament would serve as an invaluable window into the broader cultivation world. Li Ming, despite his intellectual prowess, was still relatively new to the intricate complexities and unspoken rules that governed the cultivation community. He was like a brilliant scientist who had just discovered a new element, but had yet to understand its place in the periodic table or its potential interactions with other substances. This tournament would expose him to a diverse array of cultivation styles, philosophies, and perhaps even hidden lineages. He would witness firsthand the different paths others had taken, the unique techniques they employed, and the underlying principles that guided their practices. This exposure would not only broaden his understanding, but could also provide him with crucial insights into the nature of his own cultivation, potentially revealing the very secrets he was so desperately trying to unravel. Yu Xin'er began to formulate a strategy, her mind meticulously dissecting the components of Li Ming's participation. First and foremost was preparation. The announcement had mentioned selection criteria and training protocols. She knew that simply relying on Li Ming's raw talent wouldn't suffice. He would need rigorous, focused training, tailored to the demands of a competitive environment. This meant not only honing his offensive capabilities, but also emphasizing defensive maneuvers, stamina, and the crucial ability to adapt on the fly. She would need to work with him, pushing him beyond his perceived limits, helping him refine the control he so desperately needed. Her strategic thinking extended to understanding the tournament itself. The Pan-Asian Martial Arts Association was a powerful entity, and their events were rarely just about sport. They were often platforms for showcasing talent, for scouting potential disciples, and for solidifying reputations. Yu Xin'er suspected that the tournament might have unspoken expectations, perhaps a preference for certain styles or a particular emphasis on adherence to traditional forms. Li Ming's unorthodox methods, while potent, might not fit neatly into such categories. Therefore, she would need to help him present his abilities in a way that was both impressive and, paradoxically, acceptable to the established order. This might involve masking some of the more volatile aspects of his power, or finding ways to frame his unique techniques within a recognizable martial arts context. She considered the potential opponents. The Black Lotus sect was an obvious concern, but there would be others. Prestigious academies, reclusive sects, ambitious independent cultivators, all would send their best. Yu Xin'er would endeavor to gather as much information as possible about the types of participants likely to attend, their common training methodologies, and any known strengths or weaknesses of the institutions they represented. Foreknowledge was a powerful weapon, and in a tournament setting, it could be the difference between victory and defeat, or worse, between survival and succumbing to a hidden agenda. Yu Xin'er also recognized the importance of Li Ming's emotional state. His cultivation was intrinsically linked to his feelings, a fact that was both his greatest asset and his most significant vulnerability. She knew that the pressure of a tournament, the adrenaline, the fear of failure, the thrill of victory, could all have unpredictable effects on his power. Therefore, a crucial part of her strategy would be to help him develop a degree of emotional equilibrium, or at least the ability to harness his emotions rather than be consumed by them. This was a delicate balance, as suppressing his emotions entirely would likely diminish his power. It was about refinement, about finding the precise temperature at which his inner fire burned brightest without scorching him from within. She thought about the university's role in all of this. While they had received the invitation, their approach to selecting a delegation remained to be seen. Would they prioritize raw power, technical mastery, or perhaps students who could project a certain image of competence and adherence to tradition? Yu Xian'er suspected that the university would likely favor a balanced team, one that showcased a variety of strengths. Li Ming, with his extraordinary power, would almost certainly be considered, but his uniqueness might also make him a controversial choice for some administrators. She would need to subtly advocate for his inclusion, highlighting not just his power, but also his potential to surprise and impress, and, crucially, his capacity for learning and growth. Yu Xian'er also considered the potential for internal conflicts within the university's delegation. Competition within a team could be as fierce as competition against outsiders. She would need to ensure that Li Ming's focus remained on the external threat, on the shared goal of representing Zhejiang University with honor. This meant fostering a sense of camaraderie, even amongst rivals, and emphasizing that their individual successes would ultimately reflect upon the entire institution. As she continued to strategize, Yu Xian'er's thoughts drifted to Mei Ling. Mei Ling's pure enthusiasm and innate agility were undeniable assets. While perhaps not possessing Li Ming's raw power or Chun Lily's analytical mind, her intuitive understanding of movement and her cheerful disposition could prove invaluable, both in competition and in maintaining team morale. Yu Xian'er filed this observation away, recognizing that a well-rounded team would require diverse skills and personalities. The tournament was more than just a series of fights. It was a complex stage upon which reputations would be built and broken, alliances forged and shattered, and destinies shaped. Yu Xian'er understood that for Li Ming, it was a pivotal moment. It was a chance to step out of the shadows of his own internal struggles and into the harsh light of public scrutiny, to prove that his unique path was not a deviation, but a new frontier. The dangers were real, the Black Lotus sect and others like them would be watching, but the opportunity for growth, for revelation, and for asserting his place in the cultivation world was immense. Yu Xian'er resolved to ensure that Li Ming was not only prepared, but that he navigated this treacherous terrain with the foresight and strategic acumen necessary to not just survive, but to thrive. The planning had begun, and it would be thorough, meticulous, and unwavering, for she knew that the future of Li Ming's cultivation, and perhaps much more, hinged on the success of his participation in the Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. The air in the training hall thrummed with an energy that was palpable, a testament to the heightened intensity of their preparations. Li Ming found himself caught in a whirlwind of focused exertion, his dual cultivation sessions with Zhao Jingjing and Chen Lili escalating to new heights. The approaching Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange Tournament cast a long shadow, but instead of inducing fear, it seemed to ignite a deeper reservoir of determination within him. Each sweat-drenched drill, each carefully executed maneuver, felt like a deliberate step away from the uncertainty of the unknown and towards a more solid, capable version of himself. His partnership with Zhao Jingjing had evolved beyond mere sparring. It had become a dynamic exploration of their complementary strengths. Zhao Jingjing, with her innate understanding of defensive formations and her almost unnerving ability to anticipate an opponent's strike before it fully materialized, provided a perfect foil for Li Ming's sometimes unpredictable offensive bursts. Their sessions often began with intricate footwork drills, a complex dance of evasion and interception. Li Ming would launch a series of rapid-fire strikes, ranging from the deceptively simple palm thrusts he had learned from his initial cultivation to more complex, flowing movements that seemed to weave through the air. Zhao Jingjing, instead of meeting his aggression head-on, would flow around his attacks, her movements fluid and economical. She employed a defensive style that was less about brute force blocking and more about redirection, using the momentum of Li Ming's own attacks against him. She'd parry a punch with a subtle wrist flick, guiding his arm wide, or intercept a kick with a low sweep that forced him to adjust his balance, creating openings for her to counter with swift, precise strikes to pressure points or vulnerable joints. Faster Li Ming. Zhao Jingjing's voice, usually calm, now carried an edge of urgency as she narrowly dodged a sweeping kick that would have connected with her ribs. Your intent is clear, but the execution, it's like a raging river that hasn't found its banks yet. It's powerful but untamed. Li Ming gritted his teeth, the words hitting home. He knew she was right. His power, amplified by his unique emotional cultivation, was immense, but often lacked the refined control that his opponents at the tournament would undoubtedly possess. He focused, channeling the surge of frustration into a more controlled release. He practiced the flowing water fist technique, a series of strikes designed to mimic the relentless, unyielding nature of water. Each punch, each block, was meant to transition seamlessly into the next, creating a continuous stream of offense. He visualized the water, not as a destructive flood, but as a persistent, eroding force, wearing down its opponent. Better, Zhao Jingjing conceded, a hint of a smile touching her lips as she deflected a rapid jab series with practiced ease. Now, remember the openings. When you push, I redirect. But when you feint, when you draw me into that redirection, that's when you strike. Don't commit your full force to the initial move. Save it for the follow-up. They practiced this push and pull, this intricate dance of offense and defense, for hours. Li Ming learned to disguise his true intentions, to mask the power behind his initial movements, allowing Zhao Jingjing's trained instincts to anticipate a predictable response. Then, in the fleeting moment of her successful redirection, he would unleash the full force of his cultivated energy, channeled through a different, often unexpected, attack. It was a high-stakes game of chess played out with fists and feet, each move carefully considered, each reaction meticulously analyzed. Beyond the purely physical, their sessions also delved into the realm of spiritual energy or qi. Zhao Jingjing, with her deep understanding of internal cultivation, guided Li Ming in refining the flow of his qi. She taught him techniques to circulate his energy more efficiently, to store it more effectively, and to unleash it with greater precision. They practiced qi manipulation exercises, focusing on drawing qi from the environment, refining it within their dantian, and then projecting it outwards. For Li Ming, whose qi was often a volatile storm, these exercises were particularly challenging. He learned to visualize his qi not as raw energy, but as a finely tuned instrument capable of both immense power and delicate nuance. Zhao Jingjing would demonstrate, her own qi manifesting as a soft, protective aura that seemed to shimmer around her, deflecting even the most forceful of Li Ming's attempts to penetrate it. Feel the flow, Li Ming, she would instruct, her voice a gentle current against the tempest of his efforts. Don't force it, guide it. Imagine it as threads of light, weaving through your meridians, nourishing every cell. When you feel that harmony, you can then direct it with purpose. The synergy between them grew with each passing day. Li Ming began to anticipate Zhao Jingjing's defensive patterns, recognizing the subtle shifts in her stance that indicated her intended redirection. He learned to exploit the momentary lapse in her defense, the fraction of a second where her energy was committed to guiding his strike to launch his counterattack. Similarly, Zhao Jingjing began to adapt her style, anticipating Li Ming's feints and recognizing when he was conserving energy for a more devastating follow-up. Their training became a living testament to the principle that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Then came the sessions with Chun Lily, which offered a different, yet equally crucial, dimension to Li Ming's preparation. If Zhao Jingjing was the steady foundation, Chun Lily was the sharp, analytical mind that dissected every aspect of their combat. Her focus was on strategy, on identifying weaknesses in an opponent's technique, and on developing countermeasures. She was a master of observation, her sharp eyes missing no detail, from the subtle flicker of an eyelid to the minutest shift in weight distribution. Their training sessions with Chun Lily often began with scenario-based drills. Chun Lily would meticulously detail a hypothetical opponent's fighting style based on her extensive knowledge of various martial arts disciplines. Imagine facing a practitioner of the iron palm style, she might say, her voice crisp and precise. Their offense is powerful, direct, and their palms are hardened to an almost supernatural degree. Their weakness lies in their lack of agility and their predictable attack patterns. You, Li Ming, will need to utilize your speed and evasive maneuvers to create openings, while Zhao Jingjing, your role will be to absorb and redirect their powerful strikes, preventing them from overwhelming Li Ming. Li Ming would then engage in simulated combat, his movements dictated by Chun Lily's strategic instructions. He would practice entering and exiting the danger zone of an iron palm practitioner, focusing on not allowing himself to be drawn into a direct, brute force exchange. Chun Lily would frequently halt the simulation, her brow furrowed in concentration. No, Li Ming, your evasion was too predictable, she'd critique. You moved laterally, which an experienced fighter would anticipate. Try angling your retreat, using your opponent's forward momentum to carry them past you. And Zhao Jingjing, when he redirects the strike, don't just block. Use that redirected force to create a sweeping counterattack. Force them off balance. Chun Lily also introduced Li Ming to techniques that focused on disrupting an opponent's focus and control. She taught him about subtle psychological tactics, how to use feints, vocalizations, and even his gaze to throw an opponent off guard. For Li Ming, whose own cultivation was so deeply intertwined with his emotional state, this was a revelation. He began to understand how to use his emotions not just as a power source, but as a tool, projecting an aura of calm confidence or sudden, explosive aggression to influence his opponent's mental state. Your emotions are your greatest asset, Li Ming, but they can also be your greatest liability, Chun Lily explained one afternoon as they practiced a series of disorienting palm strikes. You can use them to your advantage. If you project unwavering calm, you might lull an opponent into complacency. If you unleash a controlled burst of intimidating presence, you might make them hesitate. It's about mastering the expression of your inner state, not being mastered by it. Their practice of the shadow step technique became particularly crucial. This was a movement art that emphasized blurring the lines between reality and illusion, making it incredibly difficult for an opponent to track one's true position. Chun Lily, with her keen eyesight, would analyze Li Ming's attempts, pointing out the tells, the almost imperceptible twitches that betrayed his intended movement. The shift in your weight is too pronounced, she'd say, her voice cutting through the quiet of the training hall. You need to make your movements so fluid that they become one continuous motion. Imagine yourself as smoke or a shadow. You are not moving. You are simply appearing elsewhere. Li Ming, under Chun Lily's tutelage, began to internalize the principles of misdirection and deception. He learned to flow through a series of movements, creating the impression of multiple attackers or of being in several places at once. This was an extension of his own cultivation, which often produced unpredictable and seemingly chaotic energy surges. Now, he was learning to harness that chaos, to direct it in a controlled and strategic manner. The combination of Li Ming's raw power, Zhao Jingjing's defensive mastery, and Chun Lily's strategic acumen created a potent training dynamic. They pushed each other relentlessly, their individual weaknesses exposed and then systematically addressed. Li Ming's occasional impulsiveness was tempered by Zhao Jingjing's grounded defense and Chun Lily's strategic planning. Zhao Jingjing's sometimes overly cautious approach was challenged by Li Ming's willingness to take calculated risks and Chun Lily's encouragement of aggressive counteroffensives. Chun Lily, in turn, found her analytical mind stretched by the sheer unpredictability of Li Ming's cultivation and the fluid, almost intuitive nature of Zhao Jingjing's defensive movements. Their qi cultivation sessions also benefited from this multifaceted approach. Chun Lily would often devise exercises designed to hone Li Ming's ability to quickly gather and deploy qi in response to unexpected situations. She would introduce sudden, jarring stimuli, a loud noise, a thrown object, a simulated attack from an unseen angle, forcing Li Ming to react instantaneously, channeling his qi not just for power, but for speed and precision. The tournament will not wait for you to gather your thoughts, Li Ming, Chun Lily would emphasize. You must train your qi to respond instinctively, to become an extension of your will, not a separate entity that you have to coax into action. Zhao Jingjing, meanwhile, would guide them in refining the quality of their qi, focusing on purity and control. They practiced meditation techniques that aim to quiet the mental chatter and achieve a state of deep inner stillness, for which a purer form of qi could be cultivated. This was particularly important for Li Ming, whose qi was often turbulent and prone to emotional fluctuations. Zhao Jingjing's methods helped him to find a center of calm within the storm, to access his power without being consumed by it. Think of your qi as a well, she explained, her voice soft but firm during one such session. The surface might be agitated, but the depths are calm and pure. Your task is to draw from those depths, to let that purity fill you and then flow outwards. As the days turned into weeks, the results of their intensified training became undeniably evident. Li Ming's movements grew smoother, his reactions quicker, his strikes more precise. The raw power that had once been a somewhat unwieldy force was gradually being shaped into a weapon of formidable control and devastating efficiency. The synergy between him, Zhao Jingjing, and Chun Lily was no longer just a theoretical concept. It was a living, breathing force on the training floor. They moved as a unit, anticipating each other's actions, their combined efforts creating a level of combat effectiveness that far surpassed what any of them could achieve individually. The mounting pressure of the tournament, rather than breaking them, had forged them into something stronger, something more dangerous, something undeniably ready. The whispers of the Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange Tournament, once confined to hushed conversations among cultivators and hopeful participants, had begun to carry a different resonance, one laced with the subtle scent of ambition and veiled threat. News, like tendrils of mist, had started to curl around the edges of the established martial world, reaching even the cloistered halls of the Black Lotus sect. Their interest in the upcoming exchange was not born of camaraderie or a desire to foster inter-sect harmony. Instead, it was a calculated move, a strategic deployment of resources and personnel into a fertile ground for sowing discord and reaping advantage. The Black Lotus sect, a formidable entity known for its esoteric cultivation methods and its pragmatic, often ruthless, approach to power, viewed the tournament not as a sporting event, but as a meticulously designed stage. For them, the Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange was an unparalleled opportunity to identify burgeoning talents that could either be exploited or, more often, eliminated. They sought out those who showed exceptional promise, those who represented a potential threat to their own established dominance, and those whose unique cultivation paths might offer insights into new techniques or untapped power sources. The tournament was a buffet, and the Black Lotus sect intended to feast. Within their shadowed enclaves, far from the public eye, the sect elders convened. The air in their chamber was thick with the scent of incense and the unspoken weight of their collective ambition. Master Jian, his face a roadmap of 100 battles, his eyes like chips of obsidian, presided over the gathering. He spoke with a voice that was both silken and sharp, each word carefully chosen, each inflection carrying the authority of his position. The Eastern Dragon Exchange, he began, his gaze sweeping over the assembled figures of authority within the sect. It is a distraction for many, a stepping stone for some. For us, it is an opportunity. The currents of power within the cultivation world are constantly shifting. We must be positioned to guide those shifts, or at the very least, to profit from them. Beside him, the younger, more volatile Elder May, her crimson robes a stark contrast to the somber hues of the chamber, leaned forward, her voice a low hiss. We have heard whispers of the participants, some promising, some utterly unremarkable. But there are always anomalies, are there not? Individuals who, through sheer grit or some peculiar twist of fate, manage to shine brighter than their peers. These are the ones we must mark. Her fingers, adorned with intricately carved jade rings, tapped rhythmically on the polished wooden table. We cannot afford to let potential rivals gain an unearned advantage. If they are too strong to be swayed to our cause, then they must be neutralized, swiftly and silently. The plan, meticulously crafted over weeks of clandestine meetings and veiled inquiries, was multifaceted. A contingent of the Black Lotus sect's most skilled operatives, operating under the guise of neutral observers or even humble participants, would infiltrate the tournament. Their primary objective was reconnaissance, to gather intelligence on the cultivation techniques, strengths, and weaknesses of the various sects and individual cultivators who would be present. This information would be invaluable, allowing the Black Lotus sect to anticipate future threats, identify potential allies of convenience, and perhaps even uncover vulnerabilities that could be exploited at a later, more opportune moment. Our operatives will be discreet, Jin assured them, his voice calm, yet carrying an undertone of undeniable power. They will not draw attention to themselves unless absolutely necessary. Their primary task is to observe, to record, and to report. They will wear the colors of minor academies, or pose as independent cultivators from remote regions. Their loyalty is to the Black Lotus, and their discretion is absolute. However, the objective extended beyond mere observation. The tournament was a crucible, and the Black Lotus sect intended to control the heat. They saw the competitive nature of the exchange as a perfect catalyst for conflict. By subtly manipulating events, by planting seeds of doubt, or fueling existing rivalries, they could engineer situations where promising cultivators might eliminate each other, or where internal conflicts within other sects could be exacerbated. Elder May elaborated, a predatory gleam in her eyes. We can sow discord. A few well-placed rumors, a staged accident during a minor bout, a seemingly innocent piece of advice that leads a participant down a path of strategic error. The competitive spirit of these exchanges is a volatile thing. We can amplify it, direct it, and watch as our rivals weaken themselves. Think of it, Jian. Why expend our own precious resources and risk our own disciples when the competition itself can do our work for us? There was also the matter of prizes. While the tangible rewards of the Eastern Dragon Martial Arts Exchange were significant, rare spiritual herbs, potent cultivation manuals, even access to ancient secret techniques, the Black Lotus sect sought even greater value in the intangible. Victory, or even a strong showing, at such an event brought prestige, influence, and opportunities for alliances. The Black Lotus sect intended to ensure that any significant gains were either directed towards them or denied to their rivals. They were prepared to discreetly fund promising individuals who showed potential, not out of generosity, but to foster a sense of indebtedness and to gain a foothold within burgeoning powers. Conversely, they were equally prepared to subtly sabotage the efforts of those who might prove problematic. We will be watching the preliminary rounds with a keen eye, Jin continued, his voice taking on a more deliberate cadence. If we identify a disciple whose potential is too great to ignore and whose sect is not yet aligned with our interests, we will make an overture. A subtle invitation to visit our sect, a discussion of shared philosophies. If they accept, they become an asset. If they refuse, well, the path of a cultivator is fraught with peril. Accidents can happen. The implications of Jian's words hung heavy in the air. The Black Lotus sect was not merely an observer. They were an active participant in the shadows, weaving a complex web of intrigue that would ensnare the unwary. The Easter Dragon Martial Arts Exchange, intended to be a showcase of martial prowess and a celebration of cultivation, was about to become a battleground for a different kind of war. One fought with whispers, manipulation, and the cold, calculated ambition of a sect that craved dominance above all else. The tournament grounds, a sprawling complex of training halls, arenas, and meditation pavilions, were abuzz with activity. While the official preparations were well underway, the unseen machinations of the Black Lotus sect were also beginning to stir. Operatives, indistinguishable from the throng of students and masters from various academies, began to subtly probe the perimeter, observing the security measures, the flow of people, and the general atmosphere. They were the unseen predators, blending into the ecosystem of the tournament, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Among them was a young woman named Lian, her features plain, her demeanor unassuming. She carried the insignia of a minor, almost forgotten, academy from the southern provinces. But beneath her ordinary facade lay a mind as sharp as any honed blade and a cultivation that, while not ostentatious, was deeply potent. Her mission was to identify potential threats and to assess the general disposition of the major sects participating. She was a collector of information, a silent witness whose reports would shape the Black Lotus sect strategy. Lien found a quiet corner overlooking one of the main training courtyards. From her vantage point, she observed the students of the various academies. She noted the disciplined formations of the disciples from the Heavenly Mountain sect, their movements synchronized and precise. She observed the more flamboyant displays of the disciples from the Crimson Phoenix Academy, their techniques imbued with a fiery intensity. And then, her gaze fell upon a group of students from the Azure Dragon Academy. She paid particular attention to Li Ming. While his raw power was evident, it was the subtle fluctuations in his aura, the almost imperceptible shifts in his emotional state that seemed to manifest as visible energy that piqued her interest. He was training with two female disciples, their synergy clearly established, their movements flowing with practiced ease. Lien made a mental note, her mind already dissecting their training methods, cataloging their strengths and weaknesses. This trio, particularly Li Ming, possessed an unusual dynamic. He was powerful, yes, but there was an unrefined edge to his control, a tempestuous undercurrent that could be both a strength and a significant vulnerability. An interesting combination, she murmured to herself, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Raw power, balanced by defensive precision and guided by keen strategic insight. If this Li Ming can truly harness that volatile energy, he could be a significant factor, or he could be easily manipulated. Meanwhile, in another part of the tournament grounds, a burly man known only as Iron Fist Joe, a disciple of the Black Lotus sect disguised as a hopeful participant from a desolate frontier region, was engaging in preliminary sparring. His opponent, a boastful young man from a rival sect, was quickly overwhelmed. Joe's technique was brutal, direct, and utterly devoid of flourish. It was designed to break opponents, not to impress. After securing his swift victory, he approached the judges, his face a mask of polite deference. "Esteemed judges," Joe rumbled, his voice projecting across the immediate area. "I'm grateful for the opportunity to test my skills. However, I must express my concerns regarding the upcoming matches. There are individuals here, disciples of other sects, whose techniques are unorthodox. Some borders on the forbidden. I fear that the integrity of the tournament could be compromised by those who do not adhere to the noble path of cultivation." His words, delivered with a feigned sincerity, were carefully crafted to sow seeds of doubt and suspicion. He didn't name names, not yet, but he planted the idea that not all participants were playing by the rules. This was the Black Lotus sect's subtle hand at work, a gentle nudge towards paranoia, a prelude to the more overt manipulations that would follow. As the day progressed, Lien continued her observations. She saw the subtle interactions, the guarded glances exchanged between disciples of rival sects, the undercurrent of rivalry that simmered beneath the surface of polite greetings. She noted the arrogance of some, the insecurity of others, the burning ambition in the eyes of many. The tournament was a microcosm of the cultivation world, a place where true intentions were often hidden behind masks of politeness and martial prowess. She observed a brief, tense exchange between a disciple of the Azure Dragon Academy and one from the Crimson Phoenix Academy. It seemed to be a minor disagreement over a training space, but Lien sensed a deeper animosity, a long-standing rivalry that had been reignited. Such friction was precisely what the Black Lotus sect sought to exploit. A small spark, fanned by a discreet whisper, could easily erupt into a conflagration. Her report, compiled later that evening in a discreet, hidden location, would detail the promising talents, the notable rivalries, and the general atmosphere of the tournament. It would highlight Li Ming and his companions, noting their unusual synergy and Li Ming's volatile but potent cultivation. It would also detail the minor skirmishes and brewing tensions, identifying potential points of intervention. The Black Lotus sect's interest in the Easter Dragon martial arts exchange was far more than just a passive observation. It was a strategic maneuver, a calculated risk designed to further their own power and influence within the cultivation world. They saw the tournament not as a test of skill, but as a battlefield, and they intended to emerge victorious, not necessarily by winning bouts, but by orchestrating the outcomes, by eliminating threats, and by gathering the intelligence that would secure their dominance for years to come. The innocent pursuit of martial arts had been tainted, and the Easter Dragon martial arts exchange would soon reveal the dark underbelly of ambition and the sinister machinations of the Black Lotus sect. The hum of activity surrounding the Easter Dragon martial arts exchange was reaching a fever pitch. While the other disciples of Azure Dragon Academy buzzed with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Li Ming found himself approaching the impending tournament with a distinctly different mindset. The raw energy that coursed through him, the cultivation that pulsed in his veins, was no longer just a mystical force to be wielded. It was a complex system ripe for analysis, a subject of rigorous, almost obsessive, scientific inquiry. He saw not just punches and kicks, but vectors of force, angles of impact, and the precise propagation of spiritual energy through anatomical pathways. His dormitory room, once a sanctuary for rest and contemplation, had transformed into a makeshift laboratory. Scrolls depicting martial forms lay scattered alongside meticulously drawn diagrams of human musculature and skeletal structure. He'd acquired an old, slightly damaged astronomical telescope from a street vendor, not for its celestial observations, but to study the principles of optics and light refraction, which he was now attempting to correlate with the visual distortions created by certain speed-based techniques. He was trying to understand how a rapid movement could momentarily bend light, creating an illusion of being in two places at once, or how a well-timed flash of spiritual energy could disorient an opponent's visual perception. It's all about predictable variables, he muttered to himself, tracing a line on a diagram with a piece of charcoal. He was currently dissecting the fundamental principles of momentum transfer. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Even the most esoteric cultivation techniques, when they manifest physically, adhere to the laws of physics. It's just that many cultivators don't bother to quantify them. He tapped the diagram, a frustrated frown creasing his brow. They rely on instinct, on raw power, on the flow of qi. But what if flow is just a colloquial term for fluid dynamics applied to spiritual energy? What if the flow can be optimized, directed, and even manipulated using principles of hydraulics? He began sketching. His focus was on the mechanics of a roundhouse kick. He wasn't just looking at the arc of the leg. He was considering the rotational inertia of the torso, the extension and retraction of limbs to maximize torque, the precise moment of peak velocity at the point of impact, and how the surrounding air resistance might be affected by the speed and shape of the limb. He overlaid this with his understanding of cultivation. How did the qi channeled into the leg affect its density, its tensile strength, and the efficiency of muscle contraction? Could he, for instance, use a specific resonant frequency of qi to briefly increase the elasticity of his muscles, allowing for a more explosive extension? His training partners, Xian and Mei, often found him in a state of intense concentration, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on some unseen point. They'd learned to tread carefully around his experiments. One afternoon, While attempting to quantify the optimal angle for a defensive parry against a standard sword thrust, he had set up a series of weighted pendulums, each rigged with a small, almost imperceptible amount of spiritual energy to simulate different chi densities. His aim was to observe how the impact force was deflected. The resulting cacophony of clanging metal and flying weights had nearly sent Xin into cardiac arrest. Li Ming, what in the heavens are you doing now? Xin had exclaimed, ducking as a particularly errant pendulum narrowly missed her head. Li Ming, oblivious, was scribbling furiously in his notebook. The coefficient of restitution for the jade-infused steel was lower than anticipated. It's absorbing too much kinetic energy. We need a material that dissipates it more effectively, or better yet, redirects it entirely. He looked up, his eyes alight with a manic brilliance. Mate, could you try channeling your fire chi into that wooden practice dummy? I want to measure the thermal expansion rate and its effect on structural integrity under blunt force trauma. Mate, ever the pragmatist, sighed but complied. She unleashed a controlled burst of flame, and Li Ming, armed with a complex array of alchemical thermometers and pressure sensors he'd cobbled together, began his observations. The dummy began to smoke, then char. Fascinating. The rate of thermal degradation is directly proportional to the chi concentration and the ambient humidity. This could have implications for countering fire-based techniques in enclosed spaces, he declared, completely absorbed in his data. Xin pinched the bridge of her nose. He's not just training for the tournament, is he? He's trying to rewrite the entire handbook of martial arts with a protractor and a spirit scale. It's not rewriting, it's optimizing. Li Ming corrected them, adjusting a sensor on the now smoldering dummy. The principles of cultivation are ancient, and they're effective, but they're like a wild, untamed river. I'm trying to build dams and canals to channel that power with precision and efficiency. Imagine, instead of just unleashing a wave of spiritual energy, we can calculate the exact frequency and amplitude needed to shatter an opponent's chi barrier, or understand the aerodynamic properties of a wind-based attack to predict its trajectory with absolute certainty. He began to apply this to his own fighting style. He started with his signature technique, the Azure Dragon's Roar, a powerful blast of chi. Traditionally, it was unleashed with raw force, a torrent of energy aimed directly at the opponent. Li Ming, however, began to break it down. He analyzed the guttural sound that accompanied the technique, hypothesizing that the sonic vibrations played a role in destabilizing the opponent's internal chi. He began to experiment with the pitch and volume, using his understanding of acoustics to amplify its disorienting effect. He treated the expulsion of chi not as a singular event, but as a carefully orchestrated sequence of energy releases, each time to create a cascade of pressure waves. He would stand in front of a mirror, practicing the initial stages of the roar. First, the foundational vibration. He'd whisper, his diaphragm contracting subtly, producing a low, almost inaudible hum. Then, the buildup of kinetic energy in the vocal cords and chest cavity, coupled with chi infusion. The frequency needs to synchronize with the target's innate resonance. If I can hit that sweet spot, even a fraction of the full power will be devastating. His sparring sessions with Xin and may became less about pure combat and more about applied physics. He'd ask them to adopt specific stances, to execute certain movements at different speeds. Also, he could gather data. Xin, hold that block for exactly 3.7 seconds. Now, slightly adjust your angle by 2 degrees. How does that change the stress distribution on your arm? He'd query, meticulously recording her feedback. It feels slightly more stable, I guess, but also more awkward, Xin would reply, her eyebrows raised in confusion. Awkwardness indicates inefficiency, Li Ming would nod sagely. But increased stability under stress is a quantifiable improvement. We can work on refining the movement to reduce the awkwardness while maintaining the stability. It's all about finding the optimal equilibrium point. He even began to analyze the very concept of chi sensing. While most cultivators relied on a nebulous sense of spiritual presence, Li Ming sought to quantify it. He theorized that qi emissions, even subtle ones, could be detected as minute fluctuations in ambient temperature, localized gravitational anomalies, or even faint electromagnetic fields. He spent hours attempting to build devices, crude, he admitted, but functional, that could detect these minute changes. He'd attach them to his own body during training, trying to correlate the readings with his own qi flow and its perceived strength. If I can measure my own emissions, I can learn to mask them, or to project them in a specific direction, creating diversions, he explained to a bewildered May. Imagine being able to generate a false qi signature that leads an opponent in the wrong direction, or a burst of heat that mimics a powerful attack, drawing their guard down. His approach wasn't without its detractors. Master Jian, observing Li Ming's peculiar training methods from a distance during one of the academy's open practice sessions, had a flicker of curiosity in his otherwise stoic expression. He saw the meticulous diagrams, the peculiar contraptions, the intense concentration that set Li Ming apart from his peers. It was unorthodox, to say the least. Most disciples focused on refining their qi, perfecting their forms, and understanding the spiritual aspects of cultivation. Li Ming, however, seemed determined to dissect it, to reduce it to equations and formulas. He's trying to quantify the unquantifiable, Elder May had commented to Jian, a hint of amusement in her voice. It's almost absurd, but the boy's conviction is undeniable, and his results, however unconventional the methods, are often impressive. Jian had merely grunted, his gaze fixed on Li Ming. There is a certain logic to his madness, Elder May. The universe, even the spiritual one, operates on underlying principles. To understand those principles, even if one seeks to defy them, is the mark of a true scholar of the martial path. Let him explore. His approach, while peculiar, may yield unexpected insights. Li Ming's scientific methodology extended to his understanding of his opponents as well. He didn't just study their known techniques. He attempted to model their likely reactions based on personality profiles and combat statistics. He had begun keeping a detailed logbook of all known participants he encountered, noting their physical attributes, their reported cultivation levels, their preferred styles, and any observed quirks in their movements or behavior. He was, in essence, building a predictive algorithm for martial combat. Consider the typical disciple from the Heavenly Mountain sect. He'd explain to Xian, pointing to a chart. High discipline, strong defensive focus, emphasis on energy conservation. Their average reaction time to a sudden frontal assault is 0.8 seconds. However, if the assault comes from their blind spot or is accompanied by a loud auditory distraction, that reaction time increases by an average of 0.3 seconds. If I can leverage this, a flanking maneuver combined with a sonic blast, he'd trail off, already calculating the optimal trajectory and timing. He began to notice subtle patterns in the way different cultivation energies interacted. Fire qi, he observed, tended to increase the kinetic energy of strikes, but could also lead to instability and a more predictable pattern of offense. Water qi promoted fluidity and adaptability, making movements harder to anticipate. Earth qi, conversely, grounded a fighter, providing immense stability but often at the cost of speed. He theorized that by understanding these fundamental interactions, he could develop counter techniques that exploited inherent weaknesses in an opponent's elemental affinity. He even started using a rudimentary spectroscope he'd fashioned from polished obsidian and crystal shards to try and see the subtle colorations of different qi types, hoping to identify them more accurately in combat. It's like a chemical reaction, he'd muse. Certain elements react explosively together, others neutralize each other. My goal is to understand the composition of my opponent's spiritual chemistry and introduce the perfect catalyst or inhibitor. The tournament was still weeks away, but for Li Ming, the battles had already begun. They were fought not on dusty training grounds, but in the quiet intensity of his room, amidst a sea of numbers, equations, and diagrams. He was a cultivator, yes, but he was also an engineer of his own destiny, a scientist dissecting the very essence of combat, driven by the unshakable belief that even the most mystical of arts could be understood, optimized, and ultimately mastered through the lens of pure, unadulterated reason. His approach was a bold, almost defiant step away from tradition, a fusion of the ancient and the modern, a testament to his unique perspective on the path of cultivation. He was not merely preparing to fight. He was preparing to innovate, to calculate, and to conquer, not just with power, but with the irrefutable precision of science. Chapter 9. The Tournament Arena. The air thrummed with an almost tangible energy as Li Ming, Xian, and Mei stepped through the colossal archway that marked the entrance to the grand venue. It wasn't merely the excited chatter of thousands of onlookers or the distant, rhythmic clang of sparring practice that created this palpable buzz. It was something deeper, a collective exhalation of spiritual power, a silent, potent symphony of cultivators from every conceivable sect and corner of the known world. The sheer scale of the arena was breathtaking. Carved from obsidian-like stone that seemed to drink in the sunlight, its tiered seating spiraled upwards, capable of holding a crowd that dwarfed any stadium Li Ming had ever seen depicted in his past life's historical texts. Banners of vibrant silk, emblazoned with the crests of academies and martial clans, fluttered from impossibly high flagpoles, creating a kaleidoscope of color against the azure sky. Everywhere Li Ming looked, there was a testament to the power and artistry of cultivation. Gleaming practice weapons, some etched with intricate runes that pulsed with faint light, were displayed in stalls along the perimeter. Alchemists hawked their wares, vials containing shimmering elixirs and potent herbs that promised to mend broken bones or bolster spiritual reserves. Fortune tellers, their faces obscured by deep hoods, beckoned with an air of mystery, their pronouncements laced with cryptic warnings and promises of destiny. It was a microcosm of the cultivation world, a vibrant, chaotic, and utterly overwhelming spectacle. The crowd itself was a living tapestry of martial prowess and mystical mystique. Disciplined martial artists, their stances exuding an air of quiet confidence, stood shoulder to shoulder with enigmatic cultivators whose very auras seemed to warp the air around them. There are the stoic monks of the Shaolin Temple, their saffron robes a stark contrast to the flowing silks of the disciples from the Jade Serpent sect. Young prodigies, their eyes blazing with ambition, jostled with seasoned veterans, their faces etched with the wisdom of countless battles. Li Ming even spotted individuals whose appearances defied easy categorization, some adorned with tribal markings and wielding primitive yet potent-looking weapons, others who seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, their origins hinted at only by the peculiar symbols woven into their garments. Exen, usually so composed, let out a small gasp, her eyes wide with wonder. "I've never seen anything like it," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the din, the sheer number of cultivators and the spiritual pressure. "It's immense." May, ever the pragmatist, nodded, though her gaze also swept across the throngs with a similar sense of awe. This is truly the pinnacle of martial exchange. Every major sect, every renowned academy, they are all represented here. The competition will be fierce. For Li Ming, however, the spectacle evoked a more complex reaction. His scientific mind, honed by weeks of dissecting the underlying principles of qi and martial arts, was both awestruck and deeply unsettled. He saw not just skilled warriors and powerful mystics, but a chaotic convergence of energies, a living laboratory of raw power. The sheer volume of spiritual pressure, the combined emanations from thousands of cultivators, was like a physical force pressing in on him. He felt a peculiar resonance within his own qi, a subtle hum that responded to the overwhelming spiritual atmosphere. He found himself mentally cataloging the observable phenomena. The way the light seemed to bend around certain individuals, hinting at advanced cloaking or illusionary techniques. The subtle shifts in temperature in localized areas, suggesting the presence of elemental qi. The way the very ground seemed to vibrate with the collective intent of so many powerful beings. His scientific curiosity warred with a burgeoning sense of apprehension. This wasn't a controlled experiment in his room. This was a wild, untamed sea of power, and he, with his meticulously calculated theories, felt suddenly very small and unprepared. He noticed a group of disciples from the Heavenly Mountain sect, their faces impassive, their movements precise as they navigated the crowd. He recognized their rigid discipline from his research. Their chi signatures, even from this distance, felt like tightly bound steel, efficient and unyielding. He also saw a flamboyant cultivator from the Crimson Phoenix Academy, his robes a riot of color, his laughter boisterous as he gestured expansively. Li Ming made a mental note of the man's aggressive, almost flamboyant chi signature, predicting a preference for direct, overwhelming offense. The sheer diversity of techniques on display, even in the casual interactions of the crowd, was staggering. A young man practicing precise palm strikes against an invisible opponent, his chi coalescing into faint golden arcs. A woman who seemed to be manipulating the very air around her, creating small gusts of wind to part the crowds. A wizened elder whose mere presence seemed to calm the agitated energy of those nearby. Each observation was a data point, a puzzle piece in the grand schema of cultivation that Li Ming was trying to assemble. Yet, amidst the awe, there was an undeniable undercurrent of tension. The air was thick not just with spiritual energy, but with ambition, rivalry, and the silent, unspoken thread of conflict. Every glance exchanged between participants felt weighted with unspoken challenges. The casual camaraderie of the marketplace quickly dissolved as one moved closer to the designated practice grounds. Here, the atmosphere shifted, becoming more focused, more intense. The playful sparring gave way to more serious exchanges, the air filled with the sharp crackle of qi and the grunts of exertion. Li Ming observed a pair of disciples from opposing academies engaging in a rapid-fire exchange of strikes. One favored quick, darting movements, his qi manifesting as shimmering blades of light. The other countered with solid, grounded stances, his qi forming a dense, almost visible shield. Li Ming found himself mentally dissecting their techniques, analyzing the angles of attack, the timing of their blocks, the efficiency of their qi expenditure. He saw the underlying physics in every parry and thrust, the vectors of force, the moments of equilibrium and imbalance. "It's almost overwhelming," Xian admitted, her voice softer now, a touch of the earlier excitement replaced by a more serious contemplation. "So much power, so many different paths to mastery. It makes you wonder, are all our calculations and theories truly enough?" Li Ming met her gaze, a flicker of his usual analytical fire returning. "The fundamental principles remain constant. Xian, force, motion, energy transfer. Whether it's a thrown punch or a blast of elemental qi, the laws of the universe apply. This venue, this crowd, it's the ultimate testbed. The greatest opportunity to observe these principles in their most extreme and varied manifestations." He paused, his eyes scanning the vast expanse of the arena. It's not just about raw power. It's about understanding the optimal application of that power. And that, Xian, is precisely what we've been studying. He noticed a group of younger disciples, barely older than he was, practicing their stances with an almost fanatical dedication. Their qi was still unrefined, their movements occasionally clumsy, but the sheer intensity of their focus was undeniable. He saw the seeds of future mastery in their earnest efforts, the raw potential that would, with time and training, blossom into formidable power. He wondered about their specific cultivation paths, their unique energy signatures, and how they might interact with the diverse energies present within the grand venue. As they moved deeper into the arena, the sheer scale of the upcoming tournament became more apparent. Designated zones for different martial arts disciplines were clearly marked, each bustling with activity. The archery ranges echoed with the twang of bowstrings and the whistle of arrows. The martial arts rings, raised platforms surrounded by protective barriers, were already hosting preliminary bouts, the cheers of the crowd erupting with each decisive blow. Li Ming's gaze lingered on a match where a disciple from the Iron Fist sect was trading blows with someone from the Whispering Willow style. The brute force of the former met the evasive grace of the latter, a classic juxtaposition of cultivation philosophies. He saw a stall selling miniature training dummies that could mimic specific chi signatures, allowing cultivators to practice countering particular styles. He mentally cataloged the vendor, recognizing the potential for future research and development. He even saw what appeared to be a rudimentary chi amplifier, a complex arrangement of crystals and metal that hummed with latent energy, attracting a crowd of curious onlookers. His mind immediately began to deconstruct its design, hypothesizing about the resonant frequencies and energy conduits involved. The sheer volume of stimuli was almost overwhelming, a constant barrage of sights, sounds, and spiritual emanations. It was a world away from the quiet contemplation of his room, yet the core principles he had been dissecting, the mechanics of movement, the properties of chi, the psychology of combat, were all laid bare before him, amplified to an unprecedented degree. He felt a strange mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. This was the grand stage, the ultimate proving ground. His scientific approach, once a solitary pursuit, was about to be tested against the raw, untamed power of the cultivation world. The grand venue was not just an arena. It was an explosion of data, an opportunity, and a terrifying challenge, all rolled into one magnificent, daunting spectacle. The tournament had officially begun, not just for the participants, but for Li Ming's meticulous, analytical mind, which was already racing to process the infinite variables of this colossal, vibrant ecosystem of power. The initial wave of awe and sensory overload began to recede, replaced by a more focused observation as Li Ming, Xin, and Ming navigated the throng. The tournament was more than just a display of individual skill. It was a confluence of philosophies, a melting pot of cultivation lineages, each with its distinct methods and martial ethos. As they found a vantage point overlooking one of the preliminary sparring rings, Li Ming's attention was immediately drawn to a trio of cultivators who exuded an aura of quiet competence, a stark contrast to the boisterous energy of the Crimson Phoenix disciples. They were clad in simple, earth-toned robes, their movements economical and grounded, as if they were extensions of the very earth beneath their feet. The central figure, a woman with a stern, weathered face and eyes that seemed to hold the patience of ancient mountains, was demonstrating a series of defensive maneuvers. Her hands moved with a deliberate, almost geological precision, each block and deflection radiating a palpable solidity. Li Ming noted the subtle tremors that emanated from her when she struck, a resonance that spoke of immense, deeply rooted power. Her chi felt dense, unyielding like bedrock. Beside her stood a younger man, his posture ramrod straight, his gaze sharp and analytical. He wasn't actively sparring, but his focus was intense, his eyes following every flicker of movement in the ring with an unnerving perceptiveness. He seemed to be absorbing information, analyzing weaknesses, his chi a tightly coiled spring of potential energy, suggesting a more offensive, yet controlled, approach. The third member of their group, a lanky, almost gangly youth, possessed a restless energy, his eyes darting around, taking in everything with a mischievous glint. His chi was fluid, unpredictable, like a playful breeze that could quickly whip into a gale. He occasionally made subtle gestures, and Li Ming observed faint, almost invisible threads of energy that seemed to subtly influence the flow of the spar in the ring, a hint of unseen manipulation. These three, Li Ming deduced, likely hailed from a sect that emphasized stability, observation, and perhaps a nuanced understanding of environmental manipulation. Their shared presence, however, suggested a cohesive unit, a united front despite their individual differences in temperament and apparent specialization. Across the bustling arena, near a cluster of banners bearing the insignia of a prominent academy, Li Ming's gaze fell upon a cultivator who seemed to be perpetually surrounded by a faint, shimmering aura of light. This individual, a young man with an almost ethereal grace, moved with a fluid artistry that made him appear to be dancing rather than fighting. His techniques were a blur of motion, his chi manifesting as dazzling bursts of energy reminiscent of starlight or moonbeams. He wasn't just striking, he was weaving, his attacks a mesmerizing display of agility and precision. Li Ming observed how his opponent's every attempted blow seemed to be met with an evasive maneuver, a sidestep, a roll, a graceful arc that placed him just out of reach, before he retaliated with swift, almost blindingly fast strikes. The sheer speed and ethereal nature of his chi suggested a mastery of lightness and evasive arts, perhaps drawing power from the celestial bodies or focusing on spiritual rather than physical fortitude. There was an air of detached superiority about him, a subtle arrogance that hinted at a deep-seated belief in his own exceptionalism. He moved through the crowd with an effortless superiority, as if the very ground was honored to bear his weight. Further along the periphery, near a stall selling intricately carved spiritual talismans, Li Ming noticed a cultivator who seemed to be perpetually in motion, his entire being radiating an intense, focused aggression. This was a woman with fiery red hair pulled back in a severe braid, her muscles taut and coiled like a predator's. Her cultivation path was immediately apparent: raw, unadulterated power. When she sparred, it wasn't a dance, but a controlled explosion. Her strikes were like thunderclaps, her chi manifesting as crimson energy that scorched the air around her. She favored direct, overwhelming assaults, her movements purposeful and devastating. Li Ming watched as she easily shattered her opponent's defenses with a single, powerful palm strike, the force of it sending ripples through the very air. Her chi signature was like a furnace, hot, potent, and dangerously volatile. She seemed to thrive on conflict, her eyes burning with an unquenched thirst for battle. There was a recklessness to her power, a hint that while immensely strong, she might also be prone to overextension or emotional outbursts. Her unwavering focus on offensive prowess, while formidable, might also be her Achilles heel, a blind spot in her otherwise terrifying martial repertoire. As the day wore on, and more participants were announced for the various preliminary rounds, Li Ming's analytical mind continued to catalog these emerging rivals. He saw a disciple from the Iron Pagoda sect, his physique like a walking fortress, his defense seemingly impenetrable, his offensive power akin to a battering ram. He was slow but immensely durable, his chi reinforcing his bones and skin to near invincibility. Then there was a cultivator who specialized in sonic attacks, his techniques designed to disorient and incapacitate through resonant frequencies, his chi manifesting as waves of invisible force that could shatter stone. Li Ming observed the subtle humming that preceded his attacks, a predatory stillness before the sonic onslaught. Each encounter, each observed technique, added another layer to Li Ming's growing understanding of the tournament's landscape. He noticed the subtle distinctions in how different sects trained their disciples. The disciple from the Whispering Willows sect, for instance, moved with an almost liquid grace, their chi flowing like water, their attacks deceptively gentle, yet capable of overwhelming opponents through intricate redirection and pressure point manipulation. Their philosophy seemed to be one of yielding to overcome, a stark contrast to the direct force of others. Li Ming watched one such disciple, a young woman with an unervingly serene expression, parry a flurry of blows with minimal effort, her movements fluid and economical, guiding her opponent's attacks astray before subtly exploiting the ensuing openings. Her chi wasn't forceful, but pervasive, like a persistent current that wore down even the strongest resistance. He also observed a group of cultivators who seemed to be adherents of a more primal, shamanistic path. Their attire was often adorned with bones and feathers, their movements wild and unpredictable, their chi infused with the raw, untamed power of nature. One such individual, a burly man with tribal markings etched onto his skin, unleashed a torrent of elemental energy, conjuring thorny vines from the ground to ensnare his opponent. His raw power was undeniable, but Li Ming noted a lack of refined control, his techniques appearing more instinctual than calculated. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the arena, Li Ming felt a growing sense of anticipation. These were not just opponents. They were living embodiments of the diverse martial arts he had only begun to study. The stern, earth-aligned woman and her observant companion, the ethereal dancer, the fiery warrior, the defensive bastion, the sonic manipulator, the graceful willow-style practitioner, and the primal nature shaman. They represented a spectrum of power and philosophy. Each had their own strengths, their own potential weaknesses, and their own unspoken allegiances. Some, he suspected, would be formidable rivals. Others, perhaps, could even be potential allies in the complex political landscape that such a grand tournament often fostered. The subtle glances exchanged between certain groups, the almost imperceptible nods of recognition, hinted at a deeper network of alliances and rivalries that lay beneath the surface of the competition. Li Ming knew that to succeed, he would need to understand not just their techniques, but their motivations, their origins, and the subtle currents of power that flowed between the assembled cultivators. The arena was a stage, and these were the opening acts, each a promise of the challenges and complexities that lay ahead in the tournament. His mind, ever the meticulous cataloger, was already filing away the data, preparing for the intricate dance of strategy and combat that was about to unfold. The roar of the crowd was a tangible thing, a physical pressure that vibrated through Li Ming's very bones. He stood at the edge of the designated sparring circle, his heart thrumming a nervous rhythm against his ribs. This wasn't the hushed intensity of a sparring session in the academy courtyard, nor the controlled chaos of a training exercise. This was the grand tournament, a crucible where reputations were forged and broken, and he, Li Ming, was about to step into the fire. His opponent, a burly disciple from the Stone Mountain sect, stood opposite him, radiating an aura of stoic resilience. The disciple's stance was wide and grounded, his arms thick with muscle, his chi a dense, unyielding force that seemed to anchor him to the very earth. He wore simple, sturdy leather armor, his expression set in a grim mask of determination. The whispers of the audience, a low murmur that ebbed and flowed with the changing moods of the crowd, were a constant reminder of the stakes. Li Ming took a deep, steadying breath, forcing himself to focus. He could feel Xian and Mei somewhere in the stands, their presence a comforting anchor amidst the sea of unfamiliar faces and volatile chi signatures. He mentally ran through his practiced routines, the blend of scientific principles and cultivation techniques that had become his unique style. It felt like trying to balance a delicate equation while juggling flaming torches. He was acutely aware of the stares, the speculative glances from seasoned cultivators and curious onlookers alike. His unconventional approach, his seemingly mundane equipment, a few well-placed vials, a specialized wrist-mounted device, likely marked him as an oddity, perhaps even a joke, in this world of martial prowess. Next match, the announcer boomed, his voice amplified by some unseen array of sonic crystals. Li Ming, representing the Azure Dragon Academy, versus Gorik of the Stone Mountain sect. Gorik grunted, a sound like grinding stones, and stomped forward. The ground beneath his feet seemed to compress with each step. His fists, wrapped in thick, hardened leather, were the size of small boulders. Li Ming observed the subtle tension in Gorik's shoulders, the way his muscles bunched and released with each controlled breath. The Stone Mountain sect was known for its immense physical fortitude and unshakable defenses, their disciples often likened to impregnable fortresses. Gorik's chi signature confirmed this. It was a deep, rumbling current of raw, earthy power, like tectonic plates shifting beneath the surface. Li Ming, in contrast, felt almost fragile. His robes were the Academy's standard issue, a deep blue that offered no visible protection. His chi, while cultivated, wasn't the brute force of Gorik's. It was more refined, more versatile, capable of subtle manipulation and rapid adaptation. This was his advantage, he reminded himself. Not brute strength, but intelligent application. As Gorik closed the distance, his massive hands moving with surprising speed for his size, Li Ming didn't immediately counter. Instead, he shifted, a fluid sidestep that seemed to effortlessly evade the initial crushing blow. He used the momentum of Gorik's attack, the sheer kinetic energy generated by the larger cultivator, to his advantage, dancing just outside the immediate danger zone. This wasn't about avoiding the fight. It was about controlling the engagement. Slow, Gorik growled, his voice a low rumble. He lunged again, a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Li Ming's chest. Li Ming saw the trajectory, the estimated force, the minute displacement of air that preceded the impact. His mind, a well-oiled machine of analysis, processed this data in milliseconds. He didn't block. Instead, he deployed a small, precisely calibrated vial from a hidden pouch on his belt. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered it against Gorik's oncoming fist. A cloud of fine, shimmering dust erupted. It wasn't meant to harm, but to interact. The dust particles, imbued with a specialized alchemical compound, reacted violently with the sheer concentration of Gorik's chi upon impact. It wasn't an explosion of flames, but a sudden, intense burst of localized heat and light, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound. Gorik roared in surprise and pain, recoiling as his hand, momentarily engulfed in the flash, stung with an unfamiliar sensation. The attack, though brief, had disrupted his rhythm and momentarily overloaded his sensory input. The audience gasped. This was unexpected. They had anticipated a direct confrontation, a clash of titans. Instead, they had witnessed an alchemical intervention, a calculated disruption. Li Ming didn't press his advantage recklessly. He continued his evasive maneuvers, circling Gorik, observing the slight hesitation in his movements, the flicker of confusion in his eyes. Gorik, used to opponents who met his force head-on, was clearly thrown off by this unpredictable tactic. What sorcery is this? Gorik bellowed, shaking his hand. The skin was red and irritated, but not seriously burned. The true effect was psychological. Li Ming remained silent, his focus unwavering. He knew this was just the beginning. He needed to maintain control, to guide Gorik into predictable patterns that he could then exploit. He observed the subtle changes in Gorik's chi flow as he tried to regain his composure. The deep, steady current was now agitated, a bit more erratic. Gorik, fueled by a mix of anger and embarrassment, abandoned his measured approach and charged forward with a series of wild, powerful swings. He was reverting to instinct, relying on sheer brute force. This was exactly what Li Ming had anticipated. Each swing was a predictable arc, each strike a force that could be analyzed. Li Ming weaved and dodged, his movements economical, using the arena's space to his advantage. He wasn't just dodging, he was measuring the distance, timing his next move. As Gorik swung a particularly wide, arcing blow with his left arm, Li Ming saw his opening. He dropped low, almost to a crouch, and simultaneously activated a small device on his other wrist. It emitted a low-frequency hum, barely audible above the din of the crowd. This hum wasn't a weapon, but a disruptor designed to interfere with the delicate flow of qi at a fundamental level. Coupled with a precisely aimed kick that struck Gorik just above the knee, it was enough to throw the larger cultivator off balance. Gorik stumbled, his immense power momentarily faltering. His chi, already agitated, seemed to stutter. It was a fleeting moment, a fractional loss of equilibrium, but in the high-stakes world of cultivation duels, a fraction was all that was needed. Li Ming seized the opportunity. He wasn't going for a knockout blow. Instead, he drew a small, slender needle from a compartment in his robe. It was no ordinary needle. It was tipped with a potent, fast-acting paralytic agent, carefully synthesized from rare herbs. With astonishing speed and precision, he darted forward and pricked Gorik on a pressure point on his inner thigh, a point known for its connection to the leg muscles and chi flow. The effect was almost instantaneous. Gorik's legs, which had been the source of his immense stability, suddenly felt like lead. He grunted in surprise and tried to regain his footing, but his muscles refused to cooperate. He sagged, his powerful stance collapsing, and he fell to one knee with a heavy thud. The arena fell silent for a beat, the crowd stunned into disbelief. Gorik, a renowned disciple of the Stone Mountain sect, known for his resilience, had been brought down not by a devastating energy blast or a crippling martial technique, but by a precise injection and a well-timed disruption. Li Ming didn't gloat. He stood still, his breathing even, his mind already processing the next phase. He hadn't defeated Gorik yet. He had merely incapacitated him temporarily. He needed to secure the win. He took out another vial, this one containing a concentrated gaseous agent. With a gentle puff, he released the gas around Gorik's fallen form. It was an anesthetic designed to induce a rapid but harmless sleep. Gorik's struggles ceased. His eyes, wide with confusion moments before, slowly closed, and his head lolled to the side. He was asleep, his formidable strength neutralized. The announcer, after a moment of stunned silence, cleared his throat. Gorik is incapacitated. The victor, by submission and incapacitation, is Li Ming of the Azure Dragon Academy. A wave of applause, hesitant at first, then growing in intensity, swept through the arena. Li Ming bowed respectfully towards Gorik, a gesture of acknowledgement for his strength and spirit, before turning to face the roaring crowd. He saw it in their eyes, the surprise, the dawning respect, the nascent curiosity. He had entered the arena as an outsider, an oddity. He was leaving it, at least for this first match, as a victor, having proven that intellect, strategy, and unconventional methods could indeed hold their own against raw power and established traditions. The initial awkwardness had melted away, replaced by the quiet confidence of a battle fought and won through calculated action. He had tested the waters and found them surprisingly receptive to his unique brand of cultivation. The whispers now were of a different kind, laced with intrigue and a grudging admiration. This was just the first step, but it was a significant one. He had shown them a glimpse of what his scientific approach to cultivation could achieve, and the implications were far-reaching. He could feel the eyes of many powerful figures on him, assessing, analyzing. The path ahead was still fraught with peril, but for the first time, Li Ming felt a surge of genuine hope. He had earned his place in this tournament, not by adhering to convention, but by daring to break it. The roar of the crowd had subsided, replaced by a hum of excited chatter that rippled through the vast arena. Li Ming, after his unconventional victory, had already been escorted from the stage, leaving behind a bewildered audience and a vanquished opponent. High in the stands, nestled amongst the throng of eager spectators, sat two figures whose attention had been riveted to the proceedings below. Yu Xian'er, her elegant posture betraying none of the usual fidgeting of a casual observer, had her gaze fixed on the empty stage, her brow furrowed in thought. Beside her, Chun Lily, her usual composed demeanor slightly ruffled by the intensity of the match, fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve, her eyes darting from the stage to the departing figure of Li Ming. He adapted remarkably well, Yu Xian'er murmured, her voice a low, melodic tone that barely carried above the din. Gorik's foundation in earth element Qi is exceptionally stable, almost like solidified bedrock. Most cultivators would attempt to break through that resilience with overwhelming force, or seek to exploit a perceived weakness in its immobility. Li Ming, however, understood that such a direct assault would be futile and energy-intensive. She paused, her gaze drifting towards the exit Li Ming had used. His approach was far more strategic. The alchemical disruption, that fine dust, it wasn't designed to inflict damage directly, but to destabilize Gorik's chi flow by creating a localized thermal and energetic anomaly upon contact. A brilliant application of elemental reaction principles. It's akin to introducing an impurity into a perfectly structured crystal lattice. It disrupts the uniformity and weakens the bonds, even if only temporarily. Chun Lily nodded slowly, her mind wrestling with the intricate explanation. While she understood the basic concepts of qi manipulation and elemental affinities, the precise scientific underpinnings that Li Ming so effortlessly integrated were often beyond her grasp. So he didn't try to overpower Gorik's earth qi directly, she asked, her voice tinged with a mixture of awe and genuine curiosity. He used something external to interfere with it? Precisely, Yu Xian'er confirmed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Think of Gorik's qi as a dense, flowing river. Trying to dam it or redirect it head-on will be immensely difficult. Li Ming, instead, introduced a substance that reacted with the very essence of that flow, causing turbulence and instability. It's like throwing a handful of effervescent powder into the river. It doesn't stop the flow, but makes the water churn and bubble, making it harder to navigate. She then shifted her attention to Li Ming's second move, the precise strike with the needle, and the subsequent incapacitation that was equally astute. Once Gorik's stable foundation was compromised, his mobility and control would inevitably suffer. The pressure point strike, coupled with that subtle qi disruption from his wrist device, which I suspect is designed to interfere with the fine motor control signals within the qi pathways, effectively rendered him unable to maintain his stance. It's a testament to his understanding of the human body's meridian system and its connection to qi circulation. Not brute strength, but surgical precision. Chun Lily's gaze followed Yu Xian'er's, a knot of concern tightening in her chest as she replayed the moment Li Ming had struck. Despite the swiftness and effectiveness of his technique, the sight of Gorik collapsing had momentarily sent a jolt of apprehension through her. It was the same feeling she got when Li Ming was pushing himself too hard, or when he seemed to be walking a precarious tightrope between success and failure. It was very effective, she managed, her voice a little softer, but also quite calculated. I worry sometimes, Xian'er, that he relies too much on these complex methods. What if he faces someone who doesn't give him the space to prepare, or someone whose qi is inherently resistant to such interference? Yu Xian'er turned her serene gaze upon Chun Lily, her eyes holding a depth of understanding that often went unnoticed. That is a valid concern, Lily. Li Ming's path is undoubtedly unconventional, and it carries its own set of risks. Many cultivators in this world are trained from a young age to rely on innate talent and raw power, augmented by established techniques. They are often less adaptable to unforeseen variables or novel approaches. Li Ming's methods, while brilliant, require a certain level of control and foresight. If his preparations are disrupted, or if his opponent can anticipate his strategic maneuvers, he might indeed find himself in a precarious position. She gestured subtly towards the arena floor. However, consider the advantages. While others are expending vast amounts of qi in direct confrontation, Li Ming is often conserving his energy, using precise, targeted applications that yield maximum results with minimal expenditure. His vials and devices are not mere trinkets. They are meticulously crafted tools, each with a specific purpose, designed to exploit fundamental principles of cultivation in the natural world. He isn't just fighting. He's conducting an experiment, gathering data with every move. Chun Lily considered this. She had witnessed Li Ming's dedication to his studies, his endless tinkering with formulas, and his meticulous recording of observations. It was a stark contrast to the more typical cultivation practices she had seen, which often involved hours of meditation and strenuous sparring. He does seem to think differently, she admitted. It's not just about cultivating his own qi, but about understanding how qi interacts with everything else. The elements, the body, even the environment. Exactly, Yu Xian'er affirmed, her voice gaining a touch of admiration. His understanding of alchemy, of the properties of various herbs and minerals, and their synergistic effects when combined or activated in specific ways, is truly remarkable. And his integration of scientific principles into cultivation is, as far as I am aware, unprecedented. He's not just a cultivator. He's a scholar, an inventor, and a strategist, all rolled into one. It's a dangerous combination for his opponents. A faint blush touched Chen Lily's cheeks. She knew Yu Xian'er was observing Li Ming's prowess with a dispassionate, analytical eye, a true practitioner of deep cultivation. But for Chen Lily, it was different. Seeing Li Ming succeed, seeing him navigate the complex and often brutal world of cultivation with his unique blend of intelligence and determination, stirred something within her that was more than mere admiration. It was a growing sense of pride, a fierce, protective warmth that she found increasingly difficult to suppress. "I just hope he doesn't underestimate his opponents," Chen Lily said, her voice barely a whisper. "The tournament is still long, and there are many powerful cultivators here. Some of them, they don't seem to care about fairness or strategy. They just want to crush everything in their path." She thought of the sheer, unadulterated power she had sensed from some of the disciples from more militant sects, a raw force that seemed to bypass finesse and go straight for destruction. Yu Xian'er's gaze softened as she noticed the subtle tremor in Chun Lily's voice, the underlying concern that went beyond simple academic interest. "That is the nature of true martial arts, Lily. It is a path forged in the fires of conflict, where strength and resolve are paramount. But remember, power is not always measured in brute force. Li Ming's strength lies in his intellect, his adaptability, and his unwavering pursuit of knowledge. These are weapons just as potent as any blade or energy blast. He has already demonstrated that his unconventional methods are not only viable, but effective against traditional powerhouses. He has proven that a sharp mind can overcome a strong arm." She paused, her eyes scanning the crowd. "And he is not alone. He has allies, friends who believe in him. And perhaps," she added, her gaze flicking briefly to Chen Lily, "he has supporters who understand him on a deeper level than many of his peers." Chun Lily's heart gave a little leap at Yu Xian'er's words, a silent acknowledgement of her own burgeoning feelings. She looked back towards the arena, a sense of hope bubbling within her. Li Ming's victory, while surprising to many, was a testament to his unique abilities. It was a victory not just of skill, but of a different way of thinking, a blend of ancient cultivation arts and modern understanding. His victory today was significant, Chen Lily said, her voice firming with renewed resolve. It showed everyone that there's more to cultivation than just raw power. He's challenging their assumptions, their traditions. And that's a powerful thing. Indeed, Yu Xian'er agreed, her eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement and profound respect. He is a ripple in the pond, Lily, and the waves he creates will undoubtedly reach far and wide. We must simply watch to see where they carry him. As the next match was announced, drawing the attention of the crowd back to the central arena, Yu Xian'er and Chen Lily remained. Their conversation concluded, but their shared observation of Li Ming's journey just beginning, a silent testament to their burgeoning support and distinct forms of interest in his unfolding path. Chen Lily's gaze lingered on the empty space where Li Ming had stood, a quiet determination settling in her heart. She would continue to watch, to support, and perhaps, in her own way, to help ensure that his unconventional brilliance continued to shine, unhindered by the shadows of doubt or the limitations of conventional thinking. High above the clamor, in a shadowed alcove carved into the stadium's upper tiers, sat a trio of figures cloaked in the deep, inky hues of the Black Lotus sect. Their faces, obscured by wide-brimmed hats and the encroaching twilight, betrayed no emotion, yet their attention was a palpable force, sharp and unwavering, fixed upon the unfolding drama of the tournament. Unlike the boisterous cheers and speculative whispers of the common spectators, their silence was heavy, laden with a predatory intent that hung in the air like a silent vow. These were not casual observers seeking entertainment. They were hunters meticulously surveying their prey. Their eyes, glinting from beneath the shadows, moved with a dispassionate precision, dissecting each contestant's movements, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses with the cold, calculating gaze of seasoned predators. They noted the explosive power of the Northern Bear Clan disciples, the elegant, almost ethereal sword forms of the Cloud Blossom Pavilion, and the raw, untamed energy emanating from the disciples of the Crimson Peak sect. Each flicker of chi, each strained breath, each subtle shift in stance was catalogued, assessed, and filed away in their collective memory. But it was Li Ming who truly drew their focused scrutiny. Even after his departure from the arena, his presence seemed to linger, an invisible thread woven into the fabric of the event. One of them, a woman whose posture spoke of coiled power, a serpent ready to strike, finally broke the silence, her voice a low hiss that seemed to slither through the very stone of their perch. "The anomaly," she stated, her words clipped and devoid of inflection. "Observe its energy signature." Her companion, a burly man whose massive frame was cloaked to the point of near invisibility, grunted in agreement. His eyes, narrow and piercing, had been tracking Li Ming's unique aura even before the match had begun. It was unlike anything he had encountered in decades of cultivation, a discordant symphony of elemental energies that defied conventional understanding. It pulsed with a strange, almost volatile rhythm, a constant flux that hinted at both immense power and an unsettling instability. "It is as the elder predicted," he rasped, his voice like stones grinding together. "Unconventional, unpredictable. It radiates a distinct strangeness. Not the pure, refined chi of a seasoned cultivator, nor the raw, untamed power of a beast. It is layered, fragmented, yet somehow cohesive, like a mosaic of disparate stones forced together into a startling new pattern." The third member of their silent trio, an elder whose face was a roadmap of scars and ancient wisdom, his gaze fixed on the arena even though Li Ming was no longer present, nodded slowly. The elder's foresight is not to be underestimated. This Li Ming, he represents a deviation, a variable that could disrupt the established order. His methods, as demonstrated with Gorak, were not born of traditional dogma. They were born of intellect, experimentation, and perhaps a touch of forbidden knowledge. The woman hissed again, a sound of pure, unadulterated intrigue. "Forbidden knowledge? You believe he dabbles in arts beyond the sanctioned paths?" "The elder suspects it," the elder replied, his voice a low rumble. "His understanding of elemental interactions, his use of external catalysts, that dust, it was not merely an irritant. It was a precisely calibrated disruptor. It destabilized Gorak's earth chi not through brute force, but through a calculated alteration of its vibrational frequency. Such techniques require a deep and potentially dangerous comprehension of fundamental forces, forces that most orthodox cultivators shun." The burly man's gaze shifted back to the arena, a predatory gleam entering his eyes as a new match was announced. "He adapts too quickly, learns too fast. If he continues to progress, to refine these unorthodox methods, he could become a significant obstacle, or, more importantly, a significant asset." The woman inclined her head, a subtle gesture of understanding. "An asset, yes. Imagine the chaos he could sow if directed properly, or the power he could wield if his unique talents were harnessed. The elder's interest is understandable. Such raw potential, if molded to the Black Lotus sex will, could prove invaluable. He bypasses the limitations of conventional cultivation. He sees the flaws in the established systems. He could be the key to unlocking greater possibilities. But he also carries risks," the elder cautioned, his voice tinged with a healthy dose of pragmatism. "His reliance on external tools and precise calculations leaves him vulnerable. If his preparations are interrupted, if his carefully constructed strategies are shattered before they can be implemented, he falters. His opponents here, they may be brutish, but they understand the concept of overwhelming force. They might not understand how Li Ming operates, but they understand the necessity of stopping him before he can even begin. Then we must ensure the conditions are conducive," the woman murmured, a faint smile, barely visible in the shadows, playing on her lips. "The tournament is a crucible. It tests not only the strength of the flame, but the resilience of the metal. If Li Ming is truly as exceptional as the elder believes, he will weather the heat. If he is not, then his elimination will simply be a matter of removing an inconvenient variable. The elder's primary concern is not his elimination, the elder clarified. It is his acquisition. Should he prove his potential, should he demonstrate the capacity for growth and adaptation that we have observed, then his continued participation in this tournament and his future beyond it must be guided by us, towards ends that serve the greater design of the Black Lotus sect. The burly man grunted, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Many here possess power, but few possess his curiosity, his willingness to deviate. That is a rare commodity, and rare commodities are always worth pursuing. He shifted his weight, the heavy fabric of his robes rustling softly. We will continue to observe. Every match he participates in, every opponent he faces. We will gather data, and when the time is right, we will make our move. The woman's eyes, sharp and predatory, narrowed as she focused on a particular section of the stands, where the disciples of the Azure Dragon Academy were seated. She knew that Li Ming was not without his own allies, his own nascent network of support. Their presence, though seemingly innocuous, was another factor to be considered in the intricate web of the tournament. His connections are also interesting, she noted. That girl, Chun Lily, her protective gaze is as potent as any chi shield. And the aloof Miss Yu Siener, her analysis is sharp, her insights unervingly accurate. They see his potential, too. Perhaps not in the same way we do, but they see it nonetheless. Loyalty can be a powerful motivator, the elder observed, but it can also be a weakness. When faced with overwhelming force or a truly compelling offer, allegiances can shift. We will factor their influence into our calculations. For now, we watch, we wait, and we learn. The three figures melted further into the shadows, their silent vigil continuing, their predatory intent a tangible presence that permeated the very atmosphere of the arena, a constant reminder that even amidst the spectacle of cultivation prowess, a far more clandestine game was being played, with Li Ming and his unique talents as the ultimate prize. The Black Lotus sect's watchful eyes saw not just a tournament, but a battlefield of intricate strategies and potential acquisitions, a stage upon which their own ambitions were quietly, inexorably set to unfold. They understood that true power lay not merely in cultivation, but in the subtle manipulation of circumstance, the exploitation of advantage, and the acquisition of those rare individuals who dared to tread where others feared to go. And Li Ming, with his bewildering array of skills and his unconventional approach to the sacred art of cultivation, was precisely such an individual. His journey through this tournament was not just a personal trial. It was a carefully orchestrated opportunity for the Black Lotus sect, an unfolding narrative they intended to steer towards their own shadowed conclusions. They would not interfere directly, not yet, but they would observe, they would analyze, and they would prepare for the moment when Li Ming's unique energy signature, a beacon in the cultivated world, would draw him irrevocably into their grasp. The tournament was merely the prologue to a far more significant and far more dangerous chapter of his life, a chapter they intended to write. Chapter 10: Escalating Challenges. The roar of the crowd was a physical force, vibrating through the very bones of the arena as Li Ming stepped back onto the dueling platform. His previous victory, though hard-fought, had been a demonstration of brute force meeting calculated disruption. Now, the tournament organizers, perhaps sensing the growing intrigue surrounding the Azure Dragon Academy disciple, had scheduled an opponent who promised a different kind of test. This was no hulking barbarian with a penchant for overwhelming strength. This was Wei Feng, a disciple from the renowned Jade Serpent sect, known for their fluid, evasive combat style and their mastery of poison arts. Wei Feng was a study in contrast to Gorak. Where Gorak had been a mountain of muscle and raw power, Wei Feng was lean, wiry, his movements possessing an unnerving, serpentine grace. His robes, the color of moss and shadowed jade, seemed to ripple and flow with his every subtle shift, making him an elusive target even at standstill. His eyes, dark and intelligent, held a detached amusement as he surveyed Li Ming, a predator assessing its prey with a practiced, almost bored, efficiency. Li Ming of the Azure Dragon Academy. Wei Feng's voice was smooth, like polished obsidian, carrying a hint of a sneer. I have heard tales. The one who baffled the northern bear brood. You rely on your peculiar methods, I understand. Let's see if they can contend with the subtlety of the jade serpent. Li Ming offered a slight, almost imperceptible nod, his mind already racing through the implications. The jade serpent sect. Poison. Evasion. This was a direct challenge to his analytical approach. Brute force could be countered with physics, force vectors, momentum transfer. But poison? It was a more insidious threat, one that bypassed physical defenses and attacked the very essence of a cultivator's being, their chi and their life force. The match began not with a clash, but with a dance. Wei Feng moved like smoke, circling Li Ming with impossible fluidity, his steps barely disturbing the dust on the platform. He didn't launch a direct assault, but rather probed, testing Li Ming's reactions with feints and quick, almost imperceptible movements of his hands. Tiny puffs of what looked like glittering dust would occasionally waft from his fingertips, dissipating harmlessly in the air, or so it seemed. Li Ming, however, was acutely aware. His dual cultivation, the careful balance of physical discipline and chi manipulation, had sharpened his senses to an almost preternatural degree. He could feel the subtle shifts in air currents, the minute changes in ambient chi density that accompanied Wei Feng's movements. He also recognized the pattern of Wei Feng's probing. It wasn't just about testing reactions, it was about laying down subtle traps, invisible fields of influence. He's trying to control the space, Li Ming murmured to himself, his gaze tracking Wei Feng's seemingly random movements. Not with brute force, but with subtle environmental manipulation. That dust is not just for show. It's likely a carrier for something. Wei Feng's strategy became clearer with each passing moment. He wasn't just evading. He was attempting to corral Li Ming, to force him into specific zones where the ambient chi was subtly tainted, where the air itself was thick with microscopic particles designed to disrupt a cultivator's chi flow. Li Ming recalled his physics lessons on fluid dynamics and the Bernoulli principle. Wei Feng was creating subtle pressure differentials, guiding Li Ming's movements through the path of least resistance, a path that led directly into danger. A direct confrontation is what he wants, Li Ming deduced. He wants me to overcommit, to try and force him into a corner where he can unleash his true arsenal. The poison isn't a direct attack, not yet. It's a preparatory phase, weakening my defenses before the real assault. Li Ming decided on a counter-strategy, controlled chaos. Instead of playing Wei Feng's game of evasion and redirection, he would inject unpredictability. He began to move in short, sharp bursts, changing direction without clear intent, forcing Wei Feng to constantly recalculate. He focused on maintaining a steady, stable chi flow, consciously resisting any subtle disruptions that might emanate from the air. His first offensive move was unexpected. Instead of closing the distance, Li Ming suddenly stomped his foot, channeling a small surge of earth chi into the platform. The stone beneath Wei Feng's feet rippled, not enough to destabilize him, but enough to break his rhythm, to force him to shift his weight. Interesting, Wei Feng commented, a flicker of genuine surprise in his dark eyes. You can sense the subtle alterations, can you? Most would be caught unaware by such finesse. Finesse is a matter of perspective, Li Ming replied, his voice calm. He then did something even more peculiar. He reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden flute. The crowd buzzed with confusion. A weapon? A distraction? Is he going to serenade the jade serpent? Someone in the crowd jeered. Li Ming ignored them. He brought the flute to his lips and began to play a simple, melancholic melody. The notes, clear and pure, cut through the din of the arena. But this was no ordinary music. Li Ming was meticulously modulating the frequency of the sound waves, aiming them with a focused intent. He was applying his understanding of resonance. He's trying to disrupt the dust. Chun Lily exclaimed from the stands, her eyes wide with understanding. The sonic frequencies, if they match the vibrational frequency of the particle's wave is dispersing, he could neutralize them or even destabilize them. As Li Ming played, the glittering dust that Wei Feng had been subtly dispersing seemed to hesitate. Some particles clumped together, others drifted erratically, losing their intended trajectory. Wei Feng's serpentine grace faltered, his movements becoming a fraction less fluid as he realized his carefully laid plan was being undone by something as intangible as music. Wei Feng frowned, a rare expression of displeasure crossing his features. He increased the speed of his evasive maneuvers, releasing a more concentrated burst of the glittering dust. This time, it had a visible effect. Li Ming felt a strange, prickling sensation on his skin, a subtle dulling of his senses, as if a fine layer of ice were forming over his perceptions. Aha! Wei Feng purred, his confidence returning. The subtle frost mist. It doesn't kill, not directly. It numbs. It slows. It makes one complacent. Perfect for a final, decisive strike. Li Ming gritted his teeth. He could feel the chilling tendrils of the mist attempting to infiltrate his chi meridians, a slow, insidious creep that threatened to extinguish the vibrant flow of his cultivation. He had underestimated the potency of the jade serpent's poisons. This wasn't just about physical deterrence. It was about attacking the core of his power. He knew he couldn't sustain this sonic counteroffensive indefinitely. The flute was a tool, but it required immense focus and a constant supply of refined chi to maintain the precise frequencies. He needed to end this, and quickly. He recalled his training in physics, specifically the concept of resonance cascades. If a small, controlled vibration could disrupt the mist, what could a larger, more focused one do? He shifted his strategy again. He lowered the flute, the music fading, and instead focused his internal chi, channeling it into his palms. He then held his hands out, palms facing each other, and began to vibrate them at an incredibly high frequency, a humming that was felt more than heard, a deep thrum that resonated through his very being. He wasn't creating sound waves this time, but rather a focused field of molecular vibration. This was a dangerous gambit. Creating such intense, internal vibrations required immense control. If he lost focus, he could damage his own meridians. But he had no other choice. He channeled the earth chi he had used earlier, grounding himself, stabilizing the vibrations. He visualized the subtle frost mist, its molecular structure, and then amplified his own internal vibrations, tuning them to a frequency that would create a destructive interference pattern within the mist. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The air around Li Ming shimmered as if seen through heat haze. The subtle frost mist, instead of dissipating harmlessly, began to swirl violently, coalescing into dense, swirling pockets of vapor. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny glass shards shattering, the mist imploded, vanishing as if it had never been. Wei Feng recoiled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. Such raw application of vibrational physics, it's crude, yet undeniably effective. Li Ming pressed his advantage. With Wei Feng momentarily stunned, he lunged forward. He didn't aim for a direct strike, but instead used a series of feints, mirroring Wei Feng's earlier evasive tactics, but with a more aggressive intent. He utilized a technique learned from his dual cultivation, a method of mimicking an opponent's movements to predict their reactions, a form of chi-based empathic projection. As Wei Feng attempted to evade, Li Ming anticipated his movements, his own steps mirroring the serpent's slither. He then unleashed a rapid series of palm strikes, not with full force, but with precise jolts of chi, each one aimed at disrupting Wei Feng's internal chi flow, a series of microshocks that targeted his meridians. Wei Feng, caught off guard by Li Ming's sudden shift in tempo and his uncanny ability to predict his movements, stumbled. His serpentine grace was replaced by frantic evasion. Li Ming saw his opening. He channeled his wind qi, a refined and focused burst, and unleashed it directly at Wei Feng's feet. The gust of wind, amplified by Li Ming's cultivation, caught Wei Feng off guard, disrupting his balance completely. He tumbled across the platform, his robes billowing around him. Before he could recover, Li Ming was upon him, not with a killing blow, but with a gentle but firm pressure applied to a key acupoint on Wei Feng's shoulder. "Yield," Li Ming said, his voice quiet but firm. Wei Feng gasped, his body locking up. The pressure on the acupoint, combined with the residual effects of Li Ming's qi jolts, made it impossible for him to move. He was trapped, his own evasive skills turned against him. After a moment of struggling, his shoulders sagged in defeat. "I yield," Wei Feng choked out, his voice laced with a grudging respect. The crowd erupted again, a mixture of cheers and astonished murmurs. Li Ming, the physics student turned cultivator, had once again defied expectations, defeating a master of poison arts not with superior poison, but with superior understanding of fundamental principles, amplified by his unique cultivation. As he bowed to Wei Feng, Li Ming felt a subtle shift in the air, a familiar prickle of being watched. He glanced towards the shadowed alcoves where the Black Lotus sect members were rumored to reside, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, he knew they were there, observing, analyzing, and undoubtedly impressed by his unconventional methods. His next opponent was a disciple of the Iron Mountain sect, a sect renowned for their mastery of defensive arts and their ability to imbue their bodies with earthen resilience. This was a stark contrast to Wei Feng's agility and subtlety. This opponent, a burly young man named Guoming, seemed to be carved from granite, his movements slow and deliberate, but possessing an immovable force. The match began with Guoming taking a defensive stance, his arms crossed, his body radiating an aura of impenetrable defense. He didn't attack, he simply waited. Li Ming circled him, his mind already working. He had dealt with Gorik's brute force and Wei Feng's insidious poisons. Now, he faced an opponent whose primary strength was an unyielding defense. "You cannot break my defense, Li Ming," Guoming stated, his voice a deep rumble, like stones grinding together. "Iron Mountain cannot be shattered." Li Ming smiled faintly. Perhaps not directly, but even mountains can be eroded. He understood that a direct assault, even with his refined qi, would be like throwing pebbles at a fortress. Guoming's body was imbued with earth qi, making it incredibly dense and resistant to blunt force. His defensive techniques were legendary, designed to absorb and nullify incoming attacks. Li Ming would need a different approach, one that didn't rely on overwhelming power. He recalled a principle from his studies in material science: stress concentration. Even the strongest materials could fail if enough stress was applied to a specific, vulnerable point. Guoming's defense was absolute, but it was also rigid. Rigidity, while offering immense protection, also meant a lack of flexibility. Li Ming began to employ a rapid series of light, glancing blows, each one striking different points on Guoming's armored body. These weren't intended to cause damage, but rather to create almost imperceptible shifts in the distribution of Guoming's internal earth qi. He was subtly probing the structural integrity of Guoming's defenses, looking for any tiny imbalance. Guoming remained unfazed, his stance unwavering. "Your strikes are like gnats biting an ox." Futile. Perhaps, Li Ming conceded, his mind racing. He remembered a demonstration from his physics class where a high-frequency sonic wave could induce resonance in a crystalline structure, leading to its fracture. He couldn't replicate that exact effect with his current qi, but the principle remained. He needed to find a way to create a localized, amplified stress. He decided to incorporate elements from his previous duels. He subtly channeled wind qi into his strikes, not to add force, but to alter the trajectory of each impact, creating tiny, almost imperceptible ricochets that compounded the stress on Guoming's chi. He also began to introduce minute vibrations, not as powerful as his flute counter to the frost mist, but subtle enough to create a cumulative effect. The battle became a grueling test of endurance and precision. Li Ming danced around Guoming, his movements fluid and unpredictable, a stark contrast to the latter's immobility. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one meticulously calculated, each one designed to exploit the inherent inflexibility of Guoming's ironclad defense. Guoming began to show signs of strain. While he could absorb immense force, the constant, multi-directional bombardment, coupled with the subtle vibrational resonance, was starting to disrupt his chi flow. It was like trying to hold back a tide with a single, immovable rock. The water would find a way to seep around it, to wear it down. "You cannot sustain this," Guoming grunted, his voice losing some of its earlier confidence. "My defense is absolute." "Absolute defense is a theoretical construct," Li Ming replied, a hint of exertion in his voice. He focused his earth chi, not for a crushing blow, but for a focused, resonant pulse directed at a single point on Guoming's forearm, where he had detected a slight chi fluctuation. He struck. It wasn't a forceful impact, but a sharp, resonant thud. And then, a hairline fracture appeared on Guoming's armored skin. It was almost invisible, but Li Ming saw it. He pressed his advantage, channeling a more potent stream of earth chi into the fracture, amplifying the stress. The crack widened, a spiderweb spreading across Guoming's defensive shell. The disciple of Iron Mountain gasped, his stoic demeanor finally breaking. He tried to reinforce his defense, but the damage was done. The precise, cumulative application of force and resonance had found its weak point. With a final, focused pulse of chi, Li Ming shattered Guoming's guard. The impact sent shockwaves through Guoming's body, and he stumbled backward, his defense utterly broken. He looked at his fractured arm, then at Li Ming, a mixture of shock and disbelief on his face. I cannot proceed," Guoming admitted, his voice hollow. He bowed his head, acknowledging defeat. Li Ming felt a surge of exhaustion, but also a deep sense of satisfaction. He had faced an opponent who specialized in defense and had defeated him not through brute force, but through applied physics and precise cultivation. He was not just fighting. He was learning, evolving, and integrating his disparate knowledge into a formidable combat style. The tournament was escalating, and with each match, Li Ming was being pushed to his limits. He was discovering new depths within himself, new applications for the principles he had learned. The challenges were becoming more complex, demanding not just power, but intelligence, adaptability, and a profound understanding of the fundamental forces that governed both the physical and spiritual worlds. He knew that the path ahead would only grow more perilous, but he was ready. The Black Lotus sect's watchful eyes might be on him, but he was also on his own journey of discovery, a journey that was unfolding one strategic duel at a time. He was not just a cultivator. He was a scholar of combat, a strategist of the arcane, and his understanding of the universe was proving to be his most potent weapon. He was a testament to the fact that true power lay not just in the strength of one's chi, but in the clarity of one's mind and the ingenuity of one's application. Li Ming's journey through the tournament was rapidly evolving from a test of raw power to a complex chess match of strategy and intellect. The previous bout against Guoming, the disciple of the Iron Mountain sect, had showcased his ability to deconstruct seemingly impenetrable defenses through the application of stress concentration and resonant frequencies. He had proven that even the most unyielding material could be overcome with precise, calculated application of force, a principle derived from his understanding of material science and structural engineering. This victory, while satisfying, had also amplified the scrutiny from various factions. The Black Lotus sects continued. Silent observation was a constant, unsettling presence, a reminder that his unconventional methods were drawing attention not just from his peers, but from those who sought to control or exploit such unique talents. The next challenger to emerge from the waiting area was a stark departure from the granite-like resilience of Guoming. This was Anya Petrova, a disciple of the Whispering Wind Academy, a sect renowned for its mastery of kinetic manipulation and its focus on speed and agility. Anya was a blur of motion even when standing still, her movements fluid and unpredictable, her eyes sharp and analytical. Her attire, a sleek, form-fitting suit of interwoven silver threads, seemed to shimmer with captured light, hinting at the speed she embodied. Li Ming of Azure Dragon. Anya's voice was crisp and clear, carrying a faint accent that hinted at a northern origin, distinct from the common dialects. Your victory over the Iron Mountain was instructive. You treat combat like a physics problem. Let us see if your calculations hold up against the unpredictability of pure momentum. Li Ming nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had anticipated a challenge that focused on agility and speed after facing a defensive specialist. Anya Petrova was the embodiment of that challenge. Her sex techniques revolved around the precise control and redirection of kinetic energy, allowing them to achieve incredible speeds and deliver devastating, albeit fleeting, blows. This was not about brute force or insidious poison. This was about overwhelming velocity and the disruption of balance. The match commenced not with a clash, but with a vacuum. Anya vanished from her starting position, the air around her rippling as if disturbed by an unseen force. Li Ming, his senses heightened by his dual cultivation, felt the shift in air pressure and the faint hum of displaced energy. He didn't try to track her visually. That would be a futile exercise against an opponent of her caliber. Instead, he focused on the subtle environmental cues. She's not just moving fast, Li Ming murmured, his gaze sweeping across the platform. She's manipulating the air currents around her, creating localized pockets of reduced resistance. It's like creating a slipstream for herself. He recalled his studies in fluid dynamics, the principles of drag reduction, and Bernoulli's principle in action. Anya was essentially surfing on waves of manipulated air. Anya reappeared as a fleeting silver streak, her fist a blur aimed at Li Ming's temple. The punch wasn't just fast, it carried an immense amount of kinetic energy, amplified by her speed. Li Ming reacted instinctively, not by blocking, but by slightly shifting his stance, angling his body to deflect the brunt of the impact. He felt the wind shear against his cheek, the force of the blow passing by him with a sharp whistle. Impressive evasion, Anya commented, already repositioning herself. But you can only dodge for so long. My momentum is relentless. She began a relentless assault, a whirlwind of strikes and kicks that seemed to come from every direction at once. Li Ming found himself constantly adjusting his position, using minimal movements to avoid direct contact. He recognized that trying to meet her speed with his own would be a losing battle. Her sex specialized in this. His strength lay in understanding and exploiting the principles that governed her power. Momentum, Li Ming mused, dodging a sweeping kick that would have disarmed him. It's directly proportional to mass and velocity. If I can't match her velocity, I need to address her mass. Or, more accurately, the effective mass she projects. He recalled a concept from his classical mechanics lessons, the conservation of momentum. While Anya could generate immense momentum, she also had to expend significant energy to redirect it. Her movements, while appearing seamless, involved incredibly precise shifts in her center of gravity and the application of opposing forces to change direction. These were her vulnerabilities. His strategy shifted from pure evasion to controlled engagement. He started to anticipate her attack vectors, not by guessing, but by observing the minute distortions in the air and the almost imperceptible changes in ambient qi that preceded her movements. He was using his understanding of physics to predict her trajectory. During one of Anya's rapid lunges, Li Ming didn't evade entirely. Instead, he allowed a glancing blow to connect with his forearm, a technique he had practiced extensively, energy redirection through controlled absorption. He channeled a small amount of his earth qi to dissipate the force, but more importantly, he subtly altered the angle of impact at the last moment. "You're trying to disrupt my flow," Anya said, a hint of surprise in her voice as she felt the unexpected resistance and slight redirection of her attack. "Precisely," Li Ming replied. "Every object in motion possesses momentum. To change its direction requires an equal and opposite force. You are incredibly skilled at generating that force, but even the most efficient system has inefficiencies." He was looking for those moments of transition, the fractions of a second where her momentum was being manipulated. He began to employ short, sharp jabs and parries, not to inflict damage, but to subtly alter Anya's own momentum. Each contact was meticulously calculated, designed to nudge her just enough to make her next move slightly less efficient, slightly more costly in terms of energy. It was like trying to steer a speeding bullet with a feather, but Li Ming was using a feather with the precision of a laser. He noticed that after particularly sharp turns or sudden stops, Anya would pause for a nanosecond, her body subtly adjusting to maintain balance. This was his opening. He recalled the concept of impulse, the change in momentum of an object. An impulse could be achieved through a force applied over time, or a large force applied over a very short time. As Anya launched into another dizzying flurry of attacks, Li Ming waited. He saw her initiate a complex maneuver, a series of spins designed to create a disorienting effect. He let her close the distance. Then, just as she committed to a powerful outward thrust, he moved. Instead of blocking, Li Ming stepped into her attack, channeling a significant portion of his earth chi into his stance, anchoring himself like a mountain. Then, with a sudden explosive burst of wind chi, he applied a precisely angled counterforce to her attacking limb. "What?" Anya gasped, her carefully controlled momentum suddenly thrown into disarray. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Li Ming's counterforce, applied at the apex of her own thrust and at a critical angle, acted as an amplified lever. Her own momentum was turned against her. She spun uncontrollably, her silver-clad form a blur of uncontrolled motion, before stumbling off the platform. The crowd roared, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Anya, the epitome of speed and agility, had been defeated not by superior speed, but by the calculated disruption of her own kinetic energy. Li Ming hadn't outrun her. He had outthought her. He had used her own power, her own momentum, as the instrument of her defeat. "A calculated deflection," Li Ming stated, his voice calm as he bowed to the flustered Anya. "You generate immense kinetic energy, but redirecting it, especially at such speeds, requires constant calibration. A slight miscalculation, a counterforce applied at the wrong vector, and the system becomes unstable." He explained it like a lecture in applied physics, his words laced with a quiet authority. Anya, regaining her composure, looked at him with newfound respect, a flicker of awe in her sharp eyes. "You didn't just evade. You understood the very fabric of my technique." His next opponent was Jian Hu, a disciple from the Fiery Phoenix sect. Jian Hu was a master of flame-based techniques, his chi infused with scorching heat, his attacks reminiscent of a raging inferno. He was a stark contrast to Anya's speed and Guoming's defense. Jian Hu represented elemental fury, raw destructive power that sought to overwhelm and incinerate. The arena seemed to grow warmer as Jian Hu stepped onto the platform. His presence radiated heat, and the air around him shimmered with the intensity of his flame chi. His robes, the color of molten gold and deep crimson, seemed to flicker with an inner light. He grinned, a flash of white teeth against a tanned face, his eyes burning with fiery ambition. "Li Ming," Jian Hu's voice boomed, carrying the crackle of burning embers. "I've heard of your unusual methods. They say you fight with your brain, not just your chi. Well, let's see how your theories hold up against the pure, unadulterated power of fire." Li Ming met his gaze calmly. He knew that brute force, especially elemental force, could be incredibly destructive, but also predictable if understood correctly. Fire consumed, it melted, it vaporized. but it also relied on fuel and oxygen, and it could be controlled, redirected, or even extinguished through understanding its fundamental properties. Fire is merely energy in a rapid state of release, Li Ming replied, his voice steady. And all energy can be understood and thus managed. Jianhu laughed, a harsh, rasping sound, spoken like a true scholar. Let's see how your knowledge protects you when you're reduced to ash. The duel began with a torrent of flames. Jianhu unleashed a concentrated stream of fire from his palm, a searing jet that gouged a path across the dueling platform, leaving behind a scorched, smoking trail. Li Ming reacted by creating a localized shield of wind qi, not to block the flames, but to deflect them. He meticulously angled the qi currents, using his knowledge of aerodynamics to redirect the fiery blast away from him, creating a temporary buffer zone. You cannot outrun the inferno, Azure Dragon. Jianhu roared, launching another wave of fire, this time a broader, more encompassing sweep. Li Ming's mind raced, analyzing the properties of the flames. He could feel the intense heat radiating from them, the way they consumed the ambient qi in the arena. He recalled his lessons on thermodynamics, specifically the concepts of heat transfer and thermal conductivity. Fire was a highly efficient conductor of energy. He also remembered a less direct, but equally potent application of physics, resonance. While he couldn't extinguish the flames directly, he could potentially manipulate the environment in a way that would make them less effective or even detrimental to Jianhu himself. Jianhu pressed his advantage, conjuring larger, more potent fireballs. Li Ming, instead of simply dodging, began to channel his water qi. This wasn't about dousing the flames directly. That would be inefficient and likely impossible against Jianhu's potent techniques. Instead, he focused on creating a fine mist of water vapor, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, around the edges of the arena. Water and fire do not mix, scholar. Jianhu taunted, launching a volley of fire darts. They do, however, interact, Li Ming replied, his focus unwavering as he controlled the dispersal of the water mist. He was creating a thin, pervasive layer of humidity. His aim was to alter the very conditions that allowed the fire to burn so intensely. He was subtly increasing the ambient moisture content of the air. As Jianhu's flames met the humid air, their intensity seemed to diminish. The fire still burned, but it was less vibrant, less aggressive. The moisture in the air absorbed some of the heat energy, acting as a thermal sink, and also acted as a slight impediment to the oxygen supply that fueled the flames. What is this? Jianhu sputtered, noticing the subtle but undeniable decrease in the potency of his attacks. His fireballs seemed to splutter, their fiery roars reduced to a frustrated hiss. The principle of humidity and combustion, Li Ming explained, his voice carrying clearly over the crackling flames. Fire requires oxygen and a certain temperature to sustain itself. By increasing the ambient moisture, I am both reducing the effective concentration of oxygen and drawing heat away from the combustion process. It's like trying to light a fire in a damp forest. Jianhu, frustrated, decided on a more direct approach. He gathered a massive amount of flame qi, a searing vortex forming around him, and launched himself at Li Ming, intending to overwhelm him with sheer heat and force. This was exactly what Li Ming had anticipated. As Jianhu charged, Li Ming channeled his earth qi into the platform beneath them, not to create a barrier, but to alter its thermal conductivity. He focused his qi to make a section of the platform directly in Jianhu's path an exceptional conductor of heat, while simultaneously making the surrounding areas less so. You rely on heat, Jianhu, Li Ming said, his eyes locked on the charging figure. Let's see how you react when your own energy is turned against you. As Jianhu's fiery charge slammed into the altered section of the platform, a significant portion of his intense heat was rapidly absorbed into the ground. The ground itself, now superheated due to Li Ming's manipulation, began to radiate energy back, but not in a way that benefited Jianhu. Instead, it created a confusing thermal gradient disorienting his senses and making it harder to control his own flames. More critically, the rapid absorption of heat by the platform meant that Jianhu's own qi, which was intrinsically linked to his flame techniques, was now being pulled away from him, absorbed into the ground. It was like trying to hold onto a burning coal. The heat that fueled him was now escaping him. Jianhu let out a pained cry as he felt his internal energy being leached away. His flames flickered violently, and his charge faltered. He stumbled, disoriented by the sudden loss of power and the confusing thermal environment. "This is impossible," he gasped, trying to reignite his flames, but finding his qi sluggish, his power dampened. Li Ming seized the opportunity. He didn't unleash a powerful attack. Instead, he projected a focused wave of cool, pure water qi, not to extinguish the flames, but to rapidly reduce the temperature of the air immediately surrounding Jianhu. This created a stark contrast with the intense heat Jianhu was accustomed to, causing a severe thermal shock. The sudden drop in temperature, combined with the leaching of his qi and the disorienting thermal gradients, overwhelmed Jianhu. His flame techniques sputtered and died, and he collapsed onto the platform, panting and defeated. The immense power of his fire had been neutralized not by superior fire, but by a profound understanding of energy transfer and thermodynamics. "Fire is energy," Li Ming stated, his voice resonating with quiet conviction. "And all energy follows predictable laws. Understanding those laws is the key to controlling it." The crowd was in a state of stunned awe. Li Ming wasn't just fighting. He was dissecting his opponent's abilities, dismantling them with logic and scientific principles. He was proving that the most potent weapon in cultivation wasn't necessarily the strongest qi, but the most intelligent application of it. The Black Lotus sect members in the shadowed alcoves were likely taking meticulous notes, their inscrutable faces betraying nothing, yet their interest undoubtedly piqued. As Li Ming moved on, each victory solidified his unique reputation. He was the cultivator who didn't just train his body and spirit, but his mind, drawing parallels from his mundane studies and applying them to the arcane arts of cultivation. He was a living testament to the idea that knowledge, when wielded with courage and precision, could indeed be mightier than any sword or spell. The escalating challenges of the tournament were not just tests of his power, but tests of his intellect, and so far, his mind was proving to be his most formidable asset. The victories, though exhilarating, were not without their price. Each clash, each calculated move, each expenditure of qi left an indelible mark on Li Ming's being. The arena, a stage for unimaginable power, was also a crucible that tested the very limits of his physical and spiritual resilience. He had faced a whirlwind of kinetic energy, a torrent of flames, and the unyielding stone-like defense of his previous opponents. Each encounter had chipped away at his reserves, leaving him feeling increasingly hollowed out, a testament to the sheer physical and mental exertion required. His body, accustomed to the rigorous training regimens of the Azure Dragon sect, now bore the subtle signs of sustained combat. Bruises, faint yet persistent, mapped across his forearms and shins where stray blows had managed to graze him, despite his evasive maneuvers. They were not the deep, contusing injuries of a lesser fighter, but the cumulative evidence of 1,000 near misses, each one a tiny infraction against his defenses. His muscles ached with a dull, persistent throb, a constant reminder of the explosive bursts of qi he had unleashed and the immense forces he had endured. Even a simple act of straightening his back after a moment of rest sent a ripple of discomfort through his spine. Beyond the superficial injuries, the true cost was being extracted from his spiritual core. The constant manipulation of qi, the fine-tuning of elemental energies, the channeling of earth qi to anchor himself, and wind qi for rapid redirection, all of it was a demanding process. Each spell, each defensive posture, each offensive counter required a minuscule yet undeniable withdrawal from his spiritual wellspring. It was akin to a meticulously balanced scale, where every use of power tilted the balance, however slightly, towards depletion. He could feel it in the subtle dimming of his internal luminescence, a faint but perceptible dulling of the vibrant aura that usually pulsed within him. Fatigue, a more insidious foe than any physical opponent, began to creep into his very bones. It wasn't just the sleepiness that comes after a long day's work. It was a profound weariness that seeped into his soul. His thoughts, usually sharp and analytical, occasionally blurred at the edges. The lightning-fast calculations that had served him so well against Anya Petrova and Jian, who now required a conscious effort, a mental exertion that left him feeling drained. The rapid succession of intense battles had left his mind a battlefield in itself, constantly processing, re-evaluating, and strategizing, and the strain was beginning to show. His reactions, while still superior to most, felt a fraction of a second slower than they had at the tournament's outset. A subtle sluggishness, a mental fog that he had to actively push back against with sheer willpower. The emotional toll was equally significant. While Li Ming cultivated a calm exterior, the intensity of each battle was a deeply immersive experience. The roar of the crowd, the palpable tension of the arena, the sheer pressure to perform and to win, all of it contributed to a heightened emotional state. He had to maintain unwavering focus, suppressing any flicker of fear or doubt. This constant emotional suppression, the channeling of raw adrenaline into calculated action, was exhausting. There were moments, brief and fleeting, after a particularly brutal exchange, where a wave of raw emotion, relief, exhilaration, even a surge of primal aggression, would wash over him, only to be ruthlessly reined in. He recognized these emotional surges as potential weaknesses, cracks in his carefully constructed armor of composure. During his brief respite between matches, the quiet solitude was often more taxing than the combat itself. In the silence, the echoes of the previous battles would replay in his mind. The searing heat of Jianhu's flames, the dizzying speed of Anya's attacks, the crushing weight of Guo Ming's defenses. He would mentally dissect each moment, searching for any perceived misstep, any instance where he could have performed better. This self-recrimination, while a powerful motivator for improvement, also gnawed at his spirit, adding to the cumulative fatigue. He found himself replaying the near misses, the moments where a fraction of an inch of deviation would have resulted in a devastating blow. The phantom sensations of impact, the imagined sting of a missed parry, would linger, a testament to the mental imprint of each conflict. He had to be mindful of his chi consumption. Against Anya, he had employed a delicate balance of earth and wind chi, a controlled expenditure that can serve his reserves. Against Jianhu, the use of water chi was strategic, not overwhelming. But even these measured applications took their toll. He could feel his internal reserves, once seemingly boundless, now noticeably diminished. Imagine a reservoir that, while still full, had seen a significant portion of its water drawn out. He knew he couldn't afford to be careless. The tournament was far from over, and he still had formidable opponents to face. The thought of running on fumes, of his chi becoming thin and ineffective, was a chilling prospect. His cultivation, which had always felt like a steady, upward climb, now felt more like a precarious ascent along a treacherous cliff face. The constant need to replenish his chi and mend his spiritual wounds required a dedication that bordered on obsession. He spent hours in meditation, not just to recover, but to actively rebuild. He would visualize his spiritual core, the nexus of his power, and focus on channeling revitalizing energy, drawing upon the ambient chi of the natural world as much as his own internal reserves. These sessions, while crucial, were also mentally demanding, requiring an intense level of concentration that further added to his overall exhaustion. He also noticed subtle shifts in his perception. The world, which had once appeared so vibrant and full of energy, now seemed slightly muted, as if a thin veil had been drawn over it. The ambient chi, which he could usually sense with clarity, now felt more diffuse, harder to grasp. It was as if his senses, stretched to their absolute limit, were beginning to fray at the edges. This subtle dulling of his perception was perhaps the most unnerving consequence, as his ability to perceive and manipulate chi was fundamental to his unique fighting style. The aches and pains were manageable, the fatigue a constant companion he could push through, but the emotional intensity was a different beast entirely. Each victory brought a fleeting rush of triumph, quickly followed by the sobering realization of the next challenge. The weight of expectation from his sect, from himself, was a heavy burden. He saw the hopeful faces of his fellow Azure Dragon disciples in the crowd, the earnest gazes of his instructors, and the silent, watchful presence of the Black Lotus sect. All of it fueled his resolve, but also amplified the pressure. He couldn't afford to falter, not now. This pressure manifested as a tight knot in his stomach, a constant low-grade anxiety that he had to constantly work to suppress. He caught himself occasionally pausing, his mind drifting, before snapping back to the present with a jolt. These moments of mental disarray were particularly alarming. They were clear indicators that his mental fortitude, while strong, was not inexhaustible. He recognized that the tournament was not merely a test of his cultivation techniques or his strategic prowess, but a profound test of his resilience. It was a brutal, unforgiving trial that stripped away all but the most determined. The nourishment he consumed, the pills he took to accelerate healing and replenish chi, provided a temporary reprieve, a superficial mending. But the true healing, the deep restoration of his spiritual and physical reserves, required time and rest, commodities that were in tragically short supply. Each passing match was a step further into uncharted territory, a deeper dive into the unknown costs of pushing oneself beyond perceived limits. He was accumulating not just victories, but a debt of endurance, a spiritual ledger that was growing increasingly in the red. The glory of the tournament was undeniable, but the price of admission was steep, paid in the currency of his own physical and spiritual well-being. He was learning, in the most visceral way possible, that true strength was not just about power, but about the capacity to withstand its consequences. The cacophony of the tournament grounds, a perpetual hum of anticipation and disgruntled murmurs, often spilled beyond the confines of the dueling arenas. For Li Ming, the respite between bouts was a precious, albeit fleeting, commodity. It was during these interludes, amidst the throng of spectators and the lingering scent of exotic herbs from the various vendor stalls, that he found himself encountering individuals who occupied the same precarious ledge of ambition he did. These weren't the boisterous cheers of his allies from the Azure Dragon sect, nor the stern nods of his instructors, but the veiled glances and calculated approaches of his rivals. One such encounter occurred near a stall peddling a particularly pungent brew of fermented spirit grass, an aroma that even his refined senses found somewhat challenging. He had been seeking a moment of quiet, a brief escape from the overwhelming sensory input of the event, when a voice, smooth as polished jade, cut through the din. The disciple from the Azure Dragon sect. The voice drawled, dripping with a disarming familiarity that set Li Ming's teeth on edge. He turned to see Anya Petrova leaning against a pillar, her usual icy demeanor softened by a faint, almost imperceptible smile. She was clad in a lighter, less martial attire than he'd seen her in during their bout, a dark, flowing robe that seemed to absorb the ambient light. Her crimson hair was styled differently, woven into intricate braids that cascaded over her shoulders, and her piercing blue eyes, usually narrowed in fierce concentration, held a speculative gleam. "Miss Petrova," Li Ming replied, keeping his tone neutral. He acknowledged her presence with a slight inclination of his head, careful not to betray any of the lingering tension from their previous match. He remembered the sheer, breathtaking speed of her attacks, the way she'd seemed to blur at the edges of his vision. Her style was fluid, almost dancer-like, a stark contrast to his own grounded, elemental approach. A truly remarkable performance. "Li Ming," she continued, her gaze sweeping over him as if assessing some unseen damage. Your control over the earth and wind elements. It's unlike anything I've witnessed from a disciple of your generation. The way you shifted between anchoring yourself and then becoming a whirlwind, it was artful. Li Ming remained silent, allowing her to speak. He knew that compliments from rivals, especially those who had been thoroughly bested, were often laced with ulterior motives. Was this genuine admiration, or a subtle attempt to gauge his strengths and weaknesses further? Her past actions, the ruthlessness she displayed in the arena, suggested a pragmatist above all else. I must confess, Anya went on, taking a step closer, her voice dropping to a more conspiratorial tone. I underestimated you. Your technique with what was it? The quicksand grasp? She tilted her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. It nearly had me trapped. If not for a desperate surge of my chi, I might have been submerged. He remembered that moment vividly. The way the ground had seemed to ripple and surge, drawing her in with an almost sentient hunger. He had combined his earth chi, not just to manipulate the earth, but to imbue it with a subtle, binding force, a precursor to the more potent restraints he'd learned from his own sect's ancient texts. It's a foundational technique, Li Ming said, offering a vague truth, designed to disrupt an opponent's footing and create openings. Anya chuckled, a low, melodious sound. Foundational? I dare say your foundations are built on bedrock, far deeper than most. I've heard whispers, about the Azure Dragon sect's secret arts. But to see them manifest with such raw potency, it's quite something. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the playful facade slipping for a moment to reveal the calculating strategist beneath. Tell me, that final sequence of maneuvers, the evasion followed by the counterstrike, was that a pre-planned sequence or a spontaneous reaction to my opening? Li Ming felt a prickle of unease. She was probing, trying to understand the mechanics of his victory, perhaps seeking a weakness she could exploit in future encounters. The arena demands adaptability, Miss Petrova, he replied, his voice firm. One must react to the flow of battle. He deflected, steering the conversation away from specifics. Your speed is impressive. It's a shame we couldn't see the full extent of your abilities. Anya's smile returned, a little sharper this time. And it's a shame your earth chi couldn't hold me entirely. Perhaps next time, you'll need more than just the ground to bind me. She straightened, her posture shifting back to one of casual confidence. Regardless, it was an educational experience. I shall be watching your progress with great interest. With a final, enigmatic nod, she turned and disappeared back into the bustling crowd, leaving Li Ming with a lingering sense of unease and a newfound respect for her keen observational skills. She was a formidable opponent, not just in her cultivation, but in her mind. He had barely a moment to process that encounter when another, more unwelcome presence made itself known. This one was less subtle, more overtly confrontational, though cloaked in a thin veneer of camaraderie. Jianhu, his crimson robes still faintly scorched from their fiery duel, approached with a swagger that was as irritating as it was arrogant. His eyes, usually burning with aggression, held a glint that Li Ming couldn't quite decipher. Was it residual anger, grudging respect, or something else entirely? Li Ming, Jianhu grunted, stopping a few paces away. The crowd around them seemed to instinctively part, sensing the simmering animosity. Still breathing, I see. Li Ming resisted the urge to retort. Jianhu's fire-based techniques, while powerful, had been countered by Li Ming's strategic use of water qi, a calculated risk that had paid off. He had felt the heat, the searing intensity of Jianhu's flames, and the sheer destructive force they wielded. He remembered the moment Jianhu had unleashed his signature technique, the Inferno Phoenix, a torrent of concentrated flame that had forced Li Ming to erect a formidable barrier of condensed water. Your flame arts are potent, Jianhu, Li Ming stated, his tone measured. A testament to your sex training. He deliberately avoided mentioning the outcome of their match. Jianhu let out a harsh laugh. Potent enough to singe your robes, perhaps? A pity you didn't get a full taste of it. Next time, I'll ensure your Azure Dragon sect knows the true meaning of ashes. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. The residual anger was still palpable. That trick with the water, it was unexpected, but tricks don't win championships. Technique and strategy win championships. Jianhu, Li Ming corrected him, his voice calm but unwavering. Raw power, unchecked, can be its own undoing. He remembered the reckless abandon with which Jianhu had attacked, the sheer force of his spirit fueled by a burning desire to prove himself. Is that so? Jianhu sneered, taking a step closer. We'll see. You think because you can weave little puddles and gusts of wind that you're invincible? You're just a fraud, riding on clever tricks. My sect forged me in the fires of true cultivation. You're just a pretty boy playing with elemental trinkets. Li Ming felt a surge of annoyance, but he suppressed it. He knew Jian who was trying to provoke him, to lure him into a foolish emotional response. He remembered the sheer heat radiating from Jianhu's body, the way the air around him shimmered with latent fire energy. My sect's arts are as valid as yours, Li Ming countered evenly, and their effectiveness has been proven. Jianhu scoffed. Proven against who? Some academy students? You haven't faced true competition yet. This tournament is filled with amateurs playing dress-up. He puffed out his chest. When you face someone who truly understands the art of war, not just the art of the duel, you'll crumble. Perhaps, Li Ming conceded, his gaze steady. But for now, I have overcome the challenges presented. And you, Jianhu, were one of them. He didn't offer an apology, nor did he gloat. He simply stated a fact. Jianhu's face contorted with rage for a moment, but then he seemed to rein himself in, a flicker of something akin to grudging respect, or perhaps just a primal acknowledgement of a worthy adversary, passing across his features. This isn't over, Azure Dragon, he spat, his voice low and menacing. The next time we meet, there will be no water to save you. With a final glare, he turned and strode away, disappearing into the crowd with the same aggressive swagger he had arrived with. Li Ming watched him go, a faint smile finally touching his lips. Jian, who was all bluster and fire, a classic rival archetype, but Li Ming knew he was also a skilled cultivator. Their animosity was genuine, a heated rivalry born of differing philosophies and raw ambition. But beneath it, Li Ming sensed a shared understanding. The immense pressure of the tournament, the drive to prove oneself, the burning desire for victory. As he continued to navigate the crowded thoroughfares of the tournament grounds, seeking a quieter corner to meditate and recuperate, he noticed a pair of eyes that seemed to linger on him a moment too long. It was a subtle thing, easily missed, but Li Ming's senses, honed by countless hours of observation and anticipation, caught it. The individual in question was a young woman, her face partially obscured by the wide brim of a conical hat, typical of many cultivators from the southern regions. She wore simple, earth-toned robes and carried herself with an air of quiet competence. She wasn't overtly menacing, nor did she exude the overt hostility of Jianhu or the calculating charm of Anya. Instead, there was a stillness about her, a watchful patience that made Li Ming curious. He made a show of examining a stall selling intricate jade carvings, all the while keeping her subtly in his peripheral vision. She didn't approach, nor did she stare overtly. She simply existed in the same space, her presence a gentle, persistent hum against his awareness. He couldn't sense any hostile chi emanating from her, nor any intent to engage. It was odd. After a few minutes, she finally moved, drifting away from her vantage point and heading toward a less crowded area near the outer perimeter of the grounds. Li Ming, feeling a strange compulsion, decided to follow, albeit discreetly. He kept a safe distance, using the flow of the crowd and the various stalls as cover. She led him to a secluded alcove, partially hidden by flowering vines. She paused there, and, for a moment, Li Ming thought she might be waiting for someone. Instead, she reached into a fold of her robes and produced a small, intricately carved wooden bird. She held it for a moment, her fingers tracing its delicate wings, before placing it on a low stone ledge. As she did so, she glanced around, her eyes meeting Li Ming's for a fleeting second. There was no recognition, no malice, just a brief, almost imperceptible nod, before she turned and continued on her way, melting back into the throng. Li Ming approached the alcove cautiously. He examined the wooden bird. It was beautifully crafted, but seemed unremarkable. Yet, the woman's deliberate placement, her furtive glance, suggested otherwise. He picked it up, feeling its smooth texture. As his fingers brushed against it, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible pulse of energy. It wasn't chi, not in the way he understood it, but something subtler, more nuanced. He then noticed a tiny, almost invisible inscription on the underside of the bird's wing. He squinted, deciphering the stylized characters. They weren't standard script, but a series of symbols that seemed to hum with a latent meaning. He recognized some of them, elements of ancient dialect, interwoven with symbols that spoke of observation and information. This was no random act. This was a deliberate message, left for whom? And what did it mean? Was this woman a spy for another sect, planting intel? Or was she part of a clandestine organization, using coded messages within the tournament? The Black Lotus sect was known for its intrigue, but this felt different, more subtle. This was not the crude intimidation of Jianhu, nor the direct challenge of Anya. This was the quiet work of shadows. He pocketed the bird, a new layer of complexity added to his already demanding tournament experience. The arena was a battleground, but the world outside it, it seemed, was an even more intricate web of alliances, rivalries, and hidden agendas. He was not just fighting other cultivators. He was navigating a political landscape he was only just beginning to understand. This unexpected interaction, the silent message left by a seemingly anonymous rival, served as a stark reminder that his journey was far from a simple climb to victory. There were unseen currents at play, forces that moved in the shadows, and he would need to be as adept at deciphering their whispers as he was at wielding his chi. He spent the next few hours in meditation, but his mind kept returning to the wooden bird. He tried to analyze the energy signature, the symbols. He felt a faint resonance with some of the older, more obscure texts he had studied at the Azure Dragon sect, particularly those dealing with clandestine communication methods and reconnaissance techniques employed by ancient espionage guilds. This woman, whoever she was clearly well-trained in such arts. Was she observing him for her own sect, or was she a rogue agent, perhaps even operating independently? The possibility of an alliance, however unlikely, flickered in his mind. Could there be others who, like him, felt the pressure of the tournament and sought common ground outside the direct confrontation of the arenas? Anya's subtle probing and Jianhu's outright hostility were expected. But this silent, coded communication suggested a different kind of rivalry, one that operated on a level of strategic foresight rather than brute force. He pondered the implication of the symbols. They spoke of watchfulness, of information gathering. They weren't overtly threatening, nor were they overtly friendly. They were neutral, observational. It suggested that the sender was not necessarily an enemy, but perhaps an interested party, someone gathering intelligence for reasons yet unknown. This could be a warning, a piece of subtle advice, or simply an acknowledgement of his presence. He decided to keep the wooden bird, a tangible reminder of the complexities that lay beyond the ring. He would study it, try to decipher its deeper meaning, and remain vigilant. The tournament was a crucible, not just for his martial prowess, but for his perception and his ability to adapt to the ever-shifting landscape of power and influence within the cultivation world. He had faced opponents who sought to defeat him through direct confrontation, but now he had encountered an opponent who operated in the realm of subtlety and mystery. This added a new dimension to the challenges he faced, forcing him to expand his strategic thinking beyond the immediate confines of the arena. He was learning that true mastery in this world required not only the strength to win battles, but the wisdom to understand the silent wars being waged all around him. The cacophony of the tournament grounds, a perpetual hum of anticipation and disgruntled murmurs, often spilled beyond the confines of the dueling arenas. For Li Ming, the respite between bouts was a precious, albeit fleeting, commodity. It was during these interludes, amidst the throng of spectators and the lingering scent of exotic herbs from the various vendor stalls, that he found himself encountering individuals who occupied the same precarious ledge of ambition he did. These weren't the boisterous cheers of his allies from the Azure Dragon sect, nor the stern nods of his instructors, but the veiled glances and calculated approaches of his rivals. One such encounter occurred near a stall peddling a particularly pungent brew of fermented spirit grass, an aroma that even his refined senses found somewhat challenging. He had been seeking a moment of quiet, a brief escape from the overwhelming sensory input of the event, when a voice, smooth as polished jade, cut through the din. The disciple from the Azure Dragon sect. The voice drawled, dripping with a disarming familiarity that set Li Ming's teeth on edge. He turned to see Anya Petrova leaning against a pillar, her usual icy demeanor softened by a faint, almost imperceptible smile. She was clad in a lighter, less martial attire than he'd seen her in during their bout, a dark, flowing robe that seemed to absorb the ambient light. Her crimson hair was styled differently, woven into intricate braids that cascaded over her shoulders, and her piercing blue eyes, usually narrowed in fierce concentration, held a speculative gleam. "Miss Petrova," Li Ming replied, keeping his tone neutral. He acknowledged her presence with a slight inclination of his head, careful not to betray any of the lingering tension from their previous match. He remembered the sheer, breathtaking speed of her attacks, the way she'd seemed to blur at the edges of his vision. Her style was fluid, almost dancer-like, a stark contrast to his own grounded, elemental approach. "A truly remarkable performance, Li Ming," she continued, her gaze sweeping over him as if assessing some unseen damage. "Your control over the earth and wind elements, it's unlike anything I've witnessed from a disciple of your generation. The way you shifted between anchoring yourself and then becoming a whirlwind, it was artful." Li Ming remained silent, allowing her to speak. He knew that compliments from rivals, especially those who had been thoroughly bested, were often laced with ulterior motives. Was this genuine admiration, or a subtle attempt to gauge his strengths and weaknesses further? Her past actions, the ruthlessness she displayed in the arena, suggested a pragmatist above all else. "I must confess," Anya went on, taking a step closer, her voice dropping to a more conspiratorial tone, "I underestimated you. Your technique with what was it? The quicksand grasp?" She tilted her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. "It nearly had me trapped. If not for a desperate surge of my chi, I might have been submerged." He remembered that moment vividly. The way the ground had seemed to ripple and surge, drawing her in with an almost sentient hunger. He had combined his earth chi, not just to manipulate the earth, but to imbue it with a subtle, binding force, a precursor to the more potent restraints he'd learned from his own sect's ancient texts. "It's a foundational technique," Li Ming said, offering a vague truth, "designed to disrupt an opponent's footing and create openings." Anya chuckled, a low, melodious sound. "Foundational? I dare say your foundations are built on bedrock, far deeper than most. I've heard whispers, about the Azure Dragon sect's secret arts, but to see them manifest with such raw potency, it's quite something." Her eyes narrowed slightly, the playful facade slipping for a moment to reveal the calculating strategist beneath. "Tell me, that final sequence of maneuvers, the evasion followed by the counterstrike, was that a pre-planned sequence or a spontaneous reaction to my opening?" Li Ming felt a prickle of unease. She was probing, trying to understand the mechanics of his victory, perhaps seeking a weakness she could exploit in future encounters. "The arena demands adaptability, Miss Petrova," he replied, his voice firm. "One must react to the flow of battle." He deflected, steering the conversation away from specifics. "Your speed is impressive. It's a shame we couldn't see the full extent of your abilities." Anya's smile returned, a little sharper this time. and it's a shame your earth chi couldn't hold me entirely. Perhaps next time, you'll need more than just the ground to bind me. She straightened, her posture shifting back to one of casual confidence. Regardless, it was an educational experience. I shall be watching your progress with great interest. With a final, enigmatic nod, she turned and disappeared back into the bustling crowd, leaving Li Ming with a lingering sense of unease and a newfound respect for her keen observational skills. She was a formidable opponent, not just in her cultivation, but in her mind. He had barely a moment to process that encounter when another, more unwelcome presence made itself known. This one was less subtle, more overtly confrontational, though cloaked in a thin veneer of camaraderie. Jianhu, his crimson robes still faintly scorched from their fiery duel, approached with a swagger that was as irritating as it was arrogant. His eyes, usually burning with aggression, held a glint that Li Ming couldn't quite decipher. Was it residual anger, grudging respect, or something else entirely? Li Ming, Jianhu grunted, stopping a few paces away. The crowd around them seemed to instinctively part, sensing the simmering animosity. Still breathing, I see. Li Ming resisted the urge to retort. Jianhu's fire-based techniques, while powerful, had been countered by Li Ming's strategic use of water qi, a calculated risk that had paid off. He had felt the heat, the searing intensity of Jianhu's flames, and the sheer destructive force they wielded. He remembered the moment Jianhu had unleashed his signature technique, the Inferno Phoenix, a torrent of concentrated flame that had forced Li Ming to erect a formidable barrier of condensed water. Your flame arts are potent, Jianhu, Li Ming stated, his tone measured. A testament to your sex training. He deliberately avoided mentioning the outcome of their match. Jianhu let out a harsh laugh. Potent enough to singe your robes, perhaps? A pity you didn't get a full taste of it. Next time, I'll ensure your Azure Dragon sect knows the true meaning of ashes. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. The residual anger was still palpable. That trick with the water, it was unexpected, but tricks don't win championships. Technique and strategy win championships. Jianhu, Li Ming corrected him, his voice calm but unwavering. Raw power, unchecked, can be its own undoing. He remembered the reckless abandon with which Jianhu had attacked, the sheer force of his spirit fueled by a burning desire to prove himself. Is that so? Jianhu sneered, taking a step closer. We'll see. You think because you can weave little puddles and gusts of wind that you're invincible? You're just a fraud, riding on clever tricks. My sect forged me in the fires of true cultivation. You're just a pretty boy playing with elemental trinkets. Li Ming felt a surge of annoyance, but he suppressed it. He knew Jian, who was trying to provoke him, to lure him into a foolish, emotional response. He remembered the sheer heat radiating from Jianhu's body, the way the air around him shimmered with latent fire energy. My sect's arts are as valid as yours, Li Ming countered evenly, and their effectiveness has been proven. Jianhu scoffed. Proven against who? Some academy students? You haven't faced true competition yet. This tournament is filled with amateurs playing dress-up. He puffed out his chest. When you face someone who truly understands the art of war, not just the art of the duel, you'll crumble. Perhaps, Li Ming conceded, his gaze steady. But for now, I have overcome the challenges presented. And you, Jianhu, were one of them. He didn't offer an apology, nor did he gloat. He simply stated a fact. Jianhu's face contorted with rage for a moment, but then he seemed to rein himself in, a flicker of something akin to grudging respect, or perhaps just a primal acknowledgement of a worthy adversary, passing across his features. This isn't over, Azure Dragon, he spat, his voice low and menacing. The next time we meet, there will be no water to save you. With a final glare, he turned and strode away, disappearing into the crowd with the same aggressive swagger he had arrived with. Li Ming watched him go, a faint smile finally touching his lips. Jian, who was all bluster and fire, a classic rival archetype, but Li Ming knew he was also a skilled cultivator. Their animosity was genuine, a heated rivalry born of differing philosophies and raw ambition. But beneath it, Li Ming sensed a shared understanding. The immense pressure of the tournament, the drive to prove oneself, the burning desire for victory. As he continued to navigate the crowded thoroughfares of the tournament grounds, seeking a quieter corner to meditate and recuperate, he noticed a pair of eyes that seemed to linger on him a moment too long. It was a subtle thing, easily missed, but Li Ming's senses, honed by countless hours of observation and anticipation, caught it. The individual in question was a young woman, her face partially obscured by the wide brim of a conical hat, typical of many cultivators from the southern regions. She wore simple, earth-toned robes and carried herself with an air of quiet competence. She wasn't overtly menacing, nor did she exude the overt hostility of Jian Hu or the calculating charm of Anya. Instead, there was a stillness about her, a watchful patience that made Li Ming curious. He made a show of examining a stall selling intricate jade carvings, all the while keeping her subtly in his peripheral vision. She didn't approach, nor did she stare overtly. She simply existed in the same space, her presence a gentle, persistent hum against his awareness. He couldn't sense any hostile chi emanating from her, nor any intent to engage. It was odd. After a few minutes, she finally moved, drifting away from her vantage point and heading toward a less crowded area near the outer perimeter of the grounds. Li Ming, feeling a strange compulsion, decided to follow, albeit discreetly. He kept a safe distance, using the flow of the crowd and the various stalls as cover. She led him to a secluded alcove, partially hidden by flowering vines. She paused there, and for a moment, Li Ming thought she might be waiting for someone. Instead, she reached into a fold of her robes and produced a small, intricately carved wooden bird. She held it for a moment, her fingers tracing its delicate wings, before placing it on a low stone ledge. As she did so, she glanced around, her eyes meeting Li Ming's for a fleeting second. There was no recognition, no malice, just a brief, almost imperceptible nod, before she turned and continued on her way, melting back into the throng. Li Ming approached the alcove cautiously. He examined the wooden bird. It was beautifully crafted, but seemed unremarkable. Yet, the woman's deliberate placement, her furtive glance, suggested otherwise. He picked it up, feeling its smooth texture. As his fingers brushed against it, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible pulse of energy. It wasn't chi, not in the way he understood it, but something subtler, more nuanced. He then noticed a tiny, almost invisible inscription on the underside of the bird's wing. He squinted, deciphering the stylized characters. They weren't standard script, but a series of symbols that seemed to hum with a latent meaning. He recognized some of them, elements of ancient dialect, interwoven with symbols that spoke of observation and information. This was no random act. This was a deliberate message. Left for whom? And what did it mean? Was this woman a spy for another sect, planting intel? Or was she part of a clandestine organization, using coded messages within the tournament? The Black Lotus sect was known for its intrigue, but this felt different, more subtle. This was not the crude intimidation of Jianhu, nor the direct challenge of Anya. This was the quiet work of shadows. He pocketed the bird, a new layer of complexity added to his already demanding tournament experience. The arena was a battleground, but the world outside it, it seemed, was an even more intricate web of alliances, rivalries, and hidden agendas. He was not just fighting other cultivators. He was navigating a political landscape he was only just beginning to understand. This unexpected interaction, the silent message left by a seemingly anonymous rival, served as a stark reminder that his journey was far from a simple climb to victory. There were unseen currents at play, forces that moved in the shadows, and he would need to be as adept at deciphering their whispers as he was at wielding his chi. He spent the next few hours in meditation, but his mind kept returning to the wooden bird. He tried to analyze the energy signature, the symbols. He felt a faint resonance with some of the older, more obscure texts he had studied at the Azure Dragon sect, particularly those dealing with clandestine communication methods and reconnaissance techniques employed by ancient espionage guilds. This woman, whoever she was clearly well trained in such arts. Was she observing him for her own sect? Or was she a rogue agent, perhaps even operating independently? The possibility of an alliance, however unlikely, flickered in his mind. Could there be others who, like him, felt the pressure of the tournament and sought common ground outside the direct confrontation of the arenas? Anya's subtle probing and Jian, whose outright hostility were expected. But this silent, coded communication suggested a different kind of rivalry, one that operated on a level of strategic foresight rather than brute force. He pondered the implication of the symbols. They spoke of watchfulness, of information gathering. They weren't overtly threatening, nor were they overtly friendly. They were neutral, observational. It suggested that the sender was not necessarily an enemy, but perhaps an interested party, someone gathering intelligence for reasons yet unknown. This could be a warning, a piece of subtle advice, or simply an acknowledgement of his presence. He decided to keep the wooden bird, a tangible reminder of the complexities that lay beyond the ring. He would study it, try to decipher its deeper meaning, and remain vigilant. The tournament was a crucible, not just for his martial prowess, but for his perception and his ability to adapt to the ever-shifting landscape of power and influence within the cultivation world. He had faced opponents who sought to defeat him through direct confrontation, but now he had encountered an opponent who operated in the realm of subtlety and mystery. This added a new dimension to the challenges he faced, forcing him to expand his strategic thinking beyond the immediate confines of the arena. He was learning that true mastery in this world required not only the strength to win battles, but the wisdom to understand the silent wars being waged all around him. Yu Xian'er's gaze, usually filled with a gentle warmth when directed at Li Ming, was now clouded with a burgeoning anxiety. From her vantage point, nestled amongst the Azure Dragon sect supporters, she had a clear view of Li Ming's duels. Each victory, though a testament to his burgeoning strength and the efficacy of his techniques, sent a fresh wave of unease through her. It wasn't just the raw power he displayed. It was the attention he was garnering. The whispers that followed him, the calculating stares of his rivals, the barely concealed envy of those from less prestigious sects, it all coalesced into a potent brew of danger. She had seen the way Anya Petrova's eyes had narrowed with a glint of something beyond mere competitive spirit after their match, and the simmering animosity radiating from Jian Hu, even after his defeat. These weren't just rivals. They were individuals who saw Li Ming not just as an opponent to be overcome, but as an obstacle to their own ambitions, an obstacle that might need to be removed. Her heart ached with a protective instinct, a familiar sensation she had nurtured since their days in the quieter, more sheltered environs of their sect. The tournament, with its brutal spotlight, was a harsh environment for such nascent talents. She recalled the subtle, almost predatory glint in the eyes of the Black Lotus sect disciples whenever Li Ming's name was mentioned. Their reputation for ruthlessness and their penchant for unsavory tactics were well known. They wouldn't hesitate to exploit any perceived weakness, to employ methods that transcended the fair play of the arena. The Black Lotus sect, with its focus on shadow arts and poisons, was a constant specter lurking at the edges of any cultivator's ambition, and Li Ming, by virtue of his rapid ascent and undeniable talent, was becoming an increasingly attractive target. "He's too bright," she murmured to herself, her voice barely a whisper against the roar of the crowd. "He shines too brightly in this darkness." The metaphor was apt. The cultivation world, especially in the cutthroat environment of a major tournament, was a place where one's light could easily attract predators. His innovative use of elemental chi, his strategic brilliance in the arena, his seemingly effortless mastery of techniques that others struggled with for years, it was all a beacon. And beacons, in such waters, were often extinguished before they could truly illuminate. Her mind raced, sifting through the protocols and wisdom passed down through generations of Azure Dragon elders. What would she do? Direct intervention in the tournament was strictly forbidden, a rule enforced with severe penalties. She couldn't simply step into the arena and defend him, nor could she overtly confront his rivals without jeopardizing her own standing and that of their sect. Her role was primarily one of guidance and support, a role that felt woefully inadequate against the encroaching shadows. She thought of the coded message Li Ming had received earlier, the intricate wooden bird. It spoke of a different kind of danger, one that operated in secrecy, weaving webs of information and espionage. Was this a warning? A new player entering the game, one who operated not with brute force, but with stealth and deception? The thought added another layer of complexity to her worries. Li Ming was strong, yes, but he was also relatively naive about the deeper machinations at play within the cultivation world. He focused on the direct confrontation, the path of cultivation, and the honor of the duel. He wasn't yet attuned to the subtle currents of intrigue that could ensnare him just as effectively as any powerful opponent. Her own cultivation, while significant, was not primarily geared towards direct combat in the same way Li Ming's was developing. She excelled in supportive arts, in sensing and understanding the flow of qi, in subtle manipulation and foresight. Perhaps that was where her strength lay now, in observing, in analyzing the threats from the periphery, and in finding subtle ways to guide Li Ming, to prepare him for the dangers he couldn't yet see. She considered the various factions within the tournament, the political undercurrents that often dictated outcomes as much as raw power. The Black Lotus sect was a clear and present danger, their motives likely tied to disrupting the established order or eliminating promising talents from rival sections. But there were others too. The ambitions of the Fire Phoenix sect, the subtle machinations of the Jade Serpent clan, the enigmatic stance of the Moonweaver sect, all had their own agendas, and Li Ming, as a rising star, could easily become a pawn or a target in their intricate games. Yu Xiener's brow furrowed in concentration. She needed to understand the nature of the threat posed by the Black Lotus sect more deeply. Were they acting on their own initiative, or were they being directed by higher powers? What was their ultimate goal in singling out Li Ming? Was it simply to eliminate a potential champion, or was there something more specific about him that drew their attention? His unique cultivation, his elemental affinity, perhaps even something connected to his past that she was unaware of? She recalled Li Ming's own interactions with Anya Petrova and Jian Hu. While he had handled them with skill and composure, the encounters revealed the sheer number of individuals who saw him as a threat or an object of fascination. Anya's probing questions about his techniques and Jian Hu's outright aggression were indicators of the intense scrutiny he was under. Each victory, each display of prowess, only amplified this attention, creating a dangerous feedback loop. He needs more than just his current training, she mused, her gaze fixed on Li Ming as he moved through the crowd, a solitary figure amidst the teeming masses. He needs to understand the shadows, not just the light. The Azure Dragon sect's teachings focused on balance, on the harmony of offensive and defensive, on the understanding of fundamental principles. But the world outside their sect's hallowed grounds was a place of far greater moral ambiguity, where strength was not always synonymous with honor, and where victory could be achieved through less savory means. She considered reaching out to Elder May, a senior figure in their sect, known for her wisdom and her understanding of political maneuvering within the cultivation world. Elder May had a keen eye for hidden agendas and a reputation for dispensing sage advice that often saved disciples from unforeseen perils. However, directly involving an elder might also draw unwanted attention, signaling a perceived weakness or vulnerability in Li Ming's camp. It was a delicate balance, a tightrope walk between seeking necessary support and avoiding the appearance of being overly reliant or exposed. Perhaps, she thought, there was a way to subtly influence Li Ming's training, not to alter his combat focus, but to broaden his awareness. She could discreetly acquire texts related to espionage, to counterintelligence, to understanding the subtle arts of deception and perception. She could encourage him to meditate not just on his elemental qi, but on the flow of intent, on reading the subtle shifts in energy that indicated hidden motives. It was a departure from their usual curriculum, but the circumstances demanded an adaptation. The image of the Black Lotus sect, disciples cold, calculating eyes, flashed in her mind. They were masters of poison and manipulation, capable of striking from the shadows with deadly precision. If they decided Li Ming was a threat, they wouldn't hesitate to employ their most insidious methods. A carefully administered poison, a subtle curse woven into his spiritual energy, an ambush orchestrated under the guise of a friendly encounter. These were the nightmares that haunted her thoughts. She knew Li Ming possessed a strong will and a pure heart, qualities that often served as a shield against darker influences. But even the purest light could be obscured by the densest fog. He needed to learn to recognize the fog, to navigate through it, and to strike back not just with force, but with knowledge and foresight. Her growing concern was not just for his physical safety, but for the integrity of his path, for the preservation of his spirit against the corrosive forces that sought to undermine him. Yusienner closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep, steadying breath. She would observe. She would analyze. And when the time was right, she would find a way to provide the guidance Li Ming needed, subtly steering him towards a deeper understanding of the complex, perilous world he was increasingly becoming a part of. The tournament was not just a series of duels. It was a crucible, and she was determined to ensure that Li Ming emerged from it not just victorious, but whole. The pride she felt in his achievements was now inextricably intertwined with a potent, unyielding resolve to protect him, a resolve that would drive her to explore every avenue, no matter how subtle, to safeguard his future. She had to ensure that his light, instead of being extinguished, would shine even brighter, illuminating the path for others and forging a new era for the Azure Dragon sect. This meant preparing him for battles he couldn't see, against enemies he hadn't yet met, but who were undoubtedly watching him with hungry eyes.